1 a.m. My wife has just fallen asleep. Her phone suddenly receives a message. Darling, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I pretended to be calm, took the phone to the study, and stayed up until dawn reading all the chat records. I went back to the bedroom, kicked my sleeping wife, smashed the phone on her face, and angrily asked, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Wife, Lu Ruyan, looked lifeless and didn't say anything. Seeing this, I immediately called my mother-in-law via video call. I caught Lu Ruyan cheating. Hand over your precious daughter. Mother-in-law had just woken up, looking confused. Xiaohan, what nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning? I sneered and switched the camera to Lu Ruyan. In front of your mother, tell me, am I wronging you? Lu Ruyan still kept her head down, remaining silent. Mother-in-law naturally knows what kind of person she is. Seeing her daughter like this, even she was dumbfounded. Ruyan, how could you be so confused to do such a thing? You still have a bright future ahead. Without letting her mother-in-law say much, Lu Ruyan calmly interrupted her. Mom, this is between me and Fang Chen. Please don't interfere. I couldn't get anything out of my mother-in-law. Ignoring her nagging, I hung up the video call. Translate this for me. I found a segment in the chat log. Lu Ruyan said I'm feeling very unwell right now. I've had my period twice this week. Last time, it was because of the medication. Han Ningjun apologized, saying it was his carelessness. Lu Ruyan responded, there's nothing to apologize for. You still want to bring it up. Lu Ruyan begged in tears, please don't bring it up again. Can't we live peacefully? I couldn't bear it anymore after hearing that, I exploded. I slapped her across the face. You talk about living peacefully, but when you were having a good time with that scoundrel, why didn't you think about living peacefully? Have you ever considered my feelings, the child, the family, the elderly on both sides? I was shaking with anger. Is rice and flour not good enough for you every day? Do you have to try something else? What does eating sh*t mean? Lu Ruyan covered her half-swollen face and only said sorry. Why did I ask? Lu Ruyan fell silent again. Seeing her act like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, I exploded on the spot. Just as I was about to swing my arm at her, the phone rang. Han Ningjun sent a message, darling, do you miss me? Fell asleep last night, sorry. I laughed in anger. Your beloved is online. Do you want to complain to him, saying your husband hit you? Despite Lu Ruyan's good mental resilience, she panicked when faced with this situation. She rushed to grab the phone, but I kicked her down. With her hair disheveled, she knelt on the ground and begged Fang Chen, please, let's live peacefully together. Living peacefully together, I think, is the saddest joke I've ever heard in my life. Don't worry, I will live peacefully. But before that, I will deal with you, this despicable couple. In front of Lu Ruyan, I replied to Han Ningjun's message, I really missed you last night, hardly slept a wink. The man across from me must have lost his mind, almost instantly replying, darling, should I pick you up in my car and have a nap together? We haven't done anything in the car yet. Seeing the message from Han Ningjun, I felt a surge of anger rising from my feet to the top of my head. I grabbed Lu Ruyan's head and forced her to look at the chat history. Lu Ruyan, your beloved darling is inviting you to play in the car. Will you agree? Lu Ruyan struggled and begged bitterly, please, don't do this. Deep down, she is a conservative woman. She couldn't bear her lover flirting with someone else in front of her, and she completely fell apart. See this? This is your beloved darling. You said you didn't sleep all night, but he doesn't care about you at all. All he thinks about is trivial matters. In his eyes, what's the difference between you and the hostess at the club? Tears welled up in the corners of my eyes, not because of Lu Ruyan's betrayal, but because I felt unworthy. The woman I treasured so much degraded herself willingly, becoming a tool for others to satisfy their desires. At this moment, I feel like a clown, the most pitiful, laughable, and pathetic clown in the world. I spent hundreds of thousands to marry you, put everything in your name, did the laundry, cooking, and household chores for you, took care of you tirelessly when you were sick, and my friends around me mock me as a doting husband. You are truly demeaning yourself, but more importantly, you are insulting me. I grabbed Lu Ruyan's neck with both hands, watching her struggle to breathe, watching her feeble resistance, my gaze cold and fearless. At this moment, Han Ningjun sent another message, okay, I know you can't let go. Let's go to the hotel. I released my grip, and Lu Ruyan collapsed on the ground, coughing violently. There was a hint of fear in her eyes as she looked at me, and for a moment, she felt like she was going to die. I gave Lu Ruyan a cold glance. This woman is stubborn and unyielding, it's hard to get a word out of her. In that case, I'll have to extract information from Han Ningjun instead. I started setting verbal traps, purposefully leading Han Ningjun to confess, in order to gather more evidence. I used Lu Ruyan's phone to send a message, time flies, do you remember when we started? Han Ning-jun immediately replied, "Yes, I remember seeing you that winter 2 years ago. Your beauty was unforgettable, charming, and stimulating." To be honest, I overestimated Han Ning-jun a bit. This scoundrel didn't need any coaxing from me. She blurted out a lot of useful information herself. Han Ning-jun is directly in charge of Lu Ruyan, and they have been together for over a year. At that time, Han Ning-jun had just recently gotten married, and Lu Ruyan even attended her wedding. From a grassroots production position all the way to the office, the two supported each other. You get promoted, I get promoted. Now the man is a director, and she is a logistics management cadre. Lu Ruyan has trained in a first-tier city, and upon returning to Luocheng, a third-tier small city, it's not exactly a downgrade, but the advantages are quite clear. Whether in terms of work ability or interpersonal skills, she handles it all with ease. During her grassroots work, she managed complex information and handled mundane tasks that few could understand, all in an orderly manner, earning approval from the leadership. Once, the higher-level leadership organized a speech contest, and everyone in the unit tried to avoid it, dodging and pushing it away. No one wanted to take on this thankless task. In the end, the top leader spoke up. Since no one volunteered, it was forcibly assigned. At that time, Lu Ruyan's role in the unit was somewhat like a reserve position, still in the evaluation period, so this task fell on her. Interestingly enough, my dad used to manage the publicity department of a certain unit before retiring. This type of speech was a piece of cake for him. She spent over 2 hours writing a moving and eloquent speech. The entire text revolves around the main theme, starting from Lu Ruyan's university life, reviewing her struggles and work experience in a first-tier city, her support for hometown development, and finally focusing on the dual responsibilities as a mother. This speech is of high quality and outstanding in itself. Coupled with Lu Ruyan's mature, steady, elegant, and graceful demeanor, it directly earned her applause from the audience, with colleagues and leaders congratulating her. Her career path suddenly opened up. But what I can't understand is, her career path is already paved, she just needs to work steadily. Why take such a big risk, committing adultery within marriage? Physical needs? Impossible. Lu Ruyan has never been a person driven by desires. She can't even fulfill my needs, let alone have any extra energy. There is probably some emptiness in her heart. I'm busy with work during the day, taking care of the child when I come home at night. Even after the child sleeps, I have to work a side job to earn extra income for the family. Since the child was born, my emotional care for Lu Ruyan has indeed decreased. But from the chat content, this pair of dog man and woman is more of a business partnership. I handle the work, you handle the relationships. You get promoted first, then help me. As for the intimate matters, it's just adults meeting their needs. As I was thinking, Han Ning-jun sent another message, "Darling, can you video chat now?" I glanced at Lu Ruyan. I replied with a single word. As soon as I sent the message, the video request came in. I first turned on the screen recording function on my phone to gather evidence, then aimed the camera at Lu Ruyan and initiated the video call. "Darling, what's wrong with you?" Han Ning-jun looks so excited. It's the first time Lu Ruyan has answered her call at home, and it's a video call. In her opinion, there can only be one explanation for this situation, that there's no one at Lu Ruyan's home. Could it be that her husband and mother-in-law have taken the child and gone back to their hometown together? Thinking about this, Han Ning-jun became extremely excited. If he could go to Lu Ruyan's house, on their wedding bed. But when she saw Lu Ruyan with disheveled hair, sitting on the ground with a blank expression, she finally realized that something was wrong. The person chatting with her was not Lu Ruyan. Her expression visibly stiffened. In the video, Han Ning-jun doesn't seem very tall, a bit overweight, broad shoulders, a small head, almost no neck. If rated out of 10, her appearance would only score 0.5 points. I really didn't expect her to look like this. I thought she was a handsome guy. But the more she looks wrong, the more pitiful I feel. Lu Ruyan would rather have an affair with someone like that than live a good life with me. I was instantly furious, kicked her directly, and scolded Lu Ruyan. "Are you really starving that you can eat anything? If you found a handsome young man, I wouldn't have kicked you. But you actually found a pig, let her ride on you. Aren't you disgusted? I can't wrap my head around it. There's clearly a handsome guy with a natural 8.5 face at home, yet you had an affair with an ugly, short, fat, old pervert. When did your taste become so extreme?" Lu Ruyan's aesthetic sense is definitely top-notch, there's no doubt about it. People who know her all say she has a discerning eye, which means that her affair with Han Ning-jun has nothing to do with her looks. After much thought, I feel there is only one possibility. Han Ning-jun's background must be very powerful, capable of providing significant support to Lu Ruyan's career. Thinking about this, my confused thoughts gradually become clearer. Han Ning-jun, no need for introductions. Congratulations on soon becoming a gynecologist. But now it's hard to say for sure, as I appear in the video. Two men who should have had no intersection, yet are facing each other in this way. Seeing me, Han-Jun is clearly a bit flustered, quickly shifting the camera away, only showing his shoulder and half of his face. Brother, take it easy. There's really no need for this. We're all adults here. In Han-Jun's eyes, everything can be priced, even one's own wife. I also work in a similar field, so I naturally understand the meaning behind Han-Jun's words. In plain terms, it means name your price, everything is negotiable. Alright, go ahead and tell me. How should we resolve this matter? I initially wanted to use Han-Jun's words, but this guy's professional habits are too severe, he just kicked the ball back. How about this, brother? You suggest a solution, and we'll discuss it together to see if it works. Solve your mom's big-headed ghost. Who do you think you are? If you want to solve it, let your wife and mother sleep with me for 2 years. I'm furious. Don't tell me I'm not short of money or career prospects. Even if I lack everything, I would never stoop so low as to sell my wife, seeking glory in such a crazy way. Brother, calm down first. There's really no need for this. Han-Jun keeps playing political games skillfully. Everything he says is just empty talk. Han, you just wait for me. Let's play this out slowly. I'll show you how I'll deal with you. I know there's no more to talk about. I hung up the video call directly. At this moment, I feel like a complete failure. Being replaced by such a despicable person is nauseating. I sat weakly in front of the computer, glanced at Lu Ruyan, and started cleaning up the mess at home. In the divorce, leave with just the clothes on your back. Take your belongings and go find your beloved. Wasn't she the one who wanted to marry you? I'll make space for her to take over. Secondly, I won't deprive you of the visitation rights to our child. No matter what, you are Cola's mother. But if your mess affects Cola's healthy growth, you can forget about seeing her again. Thirdly, I want you two to suffer disgrace together, facing the suspicious looks of men and the gossip of women for the rest of your lives. Let your whole family hang their heads in shame. And let everyone at your workplace know about your deeds. Forget about any career advancement. There are countless paths in the world, yet you chose the one that leads to no return. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being heartless. I'm no saint, I can't repay evil with kindness. Lu Ruyan remained silent, probably realizing that there was no way to salvage the situation, choosing to accept it silently. She knew she was in the wrong, and did not raise any objections to the first and second conditions I proposed. But when I mentioned the third condition, she struggled to stand up and begged, pleading for mercy. She said, let her go. If you cause a scene at her workplace, her future will be ruined. To be honest, what happened that night made me angry, sad, and upset, but it didn't completely defeat me. However, Lu Ruyan's words directly crushed me. At this point, you shouldn't be thinking about yourself or your Cola. You should be thinking about how if I cause a scene at your workplace, your future, as a man with a wife and even other mistresses, will be over. At that moment, I completely lost my sanity. I kicked Lu Ruyan down, then saw a fruit knife on the bookshelf. Without hesitation, I picked up the knife and stabbed it towards Lu Ruyan's throat. My mind was blank, with only one crazy thought, you despicable woman, I'm going to kill you today. Wow, Dad's cry was like an awakening, pulling me back from the brink of losing control and destruction. I stopped the motion of stabbing forward. At that moment, the fruit knife was only a few centimeters away from Lu Ruyan's throat. Without Dad's intervention, I would have really stabbed Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was completely shocked, frozen in place. Maybe she sensed it too. When I grabbed her neck before, I held back a bit, unwilling to go all the way. But this time, I won't hold back at all. I'm determined to kill her. I came to my senses, feeling a wave of fear, cold sweat trickling down. It was a close call, almost making a huge mistake by killing Lu Ruyan. I would pay with my life. My nearly 70-year-old parents, with a child under 3, how would they survive? If Lu Ruyan dies, I die too. It's like solving a big problem for Han-Jun. Isn't it true that blood is thicker than water? The one who truly deserves to die is Han-Jun. I put away my phone, walking quickly to the bedroom. The little one woke up and, not seeing any adults, started to feel anxious. She anxiously peered over the bed railing, tears welling up. Cola woke up, and I quickly picked her up, softly comforting her. Don't cry, Cola. Daddy is always here. The little one looked around, searching for her mom as I called her name. My heart ached. From today, you don't have a mom. Is Cola hungry? Does she want some milk? Worried that the little one would keep crying for her mom, I used food to distract her. Upon hearing about food, the little one stopped looking for her mom. In a childish voice, she said, Daddy, Cola wants to drink milk. Holding my son in my arms, tears almost fell. From today on, this family no longer exists. My child is my only one. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm my fluctuating emotions. When such a thing happens, any man with a sense of pride cannot tolerate it, and I am no exception. I must seek revenge, but revenge requires strategy and method. I cannot act recklessly. After all, I have elders and children to consider. Crimes and illegal activities are off limits, as they cannot be involved, to avoid digging a hole for the next generation. I first changed the little one's diaper, then wiped her with a washcloth, and finally made some milk powder. I turned on the TV, playing Super Baby Jojo, which Cola loves the most. The little one sat obediently on the sofa, drinking milk while watching TV. I took a moment to call my mom, asking her and the other to come over after finishing the checkup. There are a lot of messes at home to deal with, and I don't have the energy to take care of the child all by myself. I need her to come and help me look after the child. At that moment, Lu Ruyan walked out with a swollen face. She didn't dare to look at me, walked to Cola's side, hugged her, and softly cried, "Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Mom, I was really wrong." I knew she was saying that to me, but I had no intention of forgiving her. In fact, my resentment towards her increased. Now that she realizes her mistake, what's the point? She smashed Han Ningjuan's affair with a dog. Did she ever think she was wrong when they were dating? Because of your mistake, not only did you ruin this family, but you also put the child at risk. I will not forgive you, and I will make sure that you, this unfaithful pair, pay the price for your disloyalty. I will make sure you both suffer disgrace and ruin. With a pacifier in his mouth, Cola looked at the crying Lu Ruyan in confusion. The little one didn't know what to do, raising his hand to wipe away her tears. "Mom, don't cry." Cola obediently thought it was her mischievous behavior that made her mom cry. My parents went to the community hospital for a checkup, not far from our neighborhood. They rushed over in just over half an hour. As soon as they entered, my mom sensed that something was wrong. With a dark expression, red eyes, and lips moving slightly, I still didn't know how to speak up. This kind of embarrassing matter is really hard to talk about. Lu Ruyan sat on the sofa, holding Cola in her arms, head lowered in desolation. What happened? Seeing the marks on Lu Ruyan's face, my mom was shocked. She knew how much I spoiled this daughter-in-law, treating her like a little princess on ordinary days. Today, I actually laid hands on her. Seeing Lu Ruyan, neither of us had any intention of speaking. My mom scolded me while busily applying ointment to Lu Ruyan. My dad gave me a fierce glare. Since I was young, she taught me that a man who hits a woman is the most despicable. Lu Ruyan had an affair with a married colleague from her workplace. I calmly said, "This matter can't be hidden or avoided. Eventually, we have to face it." My mom was stunned when she heard it, and my dad was almost the same, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. "Don't worry about this matter, take care of Kaylee, I will handle the rest." After giving instructions, I locked myself in the study, starting to contemplate the next revenge plan. Cheating is just a moral issue, neither illegal nor criminal, so calling the police is useless. I can't just take a knife and kill Lu Ruyan and Han Ningjun. This is not a web novel of avenging husbands, seeking revenge. The reality is, I have elderly parents in their 70s to support until the end, and a 3-year-old child to raise into adulthood. Even if I can risk my life, what about my parents and son? If I die, what will happen to them? Thinking about this, I feel restless. I used to hear people say that middle-aged men are worse off than dogs. I didn't believe it. Now I finally understand the feeling. Men at this stage, with elderly parents and young children, carry the burden of 3 generations on their shoulders. Afraid of losing my job, afraid of falling ill, because once I go down, it means the end of this family. You are no longer yourself, you no longer live for yourself. The responsibility is heavier than a mountain, and you must bear it alone. I shook my head vigorously, forcing myself to calm down, thinking about how to retaliate against that pair of despicable individuals. After much thought, I can only start with their work, smashing their rice bowls, ruining their reputation and future. This is the limit within the boundaries of law and morality that I can do. When it comes to Lu Ruyan's infidelity, I will not weigh the pros and cons, nor will I use this as leverage to threaten Han Ningjun and profit from it. If I do that, am I still human? But if I privately approach Han Ningjuan's leader to give feedback on this matter, the final result will definitely be her unit stepping in, making it seem appropriate, Han Ningjun apologizing, drinking 3 cups of wine as a penalty. This matter will be considered settled. At most, their unit promises to provide me with some help in career advancement, just like the victim Baulin popular in college. With this in mind, I gritted my teeth, opened Word document, and wrote a not-so-long report, including screenshots of some chat records between Lu Ruyan and Han Ningjun, then sent it to Lu Ruyan's work group. The various epidemic prevention groups were originally lively, but when this report was sent in, all the groups fell silent. I simply turned off my phone. Whatever happens, happens. Since you all have lost face, what do I have to fear? Even if it tarnishes my reputation, I won't let you off the hook. There is absolutely no possibility of compromise in this matter. I will make sure you, this couple who betrayed marriage and family, end up in ruins, with your future destroyed. Time passed slowly, and I spent the whole day in anger and agony. Finally, when evening arrived, my ex-mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law rushed over looking disheveled. It wasn't until then that I found out that after sending the report, Lu Ruyan's workplace was in chaos. Her superiors couldn't reach her, and my calls went unanswered. Finally, by going through the employee registry, they managed to contact my ex-mother-in-law. Before the incident of Lu Ruyan's affair was exposed, I always felt grateful towards my former mother-in-law, treating her like my own mother. When buying things, it was always one for each of us, including my parents, my former mother-in-law's portion. But this time, my former mother-in-law made me feel very unfamiliar. The first thing she did when she came in was to criticize me harshly, blaming me for not caring enough for Lu Ruyan on a daily basis, for not being proactive in my work, and not being able to provide more support for Lu Ruyan. She just kept pointing out all my faults. Even if her daughter broke our glass, it was still my fault for not placing it correctly. Her daughter had no issues at all. I took a deep breath and asked her in a serious tone, I have 2 questions for you. Firstly, did your daughter do the right thing by having an affair? My former mother-in-law did not directly answer the question, but instead, with a red face, she argued, it's all because you don't care enough about her and are not proactive in your work. I chuckled coldly and said, I take care of all the household chores, I have always washed the clothes, I cook whatever your daughter likes, and when she comes home tired from work, I give her massages. And you say I don't care enough about her? Your daughter's monthly salary adds up to over 6,000 yuan. Our company is at a similar level, but the amount of money I give her every month has never been less than 5 figures. And you say I'm not proactive? My former mother-in-law knows I dote on Lu Ruyan, but she still refuses to back down. Basically, it's all about me not doing well. If I did everything perfectly, how could Ruyan have had an affair? I don't want to argue with her anymore. Furthermore, your daughter's affair was with her colleague. She knew that person was already married and even attended their wedding. Both of them were aware of each other's marital status yet still got involved. Do you think your daughter is still justified? Is that reasonable? Even if you are right, I'll admit to 100 mistakes, but the other woman's wife has no connection with your daughter. There was no enmity between them. Your daughter went to destroy someone else's marriage and family. Can you really stand tall and say it's the other person's fault for not managing their own husband well? Seeing her mother-in-law about to argue further, the younger sister-in-law quickly stopped her. Please don't say anything. Let's first check on my sister, she said, casting me an apologetic look. Lu Ruyan had her back to the door, lying motionless on the bed. No matter how loud the noise outside, she remained indifferent, as if the world could collapse and it wouldn't affect her. The ex-mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law were startled, thinking I had strangled her. Are you okay, sister? The younger sister-in-law asked nervously, walking over to help her up. Lu Ruyan's eyes were vacant, devoid of any expression, with clear handprints on her face. The ex-mother-in-law, seeing her daughter had been hit, started making a fuss. The younger sister-in-law grabbed my arm and questioned me, when my sister married you, what did you promise me? That you would cherish and love her for a lifetime. And now, you're abusing her. Do you have anything else to say? I shook off her hand, eyes red, and exclaimed, if killing someone wasn't a crime, I would have stabbed her to death long ago. My loud voice immediately suppressed the imposing manner of my ex-mother-in-law. I haven't rested for a day and a night, both mentally and physically exhausted. At this moment, with red eyes and a fierce expression, not only my ex-mother-in-law but even my mom was frightened. She worries that I might do something irrational. If I really stab Lu Ruyan to death, then this family is completely finished. The house finally quieted down. I shut myself in the guest room, forcing myself to calm down, thinking about the follow-up arrangements. Retaliation is necessary, but I must not lose my temper or go to extremes. I don't know how I made it through the night. I heard rustling outside, and a few elderly people got up. Lu Ruyan was still lying half dead in bed, not speaking, eating, or drinking. I had no appetite either, couldn't eat. There's a mess to clean up at home. I guess I'll have to ask for leave from work. As soon as I turned on my phone, beep beep beep, various messages poured in like snowflakes in winter in Heilongjiang. 99 unread messages on WeChat, 99 unread text messages. I was a bit confused. What's going on? Just as I was about to check the messages, a phone call came from a senior sister at work with whom I have a good relationship. Oh, it's connected. Xiaohong, are you okay? Over the phone, Sister May sounded relieved. What's wrong, Sister May? I thought there was an urgent matter at work. It's nothing, it's nothing. I just wanted to check if you're really okay. I didn't expect to get through. Everyone is very concerned about you. You must take care of yourself, and your child too. By the way, you don't need to come to work for now. Take sick leave first and handle the family matters properly. How did you all find out? We heard it from others. These things like shohans are too common. You need to be open-minded, stay calm, and absolutely must not do anything rash. Just managed to handle it, but my phone kept ringing non-stop. Calls from good buddies, friends, university classmates, high school classmates, and even cousins and relatives, they all called. I'm completely confused. Is this what people often say about good news not leaving the house while bad news travels far? The speed of this spread is too fast. I can't shake off this feeling that something's not right. While pondering what was going on, a stranger called in. Hello, may I ask if I'm speaking to Xiaozong? I'm the leader from Lu Ruyan's unit. My surname is Qin. I remembered the morning before last, during the video call with Lu Ruyan, that Mediterranean man appeared in the screen. I found him familiar at that time, then I remembered, she's Lu Ruyan. She's in charge of safety production and public opinion control in the unit, Qin Zhanghe. When I went to the unit to meet Lu Ruyan, I had a brief encounter with her. She has a very good demeanor and is someone willing and capable of doing practical things. Uncle Qin, hello. I remember you. What can I help you with? Qin Zhanghe was somewhat amused and exasperated. Xiaozong, why must it come to this instead of discussing and resolving any issues? The report I sent out yesterday has caused a nationwide uproar today. The higher authorities have already issued a notice to their unit to handle this matter properly and minimize the impact. I have carefully considered the matter of the calligraphy. I need your unit to give me an explanation. My stance is clear: if they don't deal with that couple, you can forget about talking to me. There is absolutely no room for compromise on this issue. Qin Zhanghe asked if I had time in the afternoon to meet and chat. Sure, I agreed to meet. We scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon at Qin Zhanghe's place. At that moment, my childhood friend Hu Jichao sent a voice message, inviting me to meet for lunch. Without saying, I knew she had also heard about my situation. Coincidentally, I was feeling uneasy, and since it was still early for my meeting with Qin Zhanghe in the afternoon, I agreed to meet Hu. Old Hu, we have been close since childhood. She came to pick me up in her car, and as soon as I got in, she started talking. Today, my buddy went on a business trip to Zhang County. On the way, he stumbled upon this explosive news on Douyin. When I looked at the photos, it showed you leaving your buddy and rushing back. What's the real story behind this? It's unbelievable. She handed me her phone, showing me the wedding photo of you and Lu Ruyan, as well as the report I made in the work group about Lu Ruyan. It's all over the internet and trending locally. I just realized my negligence. When I sent the report, I forgot to close Lu Ruyan's moments. There were photos of us from our wedding, which were dug out. Along with the report, the gossip from her work chat group, and other content, were made into a short video and posted on the internet. Although I was somewhat surprised, I was mentally prepared. If it trends, let it trend. It doesn't matter anymore. When something like this happens, it will eventually be known to everyone. Seeing me silent, Lao Hu knew the content in the video was all true. A hint of fierceness flashed in her eyes. She knows a few thugs who have blood on their hands. Should she mention them? She made a throat-slitting gesture. Her idea startled me, and I quickly stopped her. Don't act recklessly. Lao Hu grumbled with discontent, but she knew I was a public servant, belonging to the official category. I couldn't break the law. More importantly, I have family responsibilities, unlike her who can act without much restraint. What should I do next? Their unit leader invited me to meet at 2:30 in the afternoon. It's almost time. After finishing the meal, Hu Jichao drove me to Wanshur Jiahe community, where Qin Zhanghe lives. I called Qin Zhanghe at the entrance of the community. Not long after, a kind and friendly elderly man with graying hair came out. After entering the room and taking our seats, Zhao Li exchanged a few pleasantries, and we got straight to the point. Qin Zhong, while making tea, said, Xiaozong, you've also experienced life in a big city and seen the world. In theory, you should be able to keep calm, but Uncle said that you've been a bit reckless in handling this matter. Can't things be discussed? Why make such a big fuss? I won't hide it from you, I didn't act on impulse but after careful consideration. I did it to not leave myself a way out, rejecting any possibility of compromise or settlement. I just want justice. Qin Zhong's hand paused slightly while making tea, wearing a wry smile. Xiaozong, you can always provide feedback to the organization about your demands. There's really no need for such radical methods. My demands are simple: no compromise, no bending of principles. Handle things fairly and according to regulations. Both Chang Xin and Han Ingjun are party cadres, so they should be dealt with as per the rules. Qin Zhanghe probably didn't expect my firm stance. She raised her index finger. This is causing a stir. You don't know, the higher-ups are in an uproar. I was shocked and finally understood why the news spread so quickly. I was simply standing up for my rights as a victim, but certain malicious individuals exploited this. They wanted to target Han Ingjun, and I unwittingly became a pawn in their hands. I sought justice, while they sought power. At that moment, I took out Lu Ruyan's phone, intending to selectively show Qin Zhong and the chat records of Han Ingjun and others. However, I found that all work groups had been removed by the group owner. Everyone is an adult and must take responsibility for their actions. Since everything has been done, there should be a readiness to accept punishment. Qin Zhanghe listened, his face showing a bleak expression, not sure if it was genuine. What you said is right, we are all adults, and if we make mistakes, we must accept punishment. But the current problem is that the situation has escalated too much, and the organization will also be affected. You don't know how many eyes are watching. If this is not handled well, many people will suffer as a consequence. Qin Zhanghe is an expert in public opinion control. She has probably sensed something unusual, which is why she said what she did to me earlier. So, if you have any requests, feel free to make them. The organization can intervene and have Han Ingjun compensate you adequately. What do you think? I immediately became unhappy. What Shunning said. My family has been ruined, my child has lost their mother. Can money solve this? Also, how can compensation be calculated? Pay-per-use, or are you treating me as something to be bought? Seeing my emotional outburst, Qin Zhanghe calmed me down and said, Xiaozone, don't get worked up. Since you don't want to settle this privately, we have to handle it officially. How? Tomorrow, bring the evidence to the organization and write a report. I made an appointment with Qin Zhanghe to go to their organization around the same time tomorrow. After discussing the urgent preparation of relevant evidence, we chatted casually about other things. Then, I bid farewell. When I returned home, my younger sister-in-law asked her brother-in-law, "Are you going to divorce my sister?" I know she was sent by my mother-in-law's family to test me. I didn't hold back. I don't want a divorce. I want to stab her to death. My sister-in-law looked at me, her mouth twitched a few times, not knowing what to say. She originally came to mediate, but my words shut down all possibilities. She knew there was no turning back from this. Next, it's a showdown where everyone will display their skills. In the evening, I called the unit leader. Although Sister May said the unit already knew about my situation and approved it specially, no need to take leave, her connections in the unit were solid. Even though she doesn't handle matters much now, her words still carry weight. The unit leader, an old man who has shown me favor, trusts me. When I called, Oldrin sighed and said my work has been assigned to someone else. He told me not to worry about work, focus on resolving family matters, and encouraged me to stay strong. Everyone is waiting for my rebirth and return to work. I just hung up after talking to Oldrin. A colleague from the unit named Dong Jing called. Han Ingjuan's father used to work in a certain construction committee and has retired. Her mother manages finances at the second hospital. They have connections in the provincial government. That's all I can say. You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. The next day, I took the prepared report materials and went to Lu Ruyan's unit, but things turned out to be not so simple. The next day, I went to the Qingxin unit with the prepared report materials. Because I was afraid of any unexpected incidents, I also asked my good friend Hu Jichao to accompany me. Hu Jichao just parked the car on the side of the road near the unit's entrance. Qin Zhanghe is waiting outside. I originally wanted to call Qin Zhanghe to say hello. We only roughly agreed on a time yesterday. I didn't inform Qin Zhanghe before coming today. How did she know I would be here at this time? It must be a coincidence. Good morning, Xiaofang. Qin Zhanghe greeted me warmly. Qin Shu apologizes for the wait. I just finished arranging work and came out for some fresh air. Didn't expect to meet you here. Is there really such a coincidental thing in this world? I don't believe you. Even if it's infiltration, it has reached my home. Just thinking about it, it must be my ex-mother-in-law or sister-in-law. The whole family is informing each other, forming a united front against me. They are all targeting me, an outsider. I calmly asked Qin Shu if the leader is available. He's in, just finished something. He should be available now. Let's go, I'll take you there. Qin Zhanghe is leading the way ahead. I voluntarily took a step back, greeting while looking around. Even though I knew it was futile to ask, I couldn't help but inquire, has Han Ingjun arrived? Qin Zhanghe shook her head, saying she took a sick leave. Heard she wasn't feeling well with her heart, went to the hospital for a checkup. Even if Han Ingjun is at the office, she wouldn't tell me. The hatred of stealing a wife is irreconcilable. What if we end up fighting at work? Wouldn't that have even worse consequences? The head of their unit is a young cadre in his 40s, full of confidence and a bright future. This matter involving Xiaofang has had a very negative impact on the unit, but rest assured, the unit will handle it impartially. Can I see the evidence first? I handed her my phone with the chat records, which have been excessively edited. It won't affect the outcome. After looking at it for a moment, she frowned and said that these two indeed have issues. Once verified, they will be thoroughly investigated. Han Jun and Chang Xian will both be thoroughly investigated, as it's not just a matter of conduct between them but may involve other transactions. I breathed a sigh of relief. This is within the legal limits and the extent of what I can do. Things are progressing smoothly, some beyond my expectations. Just as I had this thought, the head suddenly changed the topic and mentioned Xiaofang. I learned from an employee's family member that you have a history of domestic violence. Xingxin is an employee of our unit, and the unit has a responsibility to protect employees' personal safety. This matter will be reported to the Public Security Bureau. Since you are here, maybe you should make a note of it later. I narrowed my eyes upon hearing this. Is your unit planning to cover up for that pair of scoundrels? You know my identity as a public servant, and it's impossible and risky for me to have a record with the Public Security Bureau. So, you want to use this matter to pressure me, but you underestimate me. At the moment the report is sent, I am prepared to risk everything. There is no possibility of compromise in this matter. Trying to threaten me with work, I'm sorry, you've chosen the wrong person. In front of the unit leader in Qinzhong, I directly called the police station and put it on speakerphone. Hello, police comrade, I want to report something. I found out my wife was cheating. I was so angry that I couldn't help but slap her. The leader was dumbfounded. Even Qinzhong, who has seen a lot and worked in propaganda for a lifetime, was also stunned. What kind of reverse operation is this? Taking the initiative to turn myself in, they never even thought about calling the police. The unit couldn't afford that scandal. They just wanted to pressure me, make me yield, and downplay the issue. But they didn't expect me to be so resolute, directly confessing and completely disrupting their plans. The operator kindly mediated and warned me that if the couple couldn't get along, they could go to court for a divorce. No matter what, violence is not the solution. Do you understand? I have registered your feedback, and we will follow up with a home visit later. After hanging up, the leader in Xinzhong looked at me, bewildered by my confession. This move of mine is truly unbelievable, completely deviating from the norm. Let me put it this way, any public servant with a bit of political awareness wouldn't act like this, but that's what I did. Hey, that's Xiaofang, your report has been accepted by the unit. But you know these things have to go through the process. Don't worry, the unit will handle it promptly. The leader has made the final decision, and that's the end of it. All I can do now is wait. This matter has caused quite a stir, with rumors flying all over the internet. I don't believe it. Their unit wouldn't dare to drag this out indefinitely. Coming out of the office of the big leader, my brother Hu Jicho was chatting enthusiastically with two security guards on duty. When it's time to work, Xinzhong and Lian turned dark. You two are not taking your duty seriously. What are you chatting about? The two security guards are busy patrolling in an orderly manner. Xiaofang, don't blame your boyfriend for being talkative. With such an incident, whether in public or in private, I have to go to your house to ensure the personal safety of our unit's employees. I nodded to show my understanding. I sat in Hu Jichao's BMW in front, with Qinzhong and Lian following in an Audi behind, my brothers. Do you know what information our buddy found out just now? Hu Jichao put down the window, spat outside, and continued, that guy surnamed Han is not new to trouble, he's a repeat offender. I know that old who is familiar with everyone, thick-skinned and cunning. He must have extracted a lot of useful information from the mouths of the two security guards just now. So I waited quietly for the continuation. The explosive news she revealed made me feel disgusted, like eating feces, which further strengthened my determination for revenge. I remember the information old who found out. Several months ago, there was a sensational incident here. The girl's parents caused a scene at the unit, threatening to jump off a building. The girl is 23 years old, majored in education at university, just graduated this year, and has not found a job yet. It is said that she was deceived by Han Ingjuan's sweet words, but he ultimately abandoned her. The girl wanted to commit suicide due to despair, but luckily her family found out in time. After understanding the reasons, they made a scene from Han Ingjuan's house all the way to the unit. That grandson boasted to the girl, claiming his family background and promising to arrange a job for her, using threats and temptations to get her first time. But in the end, he denied everything, even accused the girl of seducing him. He's truly despicable. Jicho was filled with righteous indignation, feeling deeply aggrieved. Listening to her, I suddenly remembered something, though I can't recall when it happened exactly. I only remember one evening when Chen Xing came to me with a troubled expression, telling me about a colleague who got drunk and ended up in a room with a woman. The woman later pointed to bloodstains on the bedsheet, claiming it was her first time and demanded the colleague take responsibility. However, the colleague was married and believed it was a setup for extortion. Chang Xin asked me what to do. At that time, I didn't offer advice. I told her not to use alcohol as an excuse, as adults should take responsibility for their actions. I also advised Chang Xin to keep her distance from that colleague, as someone who denies their actions is not a good person. Looking back now, Chang Xin was actually scheming for her lover. Chang Xin, oh Chang Xin, you are quite something. Thankfully, I didn't help her scheme. I clenched my fists. Just wait, even if I have to pierce the sky, I'll make you two look good. But in this matter, their unit is quite absurd. Han Ingjun, under the guise of the unit, flaunts and deceives outside. It has caused a commotion reaching the unit, yet the unit turns a blind eye, taking no disciplinary action against her, not even a formality. Furthermore, intentionally, Han Ingjun, with a wife, is fooling around outside. Who knows how many mistresses he has? You don't even qualify as the third party. Aren't you disgusted? What are you after? Oh, and there's Han Ingjun's wife. After the girl deceived by Han Ingjun made a scene at her house to no avail, she went to the unit to cause a disturbance. Yet, I haven't heard his wife say a word, nor have they divorced. I heard they still go out appearing as if nothing happened, a loving couple. Honestly, I'm starting to not understand this society. Back home, Jicho didn't go upstairs, he just left in his car. I brought Qin Zhanghe to the house. She glanced at Qingxin when she entered. She still had her back to the door, not sure if she was really asleep or too embarrassed to face the former leader, lying on the bed motionless. My dad brewed some tea, asked Qin Zhanghe to sit down, chatted for a while about daily life, and eventually the conversation circled back to Qingxin. Ah, the child is not even 3 years old, quite pitiful. Qin Zhanghe glanced at Kaylai watching TV on the couch and let out a long sigh. I know, Qin Zhanghe is here as a spokesperson for their unit. Although what she's doing goes against my demands, I don't resent her because what she says is indeed human nature. The biggest victims of adult divorce are the children. Qingxin has strong work abilities. She has put in a lot of effort to come this far. It's not easy. If she really gets promoted, it will be a significant improvement for your family and the future growth of your child. I interrupted her and asked about the love letter, the crucial speech that lays the foundation for career success. Who wrote it? I pointed to my dad. It was written by my dad. He used to do this before retiring. If his original unit had allowed it, my dad would have been the head of the propaganda department at the departmental level long ago. Also, some time ago, her logistics management data report, I spent 2 nights searching for information and writing it for her. She just did some proofreading and modifications. I initially had a mediocre level in this area. The data report I wrote after researching was praised by her colleagues as professional. It even received praise from the supervisor, indicating to use this template for future reports. Qin Shu, do you still need people in your unit? Should I be transferred there? Qin Zhanghe looked embarrassed after hearing this. I, who had never worked a day in their unit, produced a data report of considerable quality, even receiving strong praise from the supervisor. Doesn't this imply that their unit's work lacks professionalism? After chatting for a while, Qin Zhanghe noticed my firm attitude and lack of compromise, probably realizing that my ideological work was ineffective, so he got up to say goodbye. The unit won't keep dragging me along, so I escorted Qin Zhanghe downstairs and casually asked, I'm reminding her that dragging things out won't work with me. If your unit dares to cover up an action, don't blame me for causing a bigger commotion. Qin Zhanghe, being old and wise, naturally understood the implication in my words. She shook her head and chuckled, You're trying to provoke me, aren't you, kid? I opened the car door for her, she got in, and I reassured her, Don't worry, the efficiency of our unit is well known. My mouth twitched slightly. That girl who was with Han Ingjun, it's been over 2 months of commotion, but I haven't seen any action from your unit. If you dare delay my matters, then sorry, we'll have to bring this to our superiors. As I was about to go upstairs, an ambulance entered the neighborhood, stopped below my building. At that moment, I was still thinking, someone in this building must be sick. Several medical staff rushed in with a stretcher towards my house, then they carried Chang Xin out. I wasn't too surprised by this. In the morning, my ex-mother-in-law was clamoring that Chang Xin was deliberately getting sick, insisting on taking her to the hospital. 3 days without eating or drinking, even the strongest body couldn't endure it. I didn't say a word, just coldly watching their busyness. My daughter stood at the doorway, looking helplessly as her mother was carried away on a stretcher. My ex-mother-in-law hurriedly followed the stretcher downstairs. My younger sister-in-law went out, then turned back to hug Coke, tears streaming down. She said, "Be good, baby, you need to behave," and left without looking back. Mom, the little one looked at me in confusion. She's too young to understand what's happening. From today on, she no longer has a mother. My mom sat on the sofa, holding Coke and wiping her tears. At first, I didn't quite understand why my sister-in-law would come and go, then hold cola and cry. Later, I realized that she probably felt sorry for the child, because they would have to use their own methods to compete with me. Their way is the child. Children generally like lively atmospheres. Originally, when Grandma and Aunt came, she was very happy. Especially my aunt, she even brought her an excavator and Ultraman toys. Although Grandma always looks stern, her eyes are full of love when she holds her. The adults act childishly without speaking, but the little one doesn't notice. She plays with Grandpa and Grandma for a while, then with Grandma and Aunt, and she couldn't be happier. But now the house has suddenly become quiet, and Cola is very uncomfortable. Specifically, the little one keeps asking me where Mom and Aunt have gone. In the evening, this situation becomes especially severe. The little one searches the whole house for Mom, and if she can't find her, she cries stubbornly, almost breathless, and can't be comforted by anyone. My mom, unable to bear seeing her grandson suffer, couldn't help but shed tears. She then looked at me and suggested calling her mom to have them come back. My dad, witnessing Cola almost crying herself to faint, also couldn't bear it and looked at me with a heavy heart. After all, the child is innocent. But I can't swallow this pride. Making mistakes isn't scary. What's scary is knowing you're wrong, yet charging forward like a moth to a flame, deliberately refusing to repent. A woman like this doesn't deserve to be Coco's mother. Instead of compromising and dragging things out in the future, it's better to cut the Gordian knot now. As the saying goes, it's better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. At this point, we can only help Coco get through this painful period quickly. Mom, Dad, you both rest, I'll take Coco to relax. I don't want to relax, I want Mom. Okay, Dad, take Coco to find Mom, alright? But you can't cry anymore. If you cry again, I won't take you to find Mom. My parents know, I've made up my mind to divorce, so I won't say more. It was past 10 o'clock at night, the children in the neighborhood had all gone home to sleep, and the lights in the children's playground in the neighborhood were turned off, pitch black. I wrapped Coco in a blanket, so she wouldn't catch a cold, then carried her as we walked around the neighborhood. Dad, why haven't we arrived yet? Coco stopped crying, staring with big eyes, always expecting me to take her to find Mom. Over the next 2 hours, she asked me this question countless times. I walked aimlessly like a zombie on the pathways in the neighborhood, circling around and around. Until finally, the little one couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep in my arms. At that moment, my arms and legs had already gone numb, leaving me feeling numb all over. The next morning, the little one was crying again, looking for Mom. I tried to comfort her for a long time, but to no avail. Finally, her grandparents pushed the stroller and took her to find her mother. At noon, my mom came back home and cautiously told me that the child was crying too hard and couldn't be soothed. She called Cheng Xin, but found the number unreachable. The phone numbers of my ex-mother-in-law and aunt were also unreachable. I found it suspicious, so I called using my phone. The voicemail indicated it was switched off. I called the hospital, and they said Cheng Xin wasn't admitted, just used the ambulance briefly. I glanced at my son with swollen eyes and realized the intentions of Cheng Xin's family. They were using the child as leverage, trying to force me into compliance. My parents are elderly, especially my sick father. I couldn't completely let go and leave the child with them. I need to work, earn a living, and the child is too young to be away from the mother. They knew the child was my weak spot and wanted to exploit it. In my mind, I cursed Cheng Xin and her ancestors for 18 generations. While it's understandable to fight for your own interests, using the child as leverage to coerce me is unacceptable. You miscalculated, Cheng Xin. Just then, Cheng Xin sent me a long message, basically asking her to return. She could divorce or take the child, but she demanded her reputation and job be restored before she would have the courage to come back to work. I didn't understand what she meant. You've already been dismissed, whether you come to work or not is not up to me. If you have a way to get me out, you also have a way to get me back. It wasn't until this moment that I understood her intentions. She has been dismissed now. As long as I don't pursue it, she won't be investigated or punished. This way, she can keep her job. Since she is innocent, Han Jun is naturally innocent as well. It's killing two birds with one stone, not only saving herself but also saving Han Jun. However, by doing this, Chang Xin is putting me in a life-threatening situation. They are both innocent. Doesn't this mean I am falsely accusing and framing them? If that's the case, I will inevitably face countercharges after their innocence is proven. Chang Xin's request is not only absurd but also heartless. She has teamed up with her lover, planning to send me in. I really can't understand why Chang Xin has become like this. After over a decade of marriage, even if your heart is made of stone, it shouldn't be this ruthless. Since it's come to this, then let's turn completely dark. Don't blame me for using certain methods. And don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. So I made a phone call directly, arranged some things, and now it's just waiting for this despicable couple, leading to an even more tragic ending. The next morning, Hu Jichao and I went to the police station to report. We said my wife had been missing for many days, and we didn't know where she went. We wanted to ask for your help in finding her. The one who received me was a female police officer. She gave me a form to fill out my personal information and asked, "Why did your wife leave home?" I told the policewoman that my wife is having an affair, getting involved with a colleague from her workplace, abandoning our child and home without care. Our child is not even 3 years old, crying for mommy every day, but she seems to have vanished from the face of the earth, disappeared. I asked the policewoman if it's possible to locate my wife through her phone, to see where she is, to ensure her safety first. The policewoman replied that it's a bit complicated, she needs to request permission from higher-ups. Unless it's a criminal case, it's not allowed to do so. Actually, I just asked casually, not holding much hope for using this technological method. What I came to report wasn't for this. After registering the information, I received a text message stating that the case has been accepted by a certain sub-bureau of the Luocheng city. This is the purpose of my visit. As we left the police station, Lao Hu looked puzzled and asked me, "Lao Feng, what are you up to?" I didn't want Hu Jichao to be involved in this matter, saying, "You'll know soon enough. By the way, you have many WeChat groups, so later on, help me forward things so more people can see them." Hu Jichao has too many different groups in her hands, from market vendors to supermarket bars, etc. They spread rumors more effectively than television stations. Next, I will use their mouths to create public opinion. Back at home, I opened my computer and wrote a missing person notice, to all kind-hearted people. My wife, Chang Xin, is in an unclear relationship with a colleague named Hanning Jun from a certain company. This has caused conflicts between us as she couldn't explain the situation clearly. My wife, Chang Xin, left home on the second day and has not returned since, with no news. Meanwhile, the third party, Hanning Jun, also took leave from work almost at the same time as my wife, Chang Xin, and has not returned since, with no news. The workplace is also unaware of their whereabouts. I am extremely anxious, have reported to the police for search, and the case number is noted at the bottom. Furthermore, the child at home is under 3 years old. Having been away from the mother for days, they are anxious and restless, crying day and night, longing for the mother's return. The family no longer questions what Chang Xin has done. The child cannot go a day without their mother. We only hope sincerely that you return home as soon as possible. As a last resort, even if you decide to be with Hanning Jun, please just let us know you are safe. Let the family be at ease. Once again, please relay to Hanning Jun, your wife and mother are very worried about you. They hope you can let them know you are safe. Your mother said if you don't want your wife, you can divorce, but you cannot abandon your family. Your father got so angry he had a heart attack. He's already hospitalized. If anyone knows the whereabouts of the two, please contact the phone number I randomly wrote on the missing person notice. I included detailed information about Chang Xin and Hanning Jun's ages, heights, phone numbers, and addresses, along with a clear photo of their faces. After preparing the missing person notice, I registered an account on Weibo, named it the Report Hanning Jun exclusive channel, pinned the notice to the top of the homepage, spent 1,000 yuan on promoting it, and sent it to Hu Jichao, who helped me forward it. The more people who see it, the better. This way, if there are any leads, they can reach me through Weibo. After finishing these tasks, all that's left is waiting. I don't believe that Chang Xin and Hanning Jun can continue to act like shrinking turtles. Not long after the missing person notice was issued, instead of revealing Chang Xin and Hanning Jun, the attention shifted to Qin Zhenghe. The hot searches on major online media platforms had just subsided, and before old Qin could relax, I stirred up another missing person notice, even going as far as reporting it to the police station. The just diminished attention was reignited, leaving Qin Zhenghe extremely speechless. Others retire peacefully, but when it's her turn to retire, it's like being in a battle every day. She's starting to have trouble sleeping, fearing that even a moment of carelessness will disrupt her peace at night. Xiaofang, what kind of trouble have you caused this time? Qin Zhenghe doesn't want to call me at all, but she has to. Without understanding my intentions, she can't even eat properly. What's going on with Chin Shu? I pretend to be clueless while knowing. Don't tell me the missing person notice online wasn't your doing. I'm the one behind the love letter incident. You say my wife ran away from home, now I don't know if she's alive or dead. It doesn't make sense in any aspect, especially with our young child who can't be without their mother. Shin Zhanghe is being driven crazy by me. If you're looking for someone, just do that. Why bring up the workplace? Xingshu, Chang Xin is an employee of your company. She's currently missing without a trace. Why isn't your company worried at all? Not to criticize, but your company needs improvement in caring for employees. Your company is a crucial lead, it has to be mentioned. What if a kind person finds Chang Xin and brings her to the company? Okay, even if you are right, why did you mention Han Jun? Isn't it illegal to hang her photo? Regarding the matter of my wife's disappearance, it is directly related to Han Jun. She is the most important lead and must be displayed. Moreover, she is missing now too. Your unit doesn't even know her whereabouts. The Discipline Inspection Commission's comrades said her family couldn't reach her, and now they are extremely worried. Her father even got hospitalized due to anxiety. As for her photo, I took a screenshot from your official website. It's all public information. I'm not doing this for profit, so how can it be considered illegal? If you put all your focus on work, you will definitely climb higher than me now. This trick of luring the snake out of its hole really works. I believe Qin Zhong, Chang Xian, and Han Jun must be connected. Now she can't sit still. The other two can't keep hiding forever. If they continue to stay hidden and let things unfold, no one knows how big of a mess I might create. The out-of-control public opinion last time has left them psychologically scarred. Hu Jichao's reposting in various WeChat and QQ groups, combined with my promotion on Weibo, has attracted a large number of enthusiastic netizens to repost. This matter is gradually gaining momentum. How can there be such a heartless mother, not even wanting her child? Why bother bringing back such a woman? Just settle it with a single blow. Are we supposed to keep her for the new year? Who understands this? When faced with difficulties, she just played a trick. My brother, leave her. Isn't it disgusting to bring back a worn-out shoe? There is a lot of uproar on the internet, all condemning Han Jun and his mistress. But there isn't a single useful clue. The next day, I received a call from the police station. I thought it was Han Jun reporting me. After all, without permission, I posted her personal information online and even attached a photo. There is indeed a suspicion of infringing on the right to one's image. May I ask if you are Mr. Fong Ming? Yesterday, you came to our sub-bureau to report that your wife had run away from home and couldn't be found. However, today your wife called to say she is fine and not missing, asking us to close the case. So, we are calling to verify with you. Hello, officer. I can't confirm this. She hasn't called home, I haven't heard her voice, nor have I seen her in person. I don't know if the person who called you is a fraud. If you can contact her or if she contacts you, please verify her identity. If it's really her, please persuade her to come home soon. The child is not even 3 years old, crying for their mother all day, eyes swollen from crying. Dream on if you think I'll drop the charges. You're good at hiding, right? Keep hiding. I want to see how long you can hide. With that in mind, I added another 1,000 renminbi to my Weibo account, promoted the missing person notice post. Is your lover's backstage strong enough? If so, try to censor my missing person notice. The situation on Weibo is still escalating, with over tens of thousands of comments under the post. Honestly, I didn't expect this level of engagement. Just with a 2,000 renminbi promotion, it achieved such explosive results. It's only been a little over a day. On the third day, my ex-mother-in-law called me. I thought it would be the same as before, scolding me again. Unexpectedly, this time she sounded calm. Are you trying to kill your wife? She's almost dead. Are you satisfied now? How could that be? She doesn't have to work now, can spend every day with her lover. How happy can she be? Isn't this the result she wanted? Now she's being scolded every day. Her phone is constantly ringing, even in the middle of the night. Are you trying to drive her to death? After hearing that, I calmly said, all of this is her own doing. She deserves to be surnamed Fong. Don't you have any faults yourself? It takes two to tango. What do you mean by it takes two to tango? Did I make her have an affair? Anyway, she is Coco's biological mother. I fell silent and suggested she simply turn off her phone. You make it sound so easy. Do you think she can just turn off her phone? Her workplace is looking for her, the disciplinary committee is looking for her, the police are looking for her, and she still has work matters to handle. If you ask her to come back, divorce her, does she dare to come back now? She would be criticized. It's your business to scold her. I just want to divorce as soon as possible. If she continues to hide and not show up, I will mobilize the entire nation to find her. I hung up before she could say anything sweet. In the eyes of my ex-mother-in-law, the reason Chang Xin had an affair is all because of me. Her daughter did nothing wrong. If you ask me how I treated her daughter poorly, she would say if I really treated her well, how could she have an affair? It's truly illogical. I don't know if she's really confused or pretending to be confused. In any case, it's impossible to communicate with her normally. I thought I had Chang Xin and Han Ingjun figured out this time, but I was wrong. They didn't just sit back and wait to be defeated. The countermeasures came quickly. That night, as usual, I logged into Weibo before going to bed, hoping to find some useful clues. I received many private messages, mostly comforting or intentionally hurtful. Some were advertisements. There wasn't a single useful clue. Just as I was about to shut down and sleep, a few new posts below my account caught my attention. Family matters shouldn't be publicized. By hyping it up like this, you're definitely not a good person. Regardless, we were once a married couple. Did it have to come to this? The child lost his mother. Are you happy now, pushing people to their limits? You, this kind of trashy man, deserve to be cuckolded. I thought it was just some internet trolls trying to stir up trouble, so I didn't pay much attention. The next morning, just as I woke up, Hu Jichao called me. Did La Fang's ex-sister-in-law jump off a building? I was completely puzzled. Did you drink too much fake alcohol last night? I'm not kidding with you, bro. Today, a client, whose son is the ex-sister-in-law's company's commuter driver, said that everyone at their company is talking about the ex-sister-in-law jumping off a building. I was shocked, thinking she wouldn't really jump off the building. Even though I wish she would die, if I forced her to death, how could I face her daughter in the future? Brother, you better ask quickly. This is a matter of life and death, not a joke. Hang up the phone. I have a feeling something is off. If Chang Xin really jumped off the building and died, her former mother-in-law would definitely call me. After all, Chang Xin only has Coca-Cola as her daughter. If she died, her mother-in-law would certainly come over to pay respects. But now, her former mother-in-law hasn't called me in days. Is she playing a trick on me? I've figured out a bit of the situation. According to the Chinese customs, the deceased is highly respected. As long as the person didn't commit heinous crimes to the extreme, all past wrongdoings are forgiven upon death. Now, even though Chang Xin faked her death, I continued to expose her information on Weibo, clinging onto it. This is disrespectful to the deceased. I must say, Chang Xin played this trick beautifully, turning the tide of public opinion online in her favor. Based on Hu Jichao's account and the screenshots sent on WeChat, many groups are discussing this matter. They say I'm not a good person, heartlessly forcing Coca-Cola's mother to death. The poor child is only 3 years old. Chang Xion's fake death put me in a passive position for a while, facing criticism and gossip, but I quickly regained my composure. On one hand, my determination for revenge is unwavering. Despite what others say, I have remained steadfast. I haven't missed any posts to make or clues to follow. On the other hand, Chang Xian didn't actually jump off the building. No matter how vicious the rumors spread, they are just that, rumors. Without factual basis, they are bound to fade away. Under a highly liked comment on Weibo, I replied about when the incident happened, whether the police were notified, why the family didn't receive any notification, even the family and the police were unaware. How did you know? You drove your wife to jump off the building and commit suicide. You don't spare even the dead. You are definitely not a good person. The post had over 1,000 likes, but after my reply, the likes quickly surpassed 50,000. Fake can't become real, real can't become fake. The public's eyes are sharp. Many netizens commented below this post, daring the person to really jump instead of playing around. This kind of woman is not worth mourning for. Jumping off the building is the best choice. When you decide to jump, remember to mention me. I will live stream it across the internet. The online community is buzzing, but no useful clues have been found. It's all thunder and no rain, which makes me a bit anxious. Coupled with a streak of bad luck recently, I've been tormented enough. I've shifted most of my focus to my family and work. My daughter is 3 years old now. She's starting to have her own thoughts and becoming more difficult to handle. My dad has switched to 2 hospitals, but his health hasn't improved. If it weren't for a bunch of family issues, I would have taken him to Mingzhu City for treatment. While my mom was playing with my daughter at the amusement park, a naughty 7 or 8-year-old child pushed her from behind. My mom, focused on protecting her granddaughter, ended up hitting a metal object hard. She suffered a head injury and concussion, staying in the hospital for a week. With 2 patients and 1 child at home, I'm so busy that I don't even have time to catch my breath. The leaders at work are struggling a bit. One after another they talk to me, hinting that I should stop messing around, advising me to remarry and start a new life. Before the incident, I bought tens of thousands of shares. Now they have plummeted by 70%, I can only accept it. When things aren't going well for someone, even drinking water can choke them. This saying couldn't be more appropriate for me, but bad luck must have a limit too. That day, I was at home cleaning up, sorting out the things used by Chang Xing, preparing to throw them all away together, when unexpectedly I found an old phone in the cabinet. I recognized it as my younger sister-in-law Chang Yi's. That was back in 2019 when Chang Xing and I went to Phuket together. Chang Yi's family played with Kaylay for a few days, and even went to Chengdu to see the pandas. I feel they must have spent quite a bit of money. I feel a bit guilty. So I asked Cheng Xin to buy her a new model iPhone and gave it to her. Her old iPhone 6 was then used by my ex-mother-in-law, but she's not used to the Apple system, so it has been lying idle ever since. Recalling our trip to Phuket back then, Cheng Xin and I feel so disgusted I want to vomit. My ex-mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law were also kind. They helped take care of the children, allowing Cheng Xin and I to go on a honeymoon. At the time, I felt something was off with Cheng Xin. Normally, a trip like this without children around, especially with the beautiful sea views of Phuket, which has always been her dream place, she should have been very happy. But she was always absent-minded, couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Throughout the entire honeymoon trip, let alone being intimate, we rarely even held hands. She had a cold face the whole time, as if she was out with a stranger. The hotel we stayed at was Banyan Tree. When we were in Mingzhu City back then, it was her favorite global chain hotel. She specifically liked the beautiful seaside hotels. But in response to my teasing, she just said, "I'm too tired, let's sleep." It wasn't until things came to a head that I found out she was actually deeply involved with Han Ning-jun at that time. Looking at this phone in front of me, I couldn't help but feel sentimental. There were some sincere photos in the phone taken before the affair. I thought of opening it to take a look, so I charged the phone. To my surprise, the phone contained a major new discovery, which immediately changed the current deadlock. After charging the phone for a while, it turned on. There were very few apps inside, only WeChat and Douyin. My ex-mother-in-law mainly used this phone for watching videos and chatting on WeChat. I opened the phone's memory folder, and there were quite a few photos, including ones of our family of 3, my sister-in-law's family, and photos of my ex-mother-in-law with both families separately. As I looked and reflected, my eyes welled up unknowingly. How can a perfectly fine family, lacking nothing, fall apart just like that? Perhaps this is the unpredictability of life. Rain falls when it wants, mothers remarry. There are many things in life we can't control, let alone decide for others. I swiped the phone screen and went to the second page, where there was only one app, a cloud storage app. I thought to myself, the old lady is quite trendy, even knows how to use cloud storage. I casually opened it, and the album showed recent updates. I suddenly realized that this account belongs to Xia YZ. She has never logged out, and this phone can sync with the cloud drive. There are many photos in the album, many of which are recent updates from the past few months. Sincere photos, and a sincere photo of the two sisters at the zoo entrance. Wait, let me concentrate for a moment. This is not the zoo in Luo City. The entrance of the zoo in Luo City doesn't look like this. But in the photo, only the word zoo is visible. The preceding words are not captured. I looked through the other photos in the cloud drive and found, from a screenshot of a registration form, Chang Xian's hospital registration record at the second hospital of Luzhou City. The patient's name is Chang Xian. It was only at this moment that I realized Chang Xian, after being taken to the hospital by an ambulance, did not actually stay in the hospital. She left the next day and went to Xia YZ's house in Luzhou. Luzhou, I wondered why it was hidden so deeply. As it turns out, it was planned long ago. Escaping from this place of controversy, Chang Yi loves taking photos. There are many useful clues in the cloud drive, for instance, her sisters and former mother-in-law's family having a meal together in Luzhou. Chang Xian also exchanged her old house and has now moved to a new residence. From a delivery receipt saved under Xia YZ's name, I found Chang Xian's detailed address. This is a major discovery. After some thought, I activated my phone and sent a message to my former mother-in-law. It's been months, how long do you plan to hide? Let Chang Xian come back to divorce. From then on, we will go our separate ways. She can go wherever she wants and be with whomever she chooses. It has nothing to do with me. I sent the message out, waited for 10 minutes, and there was no reply from the other side. I don't have time to waste with you guys. I hurried back to get a divorce, but still no response. It's infuriating. I'm getting angry. Looks like I have to take drastic measures. I directly sent them the detailed address. Is this address correct? Since they are not coming back sincerely, I will have to go with the divorce agreement. As soon as the message was sent, they almost instantly replied. What's the meaning of this? What are you trying to do? See, it's not that they are not replying to your messages, it's that they are treating you like a clown. They see you raging in incompetence. Now that they have caught you in a weak spot, they still reply instantly. It's meaningless. Tell Chang Xin to come back and get divorced. Then, go to the Discipline Inspection Commission to explain her situation. If she keeps dodging like this, I will have to go to Luzhou to find her. To make them believe, I logged into the 12306 ticket booking website, tried to buy a high-speed train ticket to Luzhou for the next day, and even took a screenshot of the payment page to send over. Let me ask one last time, will Chang Xin come back or not? Before the divorce, the mother-in-law didn't send a text but directly sent a voice message. Fang Xing, what exactly are you trying to do? Xin is currently unable to come back. She's ill, suffering from severe depression, and has been receiving psychiatric treatment and counseling. I remembered the medical record I saw on the cloud drive. The words spoken by Monk Dan to the old lady matched up. It seems that Chang Xing indeed has mental issues. Yesterday morning, Chang Yi took her to the neurology department at the hospital. Is my wife's illness serious? Should I go check on her? If things get really bad, I'll take her to Mingzhu or Beijing for treatment. I sent a voice message. The words my wife, I almost gritted my teeth as I said them, even I felt a chill down my spine, not to mention my former mother-in-law. She trembled even in her voice when she heard it. Don't act recklessly. Sometimes people are like this. When you feel helpless against others, your anger will only turn you into a clown. But when you can threaten the other party, your smile is like a crocodile's tears, capable of making the other party feel fear and dread. Mom, look at what you're saying. How could I act recklessly? My wife is sick, I need to go and accompany her. I understand. My wife. Are you suggesting I bring Han Ingjun along? After sending the previous two messages, I sent a smiling face emoji. I was clearly heartbroken, but I had a sickly smile on my face. Yes, I was smiling. Chang Xin was once the woman I loved and cherished the most. Every time she fell ill, I was there to take care of her, fearing she wouldn't recover well. But this time, not only will I not take care of her, but I will also ridicule her, even throw stones at her while she's down. On one hand, I wish she would just die from her illness, but on the other hand, I fear she might need some accident. This twisted mentality, I don't even know how to describe it. Perhaps it's the demon in my heart that I haven't truly overcome. She hasn't replied all this time. I'm about to send another message to provoke her. This is a medical record from my former mother-in-law, along with some psychological evaluation forms. Then she sent a picture of a bag filled with various medications. Take a look yourself. Are these all just stars to you? She's really sick now and can't go back. Are you trying to force her to death? I could have treated this illness early on. Stray off the path, find a lover, whatever it takes to cure depression. If that's not enough, add one more thing, restore my image, regain my reputation. Will that finally shut up my former mother-in-law? People need face and trees need bark. No matter how shameless they are, they can't withstand my ridicule and sarcasm. Besides, they are the ones at fault themselves, making your daughter come back to end the marriage. Otherwise, don't blame me for making crazy moves. I'm preparing to play my trump card and cut off the source for Chang Xin. Not only does it harm the spirit, but it also costs money. I've thought of ways to retaliate against the in-laws. I've also searched for some information online and done my homework. Then I called Qin Zhanghe. It's been a while since we last talked. How have you been lately? Qin Zhanghe paused for a moment, feeling a bit confused. It's been a while since we last talked. Was it your twin brother who called me the day before yesterday? Cut the act. Tell me what you need. Are you trying to add some tears to your love letter again? Whenever Qin Zhanghe sees me, he's torn between wanting to avoid me but also not being able to ignore me. If they let me be, who knows what trouble I might cause. After all, the lesson from the last emotional outburst is still fresh in their minds. They don't want to, nor dare to, repeat the same mistakes. Come on, Qin Zhanghe, I just wanted to ask, do we need a hospitalization certificate to take a long leave from our unit? Even though their unit is heavily covering up for Chang Xing and Han Ingjun in this cheating incident, I can understand, it's human nature. But now Chang Xing is hiding in Luzhou, still receiving treatment at a private hospital's outpatient clinic, and most importantly, she hasn't been hospitalized at all. In that case, how did she get approved for several months of sick leave? Only a fool would believe there's nothing fishy going on here. Yes, this is the unit's regulation. Speaking of which, does Chang Xin have a hospitalization certificate? Chang Xin is indeed ill, and it's not a minor illness. She is currently undergoing treatment at the hospital. In my heart, I sneered. I asked if Chang Xin had a hospitalization certificate. Why are you talking about something else? Isn't this a case of thieves shouting thieves? Xin Shu, I sent you a screenshot. I need your unit to give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, you will have to deal with the disciplinary committee. I sent Qin Zhanghe the registration information of Chang Xin at the hospital in Luzhou. I also have a diagnosis certificate issued by a doctor here, even the specific psychiatric medication prescribed. I know it all very well. It is enough to prove that Chang Xin did not stay in the hospital. I want to ask, who approved her sick leave for the past few months? I am not familiar with the regulations in this area. Before making the call, I searched online. Chang Xin's behavior should be considered a violation, a way of deceiving financial funds. Their unit clearly knows this, yet they are turning a blind eye. According to relevant laws and regulations, their unit should be warned or publicly criticized. For the directly responsible supervisors and other directly responsible personnel, those with serious disciplinary issues should be demoted or dismissed, and those with severe issues should be terminated. In simple terms, the sincerity and the behavior of their unit are both illegal, and both sides are breaking the law knowingly. But I also understand that rules are rules, reality is reality. While there are laws to abide by, in reality, not all laws are followed. Being in the big melting pot of society, I naturally understand the intricacies. Normally, everyone is friendly, the unit turns a blind eye at times, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, everyone is happy. But in this particular matter, since I caught the tail, I'm sorry, you must handle it officially. Otherwise, we will be in violation of discipline, and by the way, I haven't seen Director Zhou for several days. I really miss her. Feng Ming, please don't act impulsively. I will verify it immediately. If it is confirmed that Cheng Xing did not go to the hospital, it won't just be about stopping the salary. The illegal gains from these months will also need to be recovered. Qin Zhong and Yan said solemnly, this is a hidden benefit within the unit, absolutely cannot be exposed. Otherwise, the whole unit will suffer. I exchanged pleasantries with Qin Zhong again, promising not to act recklessly. I will wait for the results of her investigation. If you are sincere, then be sincere. Come back, divorce, and then explain everything to the Discipline Inspection Commission. Let's part ways peacefully. You can go your way, and I'll go mine. It would be so much better this way. Instead of dragging it out, holding on to unrealistic hopes of reinstatement, don't blame me for cutting off your financial resources. Without a source of income, let's see how long you can hide. Qin Zhong acted quickly this time. He replied to me the same afternoon. Chang Xin and Han Ningjuan's salaries have been cut off, and they have recovered 7 months of illegal gains. Han Ningjun has a hospitalisation certificate from a top-tier hospital, but she never actually stayed there. Their unit is worried that I have evidence, so they even stopped her salary. Their unit is afraid of me, resorting to either posting videos or on Weibo. They just entered the Discipline Inspection Commission, and then went to the Public Security Bureau. It's not just about emotions, even their top leaders can't handle it. They keep inviting my unit leaders to dinner, asking them to advise me to stop causing trouble. Even my unit leaders are helpless. I don't want a promotion, and they can't suppress me with bonuses or fire me. Faced with someone who desires nothing, they have no way to deal with it. Except for Lao Ren and Mei Dajie, all the unit leaders have talked to me privately. I made a request for fairness, and all the leaders tactfully fell silent. Since they couldn't provide the fairness I asked for, the unit stopped paying salaries. They also want to recover her previous illegal gains, which has made Cheng Xing, who already had a low income, suddenly financially tight. She not only has to pay for medical treatment out of pocket, but also has to pay for social security herself. Along with renting a place and other miscellaneous expenses, life has become extremely difficult for her. Soon after, the former mother-in-law called. Feng Xing, are you still human? Are you really willing to push Xing Xing to death? Is that what you're content with? Come back and divorce, then go to the disciplinary committee to explain everything clearly. I was like a parrot, repeating the previous demands. You're not human, you're pushing people to a dead end. I was blind to marry you in the first place. I hung up the phone directly. Now you know life is tough? Why didn't you realize it earlier? When you were having an affair, being all lovey-dovey with your lover, did you ever think about today? You reap what you sow, you can't live. Don't blame others. That day, after the meeting, I came out of the office and noticed many colleagues looking at me strangely. I was a bit puzzled at that time. But when I saw the notice issued by the unit in the workgroup about regulations on leave management for XXX unit employees, I finally understood why they were looking at me strangely. I got implicated. Originally it was a precise strike against Cheng Xin, but it ended up hurting a lot of people, even affecting our unit. From the moment the management notice was issued, employee leave must be strictly in accordance with the rules and regulations. The era of saying, "Boss, I'm sick today, I need a day off," and still getting paid for it as a hidden benefit is completely gone. Brother, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. Hu Jichao was well informed. He told me that almost all units in Luocheng City have issued notices, and employees' sick leave must be strictly in accordance with relevant laws and regulations. Logically, attendance in units should have been in accordance with laws and regulations, but because this area had always been in a state of everyone's happy by default, when the policy became normal, everyone felt uncomfortable. And by breaking this unwritten rule, I naturally became the target of anger. It made me a bit amused and exasperated. What is this? Killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of our own? Cheng Xian and Han Ingjun, this pair of scoundrels, had their source of income cut off by me, which finally allowed me to vent some frustration. But that's far from enough. Cheng Xian is short of money, while Han Ingjun is not. The salary is just a drop in the bucket for him. How can I hurt Han Ingjun deeply? That's what I need to consider. However, it's not easy to hurt him. This guy has power, influence, and money at home, and he only cares about his future. But for the moment, I can't find any loopholes, making this matter difficult to handle. Weibo is still chaotic, and I haven't received any useful clues. Someone took a picture of Han Ingjun with my wife and sent it to me via private message. The photo was taken secretly. Although the man in the photo was wearing a mask, I recognized him as Han Ingjun at a glance. The woman he was hugging also wore a mask, and only her profile was captured. Judging from the figure, it wasn't Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian went to Luzhou, while the location in the photo was in Luocheng. It must be said that people with power and influence lead a more simple and boring life than those with money. The disciplinary committee was eagerly waiting to question, but he didn't care at all. He just took sick leave and went out with a beautiful woman. Is it outrageous? Is it absurd? But he did it. Who can do anything about it? Whether you admit it or not, class distinctions exist. I thanked the netizen who provided the clue and told him to inform me promptly if there was any news in the future. Days passed by like this, and I returned to the life of a middle-aged man worse off than a dog. Busy with work during the day, taking care of the children at night, and finding time to take my father to the hospital for treatment. Hu Jichao invited me out for dinner several times, but I couldn't find the time. I found 2 girls to help you relax. Get lost. I'm not interested. No, brother, you haven't touched a woman in months. Don't you have any needs? What needs? I'm exhausted. I've even given up my side job. Where do I have the mood and energy to think about men and women? Do you think I'm as idle as you are? I bought a giant children's bicycle online for Kaylee, and after installing it, the little guy happily rode the bike around the neighborhood. Dad, now that I have a bike, can I go far away? The little guy, a cute little boy with big bright eyes and a lively spirit, asked. Where does Kaylee want to go? I asked with a smile. I want to go find Mom and bring her back. I was stunned, feeling uneasy in my heart. Son, your mom can't come back. She can never come back. She's no longer your mom. As a father, even though I've done my best to take care of him, I still feel guilty for not being able to give him a complete family. Half a year has passed. Maybe he's gradually getting used to life without a mom, as the little guy is not as restless as before. But he still occasionally thinks of his mom, and calls out for her in his dreams. When I take him out to play, he observes and then asks me, Dad, why do other kids have their moms take them out to play, but I have you taking me out to play? Where is my mom? Every time this happens, I think of Cheng Xian. Honestly, I really admire this woman. How did I not realize how cold-hearted she was when we were together? How ruthless must a mother be to leave her child for half a year without seeing or speaking to them? It's really hard to imagine such a mother in this world. But Cheng Xian did it. I know she never really liked children, but even if you don't like them, Kaylee is your own flesh and blood. Are you really so heartless to abandon him like that? The scattered epidemic is finally out of control. With more and more people infected, it seems that a lockdown is inevitable. People are panicking, and they start hoarding goods, causing prices to soar. Rising prices are not the main issue. The key is the severe shortage of various daily necessities, which are simply unavailable, and even if you manage to buy them, deliveries are delayed. The government quickly implemented measures to crack down on speculation and price gouging, catching a wave of profiteers, and finally stabilizing the prices of rice, flour, cooking oil, and vegetables. The main problem now is the disrupted logistics. Farmers' produce is rotting in the fields, while ordinary people can't even put food on the table. Supply and demand are severely imbalanced. Luocheng has implemented a grid management system, with roadblocks at every level, making it impossible for logistics to pass through, and most delivery workers are also isolated at home and unable to work. The whole city is in chaos, and the peaceful days have been shattered. My residential area is not completely closed yet, but there are rumors flying everywhere. The property management has notified that the area may be closed at any time, and everyone should stock up on food in advance. Our unit has also become busy, with constant meetings, not only to ensure epidemic prevention and control, but also to prepare for remote work at any time. Many cities across the country have been locked down, and Luochang is unlikely to be spared. I check the data released by the Health Commission every day, watching the rising number of positive cases, and I realize that the situation is not good. We have some medication stocked at home, but not much. I called Aunt May, and through her connections, I managed to get a dozen boxes of ibuprofen, Lianhua Qingwen, and other scarce medicines on the market, as well as 295 masks. Before our residential area was completely closed, Hu Jichao drove over, bringing dozens of pounds of vegetables. There were also large amounts of pork, beef, lamb, chicken, and other meat, filling up my big refrigerator. I looked at the dozens of boxes of Ultraman, excavator, construction vehicles, and puzzle toys that Hu Jichao unloaded from the car, feeling puzzled. When did you start selling toys? It was brought over from a boss's house. His shop is about to close down. I was thinking that I don't know how long this closure will last. My eldest nephew must be bored at home, so I brought it over. Hu Jichao hurried over, unloaded the goods without even drinking a sip of water, and left in a hurry. By the way, Lao Feng, I have a new girlfriend. She seems nice. When the epidemic is over, I'll bring her over for you to see. After saying this, Hu Jichao waved his hand and quickly left. He didn't enter my house but placed all the supplies at the elevator entrance, repeatedly reminding me to disinfect before moving them into the house. I knew he was afraid of infecting my family with the virus himself. After all, he had been socializing outside all the time, interacting with many people, while there are elderly and children in my house. The notice for working from home from the unit also came down. This is good, I can spend more time with my children at home, but I have to put the matter of revenge on hold for now. As the saying goes, with food in hand, one does not panic. The reserves of supplies in my house are quite sufficient. Even if the four of us stay at home for a month without going out, it will be completely enough. At this time, I never thought that a disaster was brewing and would soon come to my house, almost crushing me. Not far from my house downstairs is the children's playground in the community, visible through the window from the balcony. It is usually very lively here, with adults and children gathering. It is the most popular place in the community. With the community entering a complete lockdown, the once bustling playground is now completely deserted. Apart from a few security guards in protective suits, there is not a single soul in the community. There is a constant stream of bad news in the owners group chat. Today this family tested positive, tomorrow that family tested positive, close contacts are being taken away by community volunteers in vans, and the doorsteps of close contact families are sealed with tape. There have been confirmed cases of positive patients on the 8th floor above and the 6th floor below in my building. Can my family escape? My heart is also hanging by a thread. Soon, the door of my house was knocked on by community workers. There was a shop outside the community called Wine Brother Vegetables where someone tested positive. My parents bought vegetables there a couple of days ago, and through the travel code, it was traced that they were close contacts and needed to be taken away for centralized isolation. When the community workers explained the situation to my family, my mother was playing with a toy excavator on the balcony with a cola in her arms. When she heard that she was a close contact, she was so scared that she hurriedly put down the cola and moved away from him. Grandma! The little one thought Grandma was playing with him and chased after her for a hug. My mother's face changed with fear. Stop, don't come over. She was so agitated that she made the cola cry. She was about to step forward to hug and comfort the cola, but when she thought that she might have been infected, she forcibly retracted her raised foot. Xiaoming, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and hug Cola and comfort him. My mother loves her grandson the most and can't bear to see him suffer. While comforting Cola, I found several boxes of Lianhua Qingwen and ibuprofen from the drawer and threw them to my father. My father is a man of action. After the community workers explained the situation, he started packing his bags. He casually took a few pieces of clean clothes, then stuffed the medicine into my old school bag, and pulled my mother. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Then he looked at me, disinfect the house. I nodded, holding Cola, and silently watched them leave. As they were about to leave, my mother turned back and glanced at me and Cola. My father pulled her and said angrily, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." I knew my father was afraid that if they were really carrying the virus, they would infect Cola and me, so he kept urging my mother to leave quickly. My mother also knows that she may have been infected, but she can't bear to leave the child. The early death rate of the new coronavirus is quite high, especially for the elderly. Once my parents are gone, it may be a permanent separation, but I don't have time to think about these things at all. As soon as they left, I put a children's KN95 mask on Coke, then carried him back to the bedroom, put him on the bed, and let him watch Boonie Bears on his phone. The little guy is grown up, and now he doesn't like to watch Super Baby Team anymore. After arranging the little guy, I quickly opened the windows for ventilation, and then thoroughly disinfected the room with 84 disinfectant and alcohol. After busy for nearly an hour, when I returned to the bedroom, the little guy was already asleep on the pillow. I sprayed myself all over with alcohol, then stood at the window to ventilate, blowing until the alcohol smell on my body lessened a bit. Then I walked back into the bedroom, turned the little guy over, and covered him with a blanket. Ibuprofen suspension, Zayachehu, ear thermometer. I had put all these things in the bedside table in advance, just in case. If my parents are infected, Coke and I will definitely not be spared because we haven't worn masks at home these days. If I get infected, it's not a big deal, but Coke is still young. If he gets infected too, it will be troublesome. But no one can predict these things. The virus doesn't care if you're rich or poor, and it doesn't understand respecting the elderly or loving the young. Whether it's good or bad luck depends on individual fate. I called Coke's grandmother. They have already arrived at the centralized isolation point, getting their temperatures measured, telling me not to worry, and reminding me to pay more attention to the child at night. Not long after, bad news came from the isolation point. My parents' test results came out, and both of them tested positive. According to the city's health and epidemic prevention regulations and requirements, Coke and I also have to go to centralized isolation, but there are too many infected people, and all the isolation points are full. There's no choice but to isolate at home first. Our home was also sealed off, not allowed to step out of the door. I took a look at the owners group in my spare time, and almost all the communities in our area have been affected, with hundreds of people diagnosed as positive. Even the security guards have been changed twice. Daddy, why haven't Grandpa and Grandma come back yet? After the little guy woke up, he lay on the balcony alone, looking outside through the glass. The usually lively playground had no children at all, so he started asking about Grandpa and Grandma again. Since Chang Xin left, the little guy has become particularly sensitive. If he can't see Daddy or Grandpa and Grandma for a while, he will keep asking, afraid that we will suddenly disappear like Chang Xin. I patted the little guy's head. Grandpa and Grandma are sick, getting injections at the hospital. The little guy exclaimed, "Injections hurt, will Grandpa and Grandma cry?" He is most afraid of injections. Every time he gets a vaccine, he cries and struggles, needing two people to hold him down. I chatted with him absent-mindedly, checking his temperature every 10 minutes. Until the evening, the little guy showed no signs of abnormality. But I couldn't be happy at all because I got sick. There were no warning signs. I fell ill directly, with all-over body pain. Then came a high fever. My temperature soared to 39.6 degrees. My throat felt like it was being cut with a knife. I could hardly speak. I was worried about infecting Coke, so I deliberately kept my distance from him and let him play by himself. But in the vast empty house, especially as night fell, the little guy felt no sense of security at all. Wherever I went, he followed, clinging to me. I didn't expect the new coronavirus to be so fierce, giving no time for buffer. From the onset of symptoms, my whole body was in so much pain that I couldn't even stand up, even after taking 3 ibuprofen tablets. But there is still a little one at home who needs care. I have to cook for him, play with him, wash his butt when he poops, and do my best to protect him from getting infected. Taking care of a patient with a high fever who can't even stand properly, and taking care of a 3-year-old child, the difficulties involved in this, only those who have experienced it firsthand would know. After putting the little one to sleep at night, I can finally relax a bit. At this moment, I don't think about anything else. I just want to rest and sleep. But I know I can't sleep. What if I fall asleep and the little one shows symptoms? I set my phone alarm to ring every half an hour, and I put on headphones on one ear so I can hear the alarm without waking up the little one. This night may be the most painful night I have ever experienced. I mean physically painful. Not only is the high fever not going down, but my whole body aches, and most importantly, I can't rest. I have to take the little one's temperature every half an hour. Every time the alarm goes off, it's a painful moment for me. It feels like I just closed my eyes and then I'm woken up. It's a cycle that's driving me crazy. The only comforting thing is that the little one is perfectly fine. I thought I could get through this night safely, but I was wrong. Misfortunes never come singly. This saying couldn't be more appropriate for me. At 4 in the morning, I was promptly woken up by the alarm, and as usual, I used a thermometer to check Cola's temperature. But when I touched his forehead, it was burning hot, and suddenly half of my sleepiness disappeared. After measuring with the thermometer, my heart sank. 39.4 degrees. Cola has a fever too. I quickly took out an ice pack from the refrigerator and placed it on his forehead and back. I tried to lower the temperature with physical methods first. The little one, who was sleeping soundly, was disturbed and started crying nonstop, making me feel restless. My condition didn't improve at all. My head was pounding. I kept telling myself that I couldn't collapse, so I gritted my teeth, endured the dizziness, body aches, and constantly comforted Cola. Suddenly, I felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. I quickly put the little one on the sofa, rushed to the bathroom, and started vomiting. The little one, who was half asleep, was startled by my actions on the sofa. Seeing me leave him and run, he thought I didn't want him anymore, and started crying loudly, "Daddy, don't leave me." He cried and chased after me, falling off the sofa in the process, crying even harder, crawling on the ground while chasing me. "Daddy, Daddy, don't leave me." I didn't finish vomiting, let alone rinse my mouth, so I quickly picked up the little one and comforted him, saying, "Cola, don't cry, Daddy won't leave you, never." The little one held onto my clothes tightly, with teary eyes, full of fear and unease. It was then that I noticed the little one's swollen eye corner, feeling both guilty and heartbroken. I thought that was the most painful night I had ever experienced, but in reality, it wasn't. Compared to what I was about to face next, tonight was just an appetizer. I finally understood a saying, "A speck of dust in the air is a mountain on everyone's shoulders." The night passed, but my symptoms didn't improve at all. My whole body ached, I had a fever, and I felt dizzy and disoriented. At this point, I didn't want anything, I just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. But I couldn't sleep. There was still a little one to take care of. I forced myself to go to the kitchen, boiled a pot of water, put a towel in the basin with hot water, wrung the hot towel dry, and wiped Cola's face, neck, and so on. The little guy didn't sleep well, got scared again, plus had a high fever, was very restless, crying for mommy one moment, wanting grandpa and grandma the next. I was exhausted from all the commotion. After being busy for most of the day, it was all in vain, as Kellyuo's high fever still didn't go down. There was no choice but to feed him ibuprofen suspension. The little guy didn't like taking medicine, not even if it was sweet. I used my thumb and index finger to open his mouth, forcefully poured it in, but he ended up spitting it out, splashing me in the face. I was already feeling unwell, hadn't rested well, and had been struggling all night, my patience worn thin. So, I put him on the sofa, sternly asking, "Do you want to drink it or not? If not, I'll hit you." The little guy ripped off the small lin ice patch on his forehead, threw it on the ground, crying hysterically, "I don't want to take medicine, I don't want to take medicine," sob. I got angry, about to spank him. The little guy was crying so hard he was almost out of breath, sobbing, "Mom, where are you, Mom?" My heart softened instantly, and I hugged him, crying. Yes, I, a grown man, was crying while holding a 3-year-old child. At that moment, I finally understood the bitterness and helplessness of life. I am a person, not a cold machine. I have emotions, joys, and sorrows. The woman I loved the most betrayed me and left home. My parents, who raised me, got infected and were taken away for quarantine. My only spiritual support, my beloved son, also fell ill, with a high fever and constant crying. And I, the only pillar of the family, was on the verge of collapsing. I really couldn't hold on anymore, physically and mentally exhausted. I felt like such a failure. I couldn't take care of the people around me, not even myself. A heavy sense of powerlessness rose in my heart. The little guy was very sad, but when I cried, he stopped. He wiped my tears, comforting me, saying, "Dad, don't cry, okay?" My emotions were released, and I felt a lot lighter, at least the tension in my mind had eased. Middle age is worse than being a dog. Perhaps this is the fate of middle-aged men. You are no longer yourself, you no longer live for yourself. I kept telling myself, I must persevere, no matter how bitter or difficult it gets, I can't fall. If I fall, how will the old and young in the family live on? Okay, Dad won't cry, will Kelly be obedient and drink the medicine? Okay. The little guy stubbornly agreed and finally drank the ibuprofen suspension. I was afraid it wasn't enough, so I added a little more. After drinking the ibuprofen, I gave him some warm water, then held him and comforted him to sleep. The little guy was weak and feeble, saying, "Dad, why hasn't Mom come back yet? Dad, I miss Mom. Dad, can you take me to find Mom, please?" When the little guy is upset or sick, he still thinks of his mom. Unfortunately, his mom never looked at him again or said a word to him until she passed away. I carried the little guy back and forth between rooms, back and forth. I don't know how long it took, but the little guy finally fell asleep, and I couldn't hold on any longer. I collapsed on the bed, slowly closing my eyes. I really wanted to sleep. Just as my eyes were about to close, I suddenly woke up. I couldn't sleep yet. I forcefully twisted my thigh, turning the flesh into a twisted shape. Under the painful stimulation, my consciousness regained a bit of clarity. I got up from the bed, quietly closed the bedroom door, dragged my heavy body to the living room, ready to call the community hospital, to inform them in advance, so that in case of any emergency, I wouldn't be left in the dark. Although the medical conditions at the community hospital are limited, it is the closest to my home. With the roads closed now, there is no hope of going to other hospitals. I made 7 or 8 calls in a row, but they were all busy and I couldn't get through at all. There was no choice but to call the property management. The property management replied that now we can only isolate at home and find a way to help ourselves. The hospital is already overloaded. Even if you manage to get an appointment, there are no doctors available, and even if the doctors see you, there is nothing they can do because the hospital has run out of medicine. I saw in the news that several major hospitals in Luocheng City are even running out of fever-reducing drugs, doctors and nurses are continuously diagnosed, and medical staff are in urgent need. It is said that medical students are now being mobilized from medical schools to support hospitals. After hanging up the phone, I silently prayed for God's protection, hoping that my parents and my son could safely get through this ordeal. If God must punish, please let all the sins fall on me alone. Before dawn, I vomited again. My high fever finally subsided, although 38.2 degrees Celsius is still high. Compared to 39 degrees, it is completely acceptable. However, my body became even weaker, my head felt swollen and uncomfortable, my reactions were slow and dull. I used an ear thermometer to measure the temperature of the little one, 39.8 degrees Celsius. It has been over an hour and there is no sign of it coming down. The little one was burning up, barely able to speak. I felt that something was not right. So, without further delay, I quickly packed a few essential items such as formula, warm water, diapers, and then wrapped the little one in a blanket and carried him downstairs. It was only downstairs that I realized the building entrance was locked from the outside, and I couldn't get out at all. I called the property security guard over and asked him to open the door, saying that the child was very ill and needed to be taken to the hospital. The security guard advised me to go back and give the child some medicine first, as the hospital was no longer admitting patients. Even if he opened the door for me to leave, I couldn't go to the hospital because all the roads were closed with many checkpoints. You go back first, I will call the leader to report and ask the community hospital to send a doctor over as soon as possible. The security guard registered my information, took down my phone number, then waved me to go back and wait for the doctor to come, and left. I was furious but had no way out. The main gate was locked, and I couldn't get out at all. I had no choice but to carry the little one back home. Many years later, whenever I think back on this, I regret my decision. Because of this decision, I almost killed the little one. If I had the courage and determination to break the window from the beginning, the tragedy that followed would not have happened. I returned home with the little one. The little one's fever did not go down, which was troublesome. I called a doctor I knew, and he told me that if the fever did not go down, I didn't have to wait for 12 hours, I could repeat the ibuprofen every 4 to 6 hours, but not more than 4 times in 24 hours. I gave the little one the medicine again. Considering that it had been less than 3 hours since the last dose, I reduced the amount slightly. The little one was sickly, with no strength to cry. I opened his mouth and managed to give him the medicine. After a while, I made him some formula. He refused to drink, no matter how I tried to coax him. Well, a sick person is uncomfortable, so how could he have any appetite? Since last night until now, I haven't eaten anything, I have no appetite at all. Now my whole body is either in pain or tired, physically and mentally exhausted, wanting to lie down and rest, but I dare not sleep at all. Dad, does Mom not want me anymore? The little one lay on the bed, weakly asking. Mom is also sick, getting injections at the hospital. I lied to him. After giving the little one the medicine, I kept wiping his body with a hot towel, hoping to bring down his temperature. But over half an hour passed, and his temperature not only did not decrease, but rose to 41 degrees. The more ibuprofen he drank, the higher his temperature. This is too abnormal. I hurriedly called the property management, and they said the community doctor was still treating someone else's home, and it might be the afternoon before they could come to my house. I no longer hoped for the community doctor, so I put on my backpack and prepared to take Coke to the hospital. At that moment, the little one suddenly started convulsing, with foam coming out of his mouth. I was almost scared to death and quickly held him. Coke, Coke! I called out in panic, holding him tightly in my arms. The little one no longer responded, convulsing in my arms, eyes unfocused, rolling back. I rushed into the elevator with him in my arms. When I got downstairs, the door of the building was still locked. I took out the pre-prepared kitchen knife from my backpack and smashed the glass with the back of the knife, making a cracking sound. The sound of smashing the glass was too loud, and Coke's weak body trembled slightly. I knew this time it was not due to illness but fear. But I couldn't care about that anymore, swinging the kitchen knife and smashing the crack in a frenzy, finally breaking a hole in the half-meter-high rectangular glass. I carried Coke and crouched to get out. After leaving the building, I headed straight for the north gate because the car was parked outside the north gate. Before that, I saw someone in the owners group saying that there was a notice from above, instructing the security guards to strictly guard and not let anyone out. Several families couldn't rush out to send their seriously ill family members to the hospital, so I prepared the kitchen knife in advance. If anyone dared to stop me from going to the hospital, I would have to fight. At this moment, I was like a ticking time bomb, willing to do anything for my son. "Hey, what are you doing? Go back quickly, the community is closed, you can't go out." Hey, don't get excited, let's talk slowly." The security guard at the door was about to stop me, but seeing my dark face and holding a shiny kitchen knife, he backed away while trying to calm me down. "My son is very seriously ill, I have to take him to the hospital, open the door and let me out." I revealed a corner of the blanket. Coke's eyes were white, and he was barely breathing. The security guard, seeing me holding a kitchen knife and approaching step by step, almost knelt down. "It's not that I won't let you out, it's that they won't let me, letting one person out, and I won't have my salary this month. Because of this epidemic, my wife has been unemployed for over half a year, my son is still in high school, my daughter is in junior high, the whole family relies on my salary of over 2,000 yuan to make a living." The security guard was indeed not easy, being scolded by the owners every day, easily complained about, and having his salary deducted when complained about. They were all struggling at the bottom of society, who could say who was better off? Normally, I would sympathize with his situation. But now, I had no sympathy at all, I was too preoccupied with my own affairs. How could I have the leisure to sympathize with others? I kept walking, holding the kitchen knife, and went straight to the access control point. At that moment, I only had one thought in my mind: I must take Coke to the hospital. Whoever dares to stop me, I will fight with them. There were two security guards on duty, one in his early 40s and the other around 20 years old. The older security guard tried to calm me down while stepping back. The young security guard was bold, moving step by step trying to stop me. Without saying a word, I swung the kitchen knife at his arm, leaving no room for hesitation, not pretending. The young security guard's face changed color in fear, quickly stepping back and no longer daring to block me. The older security guard saw that I really dared to attack, not pretending, so he said, "Give me the knife, I'll open the door for you to leave." I gave him a cold look. "Open the door. If you take the knife, can I still leave? Even though I have a high fever, I'm not delirious. I'll open the door for you to leave, but you have to give me the knife." "Okay." The older security guard opened the door, I walked out, and casually placed the knife on the table outside the door. The young security guard panicked. "Uncle Hong, you let him go, we won't get paid this month." Uncle Hong put away the knife, sighed. "Didn't you see the child in his arms? He's in bad shape." "I know, but, oh damn, it really hurts." The young security guard was dumbfounded, as he saw Uncle Hong pick up a kitchen knife and cut his palm. "What are you standing there for? Quickly get me a band-aid." Uncle Hong was in pain, gritting his teeth. The young security guard hurriedly went to the security room and brought 2 band-aids. "Uncle Hong, what's this?" We tried our best to stop him, but couldn't, he even cut me. "Uncle Hong, you know, the company is stingy, they won't compensate you for work injury." "I don't want work injury compensation, as long as they don't deduct my salary, taking this cut was worth it." I opened the car door, placed the weak little one in the baby seat, then stepped on the gas pedal and sped away. "Son, we're almost at the hospital, hold on a little longer." My hands on the steering wheel were trembling uncontrollably. I was really panicked, at a loss. I'd never been so panicked and scared in my life, not only panicked but also afraid. I dare not imagine if something happens to my son, if I still have the courage to go on. I observed the road conditions while looking at my son. He was slumped in the seat, half-closed eyes, all white eyeballs. The road was empty, not a single car, so I stepped on the gas pedal. But just as I accelerated, I encountered a checkpoint at a major intersection. Several police officers were stationed at the checkpoint, signaling me to stop from a distance. It seemed they wanted to check if I had the necessary clearance documents. I frantically honked the horn to warn them, urging them to move aside, then directly crashed through the barrier blocking the road. It wasn't that I intentionally wanted to break through the checkpoint, but I really couldn't afford to delay any longer. My son's life was at stake, every second of delay could be life-threatening. If I followed the normal procedure, I would have to stop voluntarily, pull over for a security check, explain without the necessary clearance documents. I would have reached the hospital by the time all that happened. But as luck would have it, I was in a hurry. The police had their duties, but they wouldn't let me go. 2 police cars rushed out, one on each side, forcing me to stop. "What's going on? Get out of the car. What do you want?" Crashing through the checkpoint. "Are you trying to kill someone? Open the door, get out and show your documents." Several police officers angrily surrounded me, but when they saw the little one on the child's seat barely breathing, they were all stunned. "Don't get out, follow me in the car." One of the police officers got into the police car and led the way, asking me to follow behind. The police car was fast, sirens blaring all the way. 3 checkpoints along the way were directly cleared. Usually it would take over half an hour to drive to the hospital, but this time it only took 10 minutes. When I arrived at the hospital, I opened the car door, ready to carry Coke down. Suddenly my eyes went black, and I fell down. The policeman who brought me here was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and hurriedly supported me. "You can't do this, it's very serious." He frowned. "When you are so ill, dare you still drive recklessly? Do you not care about your life?" I took a moment to recover, my vision gradually restored. Then while holding the child, I hoarsely said, "I'm fine, thank you, comrade policeman." Great kindness needs no words. This gratitude cannot be expressed in just a few words. When this matter is over, I will definitely personally send a banner to their unit. The policeman who brought me here should have seen that I was seriously ill, because I was struggling even to pick up a child weighing over 20 pounds. He really wanted to help me, but at this time in the hospital, it was difficult to get in and out. He had tasks to do and couldn't stay here for long. "You have to hold on, everything will be fine." He patted my shoulder. I nodded, not daring to delay for a moment, picked up Coke and rushed towards the hospital diagnostic building. The security guard originally wanted to stop me because you need to show identification to enter the hospital, but when he saw me holding a child who was barely breathing, he hurriedly opened the door and let me in. The hospital was crowded with people, from the entrance to the respiratory department's waiting hall, leaning against the wall, lying on the floor, crouching, groaning in pain, crying and shouting for doctors to save them. At this moment, all living beings were vividly displayed. I didn't wait in line, I went straight to the front with my son, and immediately faced a wave of criticism. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Everyone is lining up, and you're cutting in line, thinking you're special? Security, security, someone is cutting in line." The reaction of the on-site security guards responsible for maintaining order was the same as the security guard at the entrance. One second they wanted to scold, the next second they let me through directly. "Everyone calm down, he's holding a child, let him go first. No need to take a number. Go in directly and find Director Chen." No one in the queue said a word. Everyone who came to the hospital at this time was a critically ill patient, but even at this point, everyone implicitly agreed on an age-old truth: the elderly and children come first. This is not just a slogan. There is no explicit law, but everyone thinks so. Guided by the duty nurse, I rushed into the department holding Coke. Doctor, please save my son." I was already in tears at that time, coupled with the persistent high fever. My vision was almost completely black. I don't know what I said to the doctor, how I got to the emergency room, or how I tremblingly signed the critically ill notice. When Coke was brought to the hospital, he was already lifeless. The faint breath and slight pulse seemed to only prove to the doctor that he still had a chance to be saved. I stood like a statue at the entrance of the emergency room, with a heavy darkness in front of me, almost unable to see the big words "emergency room" on the door. I knew my body had reached its limit, and if I didn't rest soon, I might collapse first. But in this situation, how could I rest? I stood motionless at the door, although my head was splitting, but in my mind, I remembered the scene of seeing the little guy for the first time. "It's a boy, the child is very healthy, congratulations." The nurse handed the child to me, a skinny little guy weighing only 5 pounds and 2 ounces, shriveled and ugly. "It's a boy." Chang Xian lay on the hospital bed, unable to hide her disappointment in her voice. Both of us wanted a daughter, but things didn't go as planned. Boys and girls are both good. Boys take after their mothers, grow up to be as smart as you, and a handsome guy. Saying that, I brought the child to Chang Xian's side. She glanced at him and said disdainfully, "So ugly." At this moment, a big sister from the Chinese Academy of Sciences Mingzhu Research Institute in the same delivery room came over and took a look, saying, "Oh my, this is considered ugly? Come and see my son, I really suspect I gave birth to a monster." Her husband held the baby like a treasure and said with a smile, "All babies look like this when they are just born, no eyes yet. Wait for some time, they will all be little angels." The nurse came to check on Chang Xian and after the examination said, "Remember to have your husband change the baby's diaper." It was my first time changing the baby's diaper, and I was clumsy. As soon as I opened his little legs, the baby peed directly, splashing me in the face. I don't know why I thought of this scene. Maybe this is where the dream begins. Now the dream is about to end. From the starting point to the end, it is a cycle of fate. Some things are predestined. The doctors in the emergency room were busy coming in and out, and once again gave me a critical condition notice. I was completely stunned, petrified. I don't know why I am in the hospital. I don't know why I am alive. I am too tired. I just want to close my eyes and sleep. How I wish that when I wake up, someone will tell me that this is just a dream. Chang Xian did not cheat. My parents were not taken away for isolation. and even Kaylee was not infected. But, is this really a dream? The phone in my pocket rang. It was an unknown number calling. Hello, is this Fong Chen? I didn't respond, thinking it was a sales call, about to hang up, but the voice on the other end said, "We are from XXX Hospital, the designated isolation hospital where my parents are. Your mother is not doing well, she wants to see you one last time, please come over quickly." This call from the isolation hospital was like a bolt from the blue, almost knocking me out. I thought the hospital giving a critical condition notice to Kaylee was the darkest moment of my life, but now there was also unfortunate news from my mother's side. To be honest, upon hearing this news, I was in a panic, filled with fear, at a loss. Kaylee has already been given a critical condition notice twice, and is currently being treated in the emergency room. The doctor told me to prepare myself mentally, because the hope of survival is extremely slim. As a father, I cannot abandon my child at this time. He is only 3 years old, still a child. If even he hasn't given up, what reason do I have not to be here to support him? But my mother is also not doing well. She wants to see me one last time before she goes. As a son, if I don't even see my own mother one last time, it would be a disgrace. My mind went blank. I didn't know what to do. My vision started to blur, darkness crept in. I didn't know how much longer my body could hold on, but I knew that I had to make a difficult choice now. Should I stay here to accompany my son to the end, or should I go see my mother one last time? My lips twitched, my throat dry as a knife cut, my heart filled with infinite bitterness, like a knife twisting. This is truly a difficult decision. I have never experienced such a dark moment in my life. But I have to make a choice. Time waits for no one. I took out my phone, trembling, and dialed Hu Jichao's number. My voice was trembling as I spoke. "Lao Hu, my mother is not doing well, she wants to see me one last time. But I can't go now, can you go in my place to send her off?" My nephew, Hu Jichao, knows me well, and now that my mother is about to leave and I can't go to send her off, he easily guessed that I was held back by Kaylee. He's also not doing well. The hospital has already issued a critical condition notice. The voice on the phone choked up for a moment. Brother, don't worry too much, everything will be fine, it will definitely be fine. Take care of your nephew, I will go to Hee's place." Hanging up the phone, Hu Jichao picked up the car keys and prepared to go out. A beautiful woman grabbed his arm. "Husband, where are you going?" Hu Jichao packed his things into his backpack while saying, "Fong Chen's mother is in critical condition, he can't make it, I have to go see." The woman was unhappy. Fong Chen again, it's always about Fong Chen every day. Am I important or is he important? Do you know that once you go out now, you may not come back? I don't care, you can't go anywhere today. Hu Jichao, with a frustrated expression, pushed her away and coldly said, "Lu Miaoyun, you better understand your position, don't say you're just my girlfriend now, even if we're married, you can't talk about Fong Chen like that. Hu Jichao, you have no conscience. When you were sick some time ago, who was by your side, who served you tea and water? It was me. Where was your good buddy, does he know? Let me tell you, Lu Miaoyun, stop bothering me like this, do you hear me? How am I bothering you? Clearly, you have made a bad choice in friends. Fong Chen has never considered you a friend, he is not worth associating with." Hu Jichao slapped her hard, his face cold, and said sternly, "What did you say?" Lu Miaoyun was stunned by the slap. "You hit me? Hu Jichao, you actually hit me for a trash friend." "Trash friend? Lu Miaoyun, are the things you eat and use provided by me? Do you know who gave me these things? It was Fong Chen. If it wasn't for him giving me 200,000 yuan to start my own business back then, I wouldn't even know where I would be now. Let me tell you, Lu Miaoyun, you can insult me, Hu Jichao, however you want, but if you dare to say a bad word about Fong Chen again, don't blame me for turning my back on you." After saying that, Hu Jichao grabbed his bag and slammed the door on his way out. He came from a single-parent family, raised by his father Hu Yueshan since he was a child. His father was always busy working outside, neglecting to discipline him. After dropping out of high school, Hu Jichao spent his days idling around, hanging out with thugs and gangsters, getting into fights and not focusing on work. When Uncle Hu suddenly passed away from a heart attack, Hu Jichao was still serving time in Liuzhou prison. At that time, I was in Birmingham, England, negotiating an important project. Upon receiving a notification from the Public Security Bureau, I flew back without completing the project to handle Uncle Hu's affairs. The project in England was a sure thing, but my sudden return caused the negotiations to stall, resulting in a loss of over 10 million yuan, and several shareholders demanded that I take responsibility for the matter. I had no choice but to give up my shares, essentially selling the company I had built from scratch. After selling the company, Chang Xin and I returned to Los Angeles together. "Bro, I owe you for life. When you helped my dad back then, now I'm helping Auntie. We brothers have finally balanced things out once." Hu Jichao drove out of the garage. There was a checkpoint at the garage exit. According to the requirements, the community was in a silent state, no one could enter or leave. Hu Jichao accelerated and smashed through the checkpoint, leaving the security guards at the entrance dumbfounded. Isn't that boss Hu's car? What's gotten into him? That's right, it's brother Hu's car. Oh my goodness, a BMW worth over 400,000, he just crashes like that. Is this how rich people live so recklessly? After leaving the community, Hu Jichao hadn't driven far when he encountered patrolling traffic police. The traffic police on a motorcycle shouted at him to pull over for inspection. Hu Jichao ignored them and accelerated directly. The traffic police couldn't catch up, so they called ahead to the checkpoint and said that there was a white BMW with license plate number XXX trying to break through, asking them to be prepared to intercept. However, before Hu Jichao reached the checkpoint ahead, a Tesla suddenly shot out from a diagonal intersection that was not an intersection. Both cars were fast and there was no time to avoid each other, and they collided with a bang. The people in the car were fine, but the front of the car was damaged, exaggerated like two crocodiles with their mouths wide open biting each other. Damn it! Hu Jichao shook the steering wheel and lit a cigarette. 2 police cars had already arrived, and there was definitely no way to run away. Hu Jichao glanced outside and happened to meet the eyes of the Tesla owner. Normally, he would have definitely gone down to fight with the other party, but at this special moment, he held back because he knew that the more trouble he caused, the less likely he could leave. He needed to hurry to the designated isolation hospital and didn't have time to waste here. The two nodded to each other, being friendly. Sorry, brother, my mom has been running a high fever and I need to rush to the hospital. The Tesla owner apologized proactively. He didn't take the usual route and suddenly emerged from the roadside. If investigated, he would definitely be fully responsible. Officer, it's all my fault, I take full responsibility. How about this, I'll take my mom to the hospital first, and after settling her down, I'll come back. We can deal with it then. The Tesla owner kept bowing and apologizing. At this moment, it was not the time to argue about these things, as there was a critically ill patient in the car who needed to be taken to the hospital first. I agree, I'm also in a hurry, my mom is in critical condition, the hospital asked me to come see her for the last time. Hu Jichao also didn't want to waste time. The traffic police were stunned. In the past, this kind of situation would have taken a long time to resolve, even requiring solid video evidence to determine responsibility. But now, have the owner's qualities improved so much? The traffic police directed the two to pull over to the side and check their documents. The front of both cars was too damaged to drive again. 2 traffic police officers helped the Tesla owner, lifting the elderly person with a high fever from the car into the police car. The police car sounded its siren and headed towards the hospital. Which hospital are you going to? Let me confirm by phone. The traffic police looked at Hu Jichao. XXX Hospital, He Shuyuan. The traffic police confirmed the information and checked his ID. You're not her son? Hu Jichao's eyes turned red. My brother couldn't come because of something urgent, so I came on his behalf. What's so urgent that you can't even see your own mother for the last time? His 3-year-old son is in critical condition and still being treated at XXX Hospital. The traffic police's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this, but ultimately didn't know what to say. This epidemic has crushed countless families, causing immense grief in the world. He handed Hu Jichao a helmet. Put it on, get on the bike. The traffic police rode the motorcycle, sounded the siren, and rushed towards the designated isolation hospital with Hu Jichao. When they arrived at the isolation hospital, my dad's face changed immediately upon seeing that it was Hu Jichao who had come. Uncle Feng, how is Auntie He? Hu Jichao panted heavily as he ran all the way from the main gate. My dad glanced behind him, not seeing my figure, and asked, where's Feng Chen? Hu Jichao casually made up a reason. Feng Chen is far away and can't come for a while. I grew up with Auntie He and you, so I'm like a half-son. Now that Auntie He is sick, I must come over. My dad had spent most of his life in a government office and had seen all kinds of people, so he was already very astute in dealing with people. Hu Jichao seemed like a child in front of him, unable to deceive him at all. Xiao Chao, don't lie to Uncle Feng. Did something happen to Kiki? My mother is in critical condition and wants to see me one last time. No matter what, I have to come. But now, I let Hu Jichao come for me. My father easily guessed that something happened to Kalu. Hu Jichao shook his head like a drum. Nothing happened. My nephew is fine. Feng Shu, don't worry. My father became anxious and raised his voice. Xiao Chao. Hu Jichao knew he couldn't hide it anymore, scratching his messy hair fiercely. My nephew is still in the hospital being rescued. There shouldn't be any problem. Feng Shu, you don't need to worry. My father stared at him without saying a word. Like Hu Jichao said, he grew up under my father's care, like half a son. A father knows his child. Parents can tell whether their children are speaking good or bad words with just a few words. My father saw through it. If it wasn't a matter of life and death, how could I, as a son, not come to see my mother one last time? Hujicho was frightened by my father's gaze and had to confess, the situation is not good. The hospital has issued a critical condition notice. I estimate he won't make it. My father listened, his eyes went dark, and he collapsed backward. Hujicho quickly supported him. Feng Shu, don't worry, it should be fine. Feng Chen hasn't called me for a while, which means there may be a turning point. If something happens, he will definitely notify me. My father was completely devastated by this news. My mother couldn't be saved because she was old, and the new coronavirus this time had a huge impact on the elderly. My father took it well, saying that if his wife passed away, so be it, as he wouldn't live for many more years and could soon join her. But what about his grandson? He's only 3 years old, still a child. My father shed tears. The greatest sorrow in the world is when the elderly bury the young. I'm fine. My father struggled to stand up, hunched over, and walked to the window. He slowly raised his head, staring blankly at the dark clouds outside. In his early 60s, he suddenly aged like an 80 or 90-year-old about to die. He couldn't understand why, in his whole life, he had been upright, serving the people, never doing anything wrong. Why did God treat their family like this? Hujicho angrily slapped himself, wanting to console but not knowing how. In such situations, any words are powerless and pale. Only the person involved can untie the knot in their heart, and others can't help. In the hospital, I stood motionless like a statue at the entrance of the emergency room. I don't know how long it had been, maybe 2 or 3 hours, maybe 4 or 5 hours, but there was no news from the doctors. That's good, at least it means Kolu is still alive. A girl walked up to me and said, "Hello, Dr. Chen asked me to give you these medicines." My eyes were empty, my ears deaf. I not only didn't hear her words, I didn't even see her. The girl saw me standing there motionless and cautiously pointed at my arm with her index finger. "You don't touch me, stay away from me." I snapped back to reality and shouted. The girl stepped back in fear, pointing to the medicine in her hand, feeling a bit wronged. "These medicines are from Dr. Chen for you." I turned my head with difficulty and looked at her. "I'm positive, I can infect you, stay away from me." The girl paused. I'm positive too. Are there any survivors left in the hospital now? Including doctors and nurses, all are positive, with no survivors. Dr. Chen is my son's attending physician. She must have noticed that I was also seriously ill, so she had a nurse bring me a few fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory pills. Thank you. I took the medicine. The young nurse said, "Don't you have water here? I'll go get you some." When I came to the hospital, I was in a hurry and forgot to bring ibuprofen, but I had water with me, just couldn't remember where I left my backpack. No need. Next to the emergency room, there was a sink. I turned on the tap, drank some tap water, and swallowed the medicine. The young nurse stared at me blankly. "Isn't this too careless? Won't it upset your stomach? You've been standing for over 6 hours, sit down and rest for a bit." The young nurse pointed to a chair against the wall not far away. I stood at the door, didn't even look back, mechanically said thank you and didn't respond anymore. The young nurse sighed and walked away. If Coke is gone, my mom is gone, how can I go on living? A strange question suddenly popped into my mind. I will take care of my dad's funeral first, then kill Cheng Xan and Han Ingjun, and then commit suicide. That's what I thought at the time. I don't know how long I stood at the entrance of the emergency room. It wasn't until there was a creaking sound, and Director Chen came out looking exhausted, that a hint of soul entered my body. "Your son is temporarily stable, he needs to be observed for a while longer." Truly, I swear, this is the most pleasant and comforting thing I've heard. If Director Chen hadn't stopped me, I would have really knelt down to thank her. She not only saved Coke, but also saved me, and saved our whole family. In the past, when I saw news about patients kneeling and kowtowing to thank doctors for saving their lives, I didn't quite understand it. I thought there were many ways to express gratitude. Why kneel down? Now that it happened to me, I truly understand that kneeling in gratitude is a heartfelt expression of emotion from the patient's family. The joy of going from death to life, the excitement of regaining what was lost, simply cannot be described in words, can only be expressed in this form. "The little one is asleep, you can go in and take a look, quietly, don't wake him up," Director Chen instructed. I thanked her again, then followed the guidance of the young nurse into the ward, and took a look at Coke through the glass. The little one lay quietly on the hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask, with various medical devices attached to his body. My nose tingled, tears uncontrollably streaming down. "Oh, the unfortunate little one, you're only 3 years old, why do you have to suffer so much?" The nurse next to me handed me a tissue, I nodded in thanks, and quietly left the ward. "Hello doctor, can you help me with something?" I asked eagerly. The nurse who brought me the medicine waved her hand busily. No, I'm not a doctor, I'm a student from the college. Because I got infected, I can't leave now, and the hospital is in urgent need of manpower, so I volunteered. I nodded. I have an urgent matter at home, I must go back now. If my son wakes up, could you please look after him? My mom doesn't know what's going on yet, I have to go see her. Just in case. I can also see her one last time, accompany her on her final journey. The nurse asked, where is the child's mother? She's dead. What? The nurse widened her eyes, but he's so young, he will definitely miss his parents when he wakes up. I'm afraid I won't be able to comfort him. Is your family matter very urgent? Nothing is more important than a child, right? She thought to herself. My mom is in critical condition, I have to go see her one last time. The nurse looked at me in shock, at a loss. Then. You should go quickly, I'll take care of the child for you. I bowed solemnly to her, didn't even have time to leave a phone number, and hurriedly left. I called Hu Jichao first. I'm sorry, the number you dialed is switched off, please try again later. Switched off. I was stunned. I called my dad again, the call went through but no one answered. I had a vague sense of unease in my heart, so I didn't dare delay for a moment and drove straight to the designated isolation hospital. There are 2 hospitals, one in the east and one in the west of the city, more than 20 kilometers apart. The whole city is in a silent state now, with no cars on the road, very smooth, but there are checkpoints at every major intersection, so it's not easy to pass smoothly. I spent a lot of time at the first checkpoint because I asked a captain at the checkpoint to help me, to report and let the checkpoints on the way to the designated isolation hospital see my license plate number and let me pass. This can avoid a lot of trouble and save time. The captain first confirmed my identity information with the isolation hospital, then drew me a route to follow, and he would make phone calls one by one for reporting, so there was no need to stop for inspection. After reporting, it was smooth sailing. At each checkpoint, whether it was traffic police or public security, they all let me pass voluntarily. When I passed the 5th checkpoint, my dad called, Kulu. How is Kulu? My dad's voice was hoarse, trembling as he asked. My nose tingled, and with a choked voice, I said, he's been rescued, now in the intensive care unit for observation, should be fine. How about mom, how is mom? After hearing this, my dad's hoarse voice carried a sense of relief. He said 3 good in a row, your mom has been rescued too. I parked the car on the side of the road, buried my head in the steering wheel, and cried loudly. I couldn't control my emotions anymore, crying like a child who had been wronged and had no one to care for, ask or love. No one knew how desperate I had been during this time, how much pressure I had been under. At one point, I couldn't hold on, feeling like I was going to collapse in the midst of this pandemic. Fortunately, everything is over now. My dad and Hu Jichao are taking care of things at the isolation hospital, so I didn't go over. After all, Kolo could wake up at any time, and if I wasn't there, the little nurse might not be able to calm him down. After venting my emotions, I felt relieved, although my muscles were still sore and my head was spinning. There was no way. The early stage of the new coronavirus was too destructive, it couldn't be cured in just a day or 2. Besides, since I got infected, I haven't rested, so my recovery is slower. I found a pack of convenience store instant noodles in the car and ate while driving back to the hospital. When I arrived at the hospital, Kalu was already awake. All the medical equipment on him had been removed. The little guy was lying quietly on the hospital bed, holding the hand of the little nurse, not making a fuss, just looking at each other in harmony. I rubbed my face hard, trying to improve my mental state, then pushed open the door. Kalu, Daddy's back. The little guy's eyes flickered, weakly calling out Daddy, then looking at the little nurse. Mommy, don't leave, okay? I was dumbfounded. Was the little guy confused because of the fever? The little nurse blushed. Kula thinks of me as his mom. She was so embarrassed, an 18-year-old girl who had never been in a relationship, just started her freshman year this year, and unexpectedly was taken as a mother by a 3-year-old child. If a few roommates found out, they would die laughing. I hurriedly said, Kulu, she's not your mom, she's sister? I didn't know whether to call her aunt or sister. Calling her aunt would make her seem old. But if I called her sister, she would be the same age as Kulu, making it seem like I was taking advantage of her. Call her aunt, an aunt, my name is Injalua. After Injalua finished speaking, she suddenly realized, aren't you supposed to be at the isolation hospital? I felt relieved for a moment and exclaimed, my mom has been saved. Injalua was also happy for me, saying, that's great, it's all about good fortune. Good fortune? I smiled bitterly. Misfortune is more like it. My wife ran away, my son and mother were both given critical condition notices. The pain I experienced this year is more than the sum of the past 30 years, it's really hitting rock bottom. And Jalua knew I had a lot to say to my child, so she didn't stay long and left the ward on the pretext, I sat on the hospital bed, holding my son's chubby hand, feeling the warmth, and suddenly felt a sense of being in a different world. Son, do you know that you almost scared Daddy to death? I lowered my head and gently kissed his smooth forehead, looking at the little guy's tired face, feeling both grateful and heartbroken. To have lost and regained, this is probably the greatest luck in my life. Daddy, I miss you, the little guy weakly said. Daddy has always been here. I comforted him softly. Daddy, I had a dream. What dream did Coke have? I don't know, it was dark, no one was there, I couldn't find Mommy and Daddy, nor could I find Grandpa and Grandma, I was scared all alone. I listened, tears almost falling uncontrollably. Coke, don't be afraid, Daddy is always here, with Daddy, you have nothing to fear. Son, you weren't dreaming, you really went to the gates of hell. I thought to myself. The little guy was very weak, and fell asleep again in a daze. Director Chen came over to observe and told me that he was basically out of danger, but the recovery ahead was also important, so I should pay attention and inform her of any situation in time. Director Chen also gave me a bucket of white elephant big bone noodles and a King of Kings ham sausage. I soaked them in hot water and squatted in the corridor outside to eat my first meal in the past 2 days. Maybe it was the energy replenishment, or maybe the few fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory pills in Jalua gave me worked. I no longer had the black screen symptoms appearing from time to time. But the fever had not completely subsided, but 37.3 degrees was negligible for me. Hu Jichao's phone was charged, and he called me to say that my mom was recovering well. She had basically overcome the life-threatening situation. As long as the follow-up recovery was good, there would be no lasting effects. This hospitalization, Coke's medical expenses were over 20,000. My mom's side was a bit higher, spending nearly 90,000, all of which were reimbursed by the government. Although I don't lack this money, I still feel grateful. Life is really strange. When you encounter misfortune, all kinds of misfortunes seem to have the ability to multiply, constantly adding to you until you are crushed. But when your luck turns, the goddess of luck ignores others and focuses only on you. After my mom and Coke turned the corner, financial institutions also came to share the good news. The tens of thousands of shares I bought before had originally shrunk by 70%, falling to the point where even its mother wouldn't recognize it. Recently, for some reason, like taking medicine, one trading limit after another, it just couldn't stop. I really couldn't handle these magic stocks, so I took the opportunity to sell them all. Roughly calculating, I made a net profit of over 500,000. It's like picking up money with a sack. No wonder many experts analyze that the future wealth growth trend is in the stock market, and ordinary people who want to achieve rapid wealth accumulation and change their fate against the odds can only play stocks. But this thing has too many tricks. How many ordinary people can really understand it? Anyway, I don't understand it. This time was purely good luck, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. I won't touch stocks again in the future. After staying in the hospital for more than half a month, when our family of 4 reunited, several adults felt a sense of rebirth after a disaster, especially my mom, who hugged Coke and cried. She woke up knowing that Coke had gone through a near-death experience, which was very distressing. She felt sorry for this unfortunate little guy who not only lost his mother but also suffered a serious illness. Why are you crying? You're scaring the child. My dad seemed to be reprimanding my mom, but in fact, he wanted to take Coke away from my mom's arms. He also wanted a grandson, to hold the little guy. They had been thinking about the child all the time during the half-month separation. You've lost weight, my dad said as he held the little guy. I nodded, lost over 4 pounds. My mom, feeling sorry again, said, how about grandma making pork rib soup for Coke to drink? The little guy nodded eagerly. I want to eat meat, eat lots and lots of meat. Alright, my Coke will eat lots and lots of meat, grow tall and chubby. My mom smiled happily. After tidying up the room a bit, my dad and mom accompanied the little guy on the balcony mat to play, and I could finally catch my breath. During the time infected with the new coronavirus, I didn't rest for a moment. I was worried that my body wouldn't hold up, but my body recovered without me realizing it. Many netizens shared their experiences of being infected with the new coronavirus, saying they were in excruciating pain, unable to get out of bed, burning with a high fever, feeling like they were on the brink of death throughout the process. I experienced all these symptoms, but I didn't lie down for a moment, eating instant noodles from a bucket and drinking cold tap water. Looking back now, I don't even know how I made it through. I didn't collapse, perhaps it was heaven's best care for me. Everything has passed. I lay down on the bed, intending to take a short nap but fell asleep as soon as I touched the bed. When I woke up, it was already 4 hours later. My mom, looking at my haggard appearance, said, you must take care of yourself. What will happen to this family if you fall ill? Yes, I can't fall. Even if not for myself, I have to consider the elderly and children in the family. Middle-aged men are worse off than dogs, isn't that right? In the evening, I logged into my Weibo account, which I hadn't used during this time. After experiencing this life-threatening crisis, I have a deeper understanding of the meaning of life. I will face life with a broader heart and cherish the beauty that comes my way, smiling at everyone who appears in my life. But I don't intend to let Chang Xin and Han Ning-jun off the hook. Sometimes, I stubbornly blame Chang Xin for this misfortune. If she hadn't cheated, if she hadn't destroyed this family, would I have to face all this alone? The child is not just my child, but our child together, and Chang Xin also has the duty to raise him. But now, the child was almost not saved. Where were you? As a mother, did you ever care? When I was at my wit's end, as long as Chang Xin was by my side, I wouldn't have felt so isolated, desperate, and helpless. I know it may sound far-fetched, but after this incident, my hatred towards her has not diminished but deepened. This pair of scoundrels must receive the punishment they deserve. Not even Jesus can save them. My Weibo account received thousands of private messages, most of which were marketing ads, but there were also many useful pieces of information. These clues were all about Han Ning-jun. Since the affair of this pair of scoundrels was discovered, Chang Xin has been under my retaliation. She lost her job first, then her salary was cut off, and life became extremely difficult. But Han Ning-jun suffered almost no losses. It's not that I don't want to deal with him, but I simply can't find any evidence against him. The opportunity has finally come. During this time, I haven't heard any news about Han Ning-jun. I thought he had gone into hiding. I was wrong, very wrong. He didn't take my reports seriously at all. Instead of hiding, he lived a prosperous and enjoyable life. Unlike Chang Xin, who was struggling to make ends meet even after her source of income was cut off, Han Ning-jun played with life and work, vividly showing me what it means to have power and influence. According to a clue provided by an anonymous Weibo user, in the past half a year, Han Ning-jun registered accounts on dating websites such as Jinai, Jiayuan, and Lianai. He portrayed himself as a high-quality leftover man returning from studying in Australia, claiming that his parents were senior officials and pressuring him to get married, then going on blind dates with different women. Someone sent me a photo of Han Ning-jun, claiming to have seen my ex-wife shopping with him, but it wasn't Chang Xin, it was one of Han Ning-jun's dating partners. Look at him, this is what life is about. Flags flying at home, red flags standing outside. As for Chang Xin, she has long gone from being a sweet girl to a lady, not even a mistress, more like a mistress-in-law. Letting you cheat, letting you be blinded by greed, letting you be deceived. Now the retribution has come, right? This is what you get for saying that if you divorce, he will divorce and marry your true love. Why didn't he marry you? Han Ning-jun leads a colorful life and excels at work. When he was studying, he was a complete academic failure, attending a self-funded undergraduate program at Anchi University. Such a person without any skills managed to publish academic papers alone or with several different teams continuously during the time I reported him, including an important paper. Impressive, isn't it? What's even more impressive is that on the day he was dismissed, a notice was issued from above, directly transferring him to a project team at the headquarters. In other words, the dismissal punishment given to him by the unit was just for show, to deceive me. Externally, it was announced that he was dismissed, but in reality, he was sent to another more prestigious project team to pave the way for a comeback and avoid public opinion. That's why he has been silent during this time, focusing on his shady development. I naively thought that the pressure was too much for him, so he was too embarrassed to come out and see people, hiding from the limelight. It seems that my perspective was too narrow. Ordinary people cannot understand how carefree and comfortable the days of the powerful and influential are. What we strive for all our lives and still cannot achieve, they are born with. Our end point in life is just their starting point, and we are still miles away from their starting point. I am just an ordinary civilian, without power or influence. How can I compete with Han Ning-jun? But I can't swallow this anger, and I don't believe in this curse. It is now 2021, no longer the era when Lin Chong was forced to go to Liangshan. I want to see who will have the last laugh. The person who provided the clue sent me the address of Han Ning-jun's unit and his position. I know this anonymous friend who provided me with the clue has no good intentions, but what does it matter? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I know his motives are impure, and he knows that I am siding with the tiger despite knowing there is a tiger on the mountain. We are mutually using each other, each taking what we need. I called Qin Zhong and Director Zhou Mingwei of the Discipline Inspection Commission separately. Having survived a great disaster, of course, I had to report to the two leaders that I am safe, inquire about the progress of the work, and let them know that this matter is not over yet, and I am still waiting for the results. My life has returned to the rhythm before the lockdown, working from home, playing with children, and collecting clues. The epidemic prevention and control policies are gradually loosening. For from large-scale lockdown to precise targeting of each household, and there is gradually more activity in the neighborhoods, streets, and roads. Many units have resumed offline work. The office building where our unit is located is a heavily affected area in this wave of the epidemic and is temporarily closed, so I am still working from home. One day, I called Hu Jichao, and the two of us went to Han Ningjuan's new unit to confront him. This time, I prepared a pinhole recording and video device in advance. As long as I can prove that Han Ningjun works here, what else can the Discipline Inspection Commission's Zhou Mingwei say to him? Han Ningjuan's project team works in the suburbs. Hu Jichao and I encountered almost no obstacles and easily blended in. We met the head of the project, leader Huang Ren, and asked him if Han Ningjun was there. He said yes, and I called him to come out. Hu Jichao casually strolled in the direction of the door as if he were indifferent. I knew he was ready to take action. In case Han Ningjun sensed something was wrong and tried to run, he could directly rush up and hold the guy down. "Ningjun, someone is here to see you." "Yes, 2 people. Okay." Hanging up the phone, Huang Ren apologized. "Sorry, he has something urgent and can't come over." "Are you kidding me? This is almost like tipping him off." But this leader Huang Ren is quite interesting. Although he tipped off Han Ningjun, he also inadvertently exposed the fact that Han Ningjun works here. If he wanted to protect Han Ningjun, he could have clearly told me that their unit does not have this person. But now, this person's attitude is quite intriguing. Later, it was proven that my guess was correct. Han Ningjun was a person pushed from above. Huang Ren had no choice but to accept him, but he was not happy about it, so he wanted to use me to get rid of Han Ningjun. At that moment, Huang Ren handed me a cigarette. "Brother, I know about your situation, and I happen to know both Ningjun and Cheng Xin. Let me say a few words. This matter, how should I put it, has no winner at this point. It's a situation where everyone loses." Seeing that I didn't say anything, he continued, "Ningjun, he used to be my boss. He had been planning for so many years, finally seeing hope, but because of a moment of confusion, all his previous efforts were in vain. Now you see, I have become his superior. As for your wife, it goes without saying. Climbing to her current position was not easy. She is very capable, and she could have been promoted to the head of the operations department this year, but because of your actions, the cooked duck flew away." Seeing my unfriendly expression, he quickly added, "I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I just want to say, there could have been a different way to resolve this." I raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" Huang Ren saw that he had piqued my interest, raised his right hand, and made a counting money gesture. "This is the most important thing." I remained non-committal. "Is his family wealthy?" The girl who had caused a scene at Han Ningjuan's home and workplace, and was ultimately abandoned by him, only received a compensation of 200,000 yuan. It can be seen that Han Ningjuan's family has power and influence, but not necessarily a lot of money. Huang Ren lowered his voice. "At this point, as long as you name a price, he will definitely pay. 100 or 200,000 is not a problem." I understood Huang Ren's meaning. A crying child gets milk. Although the girl abandoned by Han Ningjun also caused a scene, it was too small, so she only received 200,000 yuan in compensation. My commotion was too big, and it had seriously threatened Han Ningjuan's future, so his family was willing to pay 1 million for a private settlement. I glanced at Huang Ren. This person is quite interesting. On the one hand, without leaving a trace, it hinted to me that Han Ningjun did work for me, and you should quickly find a way to get rid of him. On the other hand, he acted as a mediator for Han Ningjun, trying to use money to settle things with me and sell a favor to Han Ningjun. Goodness, a double agent. You shouldn't call him Huang Ren, you should call him Huang Shiren. This surprise attack didn't catch Han Ningjun, and Hu Jichao and I made a wasted trip, but it wasn't a complete loss. At least I found out that Han Ningjun was already working here. He used the excuse of feeling unwell and unable to be questioned to brush off the disciplinary committee, while at the new unit, he was making a fresh start. This trick of shedding the golden cicada's shell was quite slick. Director Zhou of the disciplinary committee, I don't know if he really doesn't know or pretends not to know, but either way, I have to give him some eye drops again. After getting in the car, Hu Jichao asked, "What do you think?" He was referring to what Huang Ren said about 1 million. In fact, from a rational perspective, the deed has already been done, and nothing I do will change that. Rather than both parties suffering losses, it's wiser to get a large sum of compensation from Han Ningjun. That's the most sensible approach. After all, 1 million is not a small amount. Most people would probably choose to take the money and settle the matter. But that doesn't include me. What do you think I would do? You're not short of money. See, although Hu and I may not see eye to eye, he really understands me. This matter is a matter of life and death, with no room for reconciliation. Ruining Han Ningjuan's future and reputation, and if possible, sending him in, that's my true demand. In the evening, I received a call from an unknown number. Brother, let's talk. As soon as I heard this voice, my anger surged. How dare you call me? Sure. I responded through gritted teeth, forcibly suppressing the urge to curse his ancestors. I want to see what this scumbag wants. When I answered the call, I immediately started recording the conversation. Let's get to the point. I've said it before, we're all adults, everything can be discussed, we shouldn't act impulsively. Han Ning-jun got straight to the point. I understood. This was when Huang Ren mentioned 1 million during the day. Seeing my ambiguous attitude, he thought this could be resolved with money, so he called. If I'm not mistaken, Han Ning-jun is trying to set me up. He probably also recorded the call. As long as I dare to quote an outrageous number, he would accuse me of extortion. Does he really think I'm ignorant? Damn it. Have your wife and mother sleep with me for 3 years, and we'll call it even, deal or not? I don't know what it is, but whenever I confront this scumbag, I find it hard to stay calm, my speech becomes aggressive, and my intelligence drops. If he dares to stand in front of me now, I would really stab him. A year has passed, but this incident remains a pain in my heart, and I still can't come to terms with it. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. My mom is too old, she can't do it, but my wife can. When I heard this, I was shocked. What did you say? I thought I misheard. Can a normal person say such things and do such things? But you can't measure Han Ning-jun with normal human standards, because he's not human at all. If you like, I can send my wife to you for a while, you can do whatever you want with her. But the condition is, we settle our grievances, and you can't cause any more trouble. Han Ning-jun said seriously, without a hint of joking. You don't have to worry if she's willing, I have my ways to get her to your bed, he added. My head was buzzing. My mouth moved a few times, but I didn't know how to respond. In the end, I could only greet him. What the hell, are you still human? Brother, you're no fun at all. You proposed the conditions yourself, and I agreed to all of them. What else do you want? My wife is very beautiful. Besides me, no other man has touched her, so she's very clean. I was about to explode. Is this something a human would do? Originally, when I said let your wife and mother sleep with me for 3 years, it was just a joke. I was telling him not to have any delusions. This matter between us is not over. But this scumbag not only took it seriously, but also wanted to give his wife to me to play with. You're treating me like a piece of garbage just like you. You're a real scumbag. Your wife must have been cursed for 8 generations to marry you. Han Ning-jun wasn't angry, he sighed and said, my current situation is very bad, my reputation is ruined, I have some health issues, my future is bleak, and my family is in a mess. It turned out later that he was just playing the victim. This scumbag only suffered a slight loss to his reputation, other losses were almost negligible. He said that to try to reconcile with me. After all, if I continued to make a scene, no one knew what would happen. If public opinion got out of control like before, he would really be finished. If you have something to say, go tell the disciplinary committee. I couldn't be bothered with this scumbag. He really was no better than a pig or a dog in my eyes. What's the point of talking to someone like that? Han Ning-jun was silent for a moment, then changed his tune. Everyone in the unit knows that your wife and I are just colleagues. We are innocent. Innocent my ass. Go tell the disciplinary committee, see if they believe you. I'm usually very gentle with people, but for some reason, whenever I faced this scumbag, I couldn't control myself, my temper became bad, and foul language came out of my mouth. In fact, it's your marriage with Chang Xin that's the problem. In order to force her to divorce, you fabricated a lot of chat records of Chang Xin cheating. Speaking of which, I am the innocent victim, he said seriously. I was really furious. I wanted to climb through the phone signal and stab him to death. I have already submitted the evidence to the disciplinary committee. Go tell them yourself, see if they believe you. He didn't respond to me, and continued, this is a conflict between you and your wife. I am innocently involved. Please stop harassing me. Our unit is not a place where you can come and go as you please. If you dare to come here and cause trouble again, I will sue you in court. Also, what you did on Weibo with that report Han Ning-jun exclusive channel seriously infringes on my reputation. The missing person notice you posted infringes on my image rights. I can totally sue you. I have been patient with you because you are my former colleague's husband. I hope you don't push it too far, repeatedly crossing the line of legality. I now give you 24 hours to delete this account. Don't say I didn't warn you. After saying that, without waiting for my response, he hung up the phone, leaving me completely stunned. What kind of creature is this scumbag? Chang Xin, oh Chang Xin, you really are blind. To cheat on me with such a despicable person, you really know how to make trouble for me. After hanging up the phone, I was a bit confused. I didn't understand the purpose of Han Ning-jun calling me. After thinking about it for a while, I finally caught a hint of his intentions. This scumbag really had no good intentions. He dug a hole for me to jump into. He first tried to induce me to settle privately with words, "Let me make an offer." Once I made an offer, he would accuse me of extortion. Seeing that I didn't fall for it, he changed to a set of self-proving innocence rhetoric. As long as I followed his words, the whole thing would become reasonable and unclear. Fortunately, I was vigilant enough and never let go, not giving him any handle to grasp. Damn, it's really nerve-wracking. At this moment, I truly experienced the difficulty of safeguarding rights. The dog bastard Han Jun has background and support, and any words that are unfavorable to me could be infinitely magnified, ultimately becoming testimony unfavorable to me. And I am just an ordinary civilian without power or influence. Even if I have a relatively complete chain of evidence, I still cannot convict him. This reminds me of a line from Stephen Chow's Shaolin Soccer: "The ball evidence, the side evidence, the main organizer, the co-organizer, and the referee are all on my side. What can you use to compete with me? I feel really powerless. But I won't compromise. No matter how big your background is, I won't let you off the hook." In addition, Han Jun threatened to sue me for infringing on his reputation, but I'm not worried at all. Did I infringe on his reputation and image rights? Definitely. There is no doubt about that. But my Han Jun exclusive reporting channel and missing person notice are based on facts, and I have evidence to prove that Han Jun himself has a direct causal relationship with these two incidents. So it's not unjust for me to expose him on Weibo. He brought it upon himself. Even if he wins the lawsuit against me, the final outcome would just be me apologizing to him and maybe compensating for some mental damages. It's not a big deal for me, but as long as he dares to sue me, I will urge the disciplinary committee to come and question him. Go ahead, if you dare, go ahead and sue me. I can't wait for him to take me to court. His ultimatum was 24 hours, but 3 days have passed, and there has been no movement at all. This dog bastard is just bluffing. He doesn't dare to sue me at all. Through this phone confrontation, I finally figured out Han Jun's weakness. He doesn't care about money or women, he only cares about his future. Indeed, with his background and support, he will never lack money or women in the future as long as he can secure his future. But will I let him have his way? In your dreams. Han Jun took the initiative to contact me this time, indicating that my previous efforts were not in vain. My strategy was correct, and he is starting to panic now. Death is not scary, the process of the guillotine slowly falling is the most terrifying. He should be feeling that now. Fong Chen, do you know Chao Zhen? Zhang Jingxue, a female colleague from Qingxin's unit, sent me a message. I know her through Qingxin's relationship. Qingxin, the three of us have had dinner together a few times, and our relationship is quite good. After Qingxin had an accident, Zhang Jingxue and I still kept in touch, mainly about work, occasionally sending holiday greetings. After all, in the same system, in the same city, having one more friend means having one more way. I don't know him, but I've heard of him. What's up? I heard Qingxin say that this Chao Zhen is one of her superiors, but Qingxin doesn't report to him. Zhang Jingxue replied, I just found out too. He was taken away by the disciplinary committee. Heard it's related to your family, he might be in trouble. Related to my family? I frowned. Jingxue, is it convenient to talk now? Zhang Jingxue didn't reply, but soon called me. You are really cautious. I'm doing it for your own good. Whether it's Zhang Jingxue, Dong Jin, or Sister Mei, colleagues who are willing to lend a helping hand at this time are no longer just colleagues, they can be considered friends. A friend provided me with a clue, and of course, I have a responsibility and obligation to protect their privacy. My career is over, and I cannot involve them in my affairs again. So when I talk to them about my matters, I generally use voice calls, trying not to leave any written evidence to avoid trouble for them. As for me, my abilities are average, my appearance is ordinary, and I don't have any background support. There are many seniors ahead of me in line, and I haven't even got a number. This is how my life will be, seeing old age at a glance. Zhang Jingxue's words revealed her frustration. She has been working in the unit for almost 10 years, with high hopes of promotion. However, in recent years, due to unit mergers, more than a dozen seniors with more experience than her suddenly squeezed in, squeezing out her promotion opportunities. Without the protagonist's miraculous luck in online novels, she would only be a small clerk in this life. Forget about me, tell me about your situation. Last time your matter caused such a stir, it trended on many local hot searches. Do you know what happened? My heart stirred. Are you suggesting that Chao Zhen is the mastermind? Exactly, it's him. Lao Wei is really a cunning old fox. For the past few months, he has been secretly investigating, and now it has been found that Chao Zhen is the culprit. I heard that the Public Security Bureau and the Disciplinary Committee took him away together. I was speechless for a while. The strongest fortresses often crumble from within. Chao Zhen is a direct competitor of Han Jun, with some backing but slightly weaker than Han Jun. Like Han Ingjun, Chaojin is also a lecher. When Chang Xin just joined the unit, he set his sights on her and constantly flattered her. But Chang Xin did not give him any chance, so after hitting a few walls, he turned his attention to other female colleagues. Later, he found out that Chang Xin had sided with his direct competitor Han Ingjun, so he harbored resentment and wanted to use me to get rid of this competitor. After chatting with Zhang Jingxue about some work-related matters, I hung up the call. I drove to Chang Xin's unit and called Chang Yuan to trick him out. This person is Han Ingjun's lackey. It is said that when Chang Xin and Han Ingjun were having an affair in the unit, he was always helping to cover for them. Do you know where Han Ingjun is now? I asked him. How would I know? Chang Yuan looked impatient. Where are the disciplinary committee people? Are you deceiving me? I sneered in my heart. If I didn't deceive you, would you come out? Is he now in the XXX project team? Chang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he still had that impatient look on his face. How would I know? He was about to leave. I directly grabbed his arm, then put my arm around his shoulder, pretending to be very intimate. You. Before he could finish his sentence, I lowered my voice and said, Han Ingjun called me and said he is now working in Huang Ren's project team. Chang Yuan looked at me suspiciously. He offered me $1 million hush money to withdraw my accusations against him, and said that the whole incident that trended was all Chaojin's doing behind the scenes, with no connection to him. Chang Yuan looked shocked. Han Ingjun had mentioned the $1 million hush money to him. It seems Yunga really contacted Fang Chen. But the matter of Chaojin being a mole is a top secret within their unit. Is it appropriate for Yunga to tell Fang Chen about it? I glanced at Qin Zhong and others on the building looking this way, patted Chang Yuan's shoulder. Alright, brother, let's stop here today. You're wasting your work time, go back quickly. Chang Yuan was puzzled, looking dazed as he watched me drive away. Damn, what a lunatic. He cursed and felt that I was inexplicably today, calling him out on the phone just to say those confusing words that made him puzzled. It's really full. He had just returned to the office building and ran into Qin Zhong and said, why are you running out of your post during working hours? Chang Yuan felt guilty and said, nothing, Director Chang, I'll go back first. After speaking, he ran away like he was escaping. Watching his back, Qin Zhong frowned. At this time, I called Qin Zhong. Uncle Qin, I heard that the insider who put me on the hot search before was a spy from your unit? This matter concerns my reputation. As the victim and party involved, why wasn't I informed? I have the right to know. Qin Zhong coldly glanced to his right. That was the direction Chang Yuan had just left. It seems that there are more than 3 or 4 moles in our unit leaking information everywhere. Are you a spy? How do you know this information so well? I was just about to tell you, Qin Zhong said, regaining his composure. Knowing about this matter means it can't be covered up. In that case, we can only activate the contingency plan. Xiaofeng, the situation is like this. Qin Zhong downplayed the issue, attributing Chaojin's actions to resentment out of love for Chang Xian, without mentioning that Chaojin's real motive was to strike back at a competitor. I didn't bother to expose him. Putting myself in Qin Zhong's shoes, I would have said the same. After all, it's about protecting the unit's interests. Uncle Qin, this is a major oversight in your unit's management. As a victim, your unit must give me an explanation. Han Ingjun's matter hasn't been resolved for me yet, and now I've caught you by the tail. How can I let you off easily? Qin Zhong reassured, Xiaofeng, rest assured, we will compensate you according to the compensation standards set by the state, and the notification will come in a few days. How much compensation? This is compensated based on general mental damages. The consolation amount is 8,000 yuan, which is the maximum compensation. No, Uncle Qin, my name and photos were all over the internet. I was pointed at wherever I went. You know, during that time, I didn't even dare to go out. Such a huge mental trauma, and it's only considered general mental damage? Xiaofeng, this is according to regulations. According to regulations, my situation doesn't fall under general mental damage, but severe mental damage. Uncle Qin, you don't know, during that time, I suffered every day, had nightmares at night, endured a double blow to my body and soul. Thanks to my strong inner self, otherwise, I would have thought of jumping into the river to commit suicide. Qin Zhong's mouth twitched. You little brat would jump into the river to commit suicide? I don't believe you. You're getting more slippery, even trying to take advantage of me. What do you want to do? Qin Zhong's tone softened. Mainly because he was about to step down, he didn't want any trouble in this matter. If he could pay to resolve it, then let's pay to resolve it. After all, it's not his money. Uncle Qin, this is not something I can decide on my own. According to the relevant laws of the country, my case falls under severe mental damage, and should be compensated at the highest standard of 50,000 yuan for consolation. Qin Zhong inwardly cursed. No wonder the leaders of the unit all call you difficult to deal with. You really are difficult to deal with. Fine, let's go with 50,000. Let's settle this matter first. Their unit really can't afford any more trouble. According to national standards, compensation for severe mental damage is divided into 5 levels: 50,000 yuan, 40,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan, 20,000 yuan, and 10,000 yuan. Their unit originally wanted to cover up Chaojin's matter internally because it was really disgraceful, and the impact at that time was extremely bad, even alarming the higher authorities, who had to intervene to clean up the internet. However, the news couldn't be contained, and Zhang Jingxue revealed to me that Chaojin was the mastermind behind the scenes. They didn't want to escalate the situation, so they could only cut their losses. Qin Zhanghe's calculation was to get rid of me as soon as possible because my situation was like a powder keg here, and if mishandled, it could drag their unit down. If their unit went down, he naturally wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Considering that he was about to retire soon, his days were already numbered, and he preferred to avoid trouble. Perhaps Qin Zhanghe never dreamed that their unit compensating me with 50,000 yuan for mental damages was just the appetizer, and soon their unit would be plunged into a bigger crisis, with more leverage falling into my hands. This time, the leverage was even more serious, to the point where it could sweep through the entire leadership of their unit. Xiaofang, the request you made is really putting your Uncle Qin in a difficult position. Let's discuss it, and we will give you a response as soon as possible. How soon is, as soon as possible? Do you not trust your Uncle Qin? I sneered inwardly. This old man Qin now didn't want to take responsibility or deal with things, just waiting to retire. Trusting him was like trusting me to be Qin Shi Huang. Uncle Qin, of course, I trust you, but the efficiency of your unit is really not commendable. The issue with Chang Xin and Han Ingjun still hasn't given me a satisfactory result. Confronted by me face to face, Qin Zhanghe couldn't hold back his embarrassment. Uncle Qin will give you a satisfactory answer within 3 days, is that acceptable? 3 days later, I received a transfer of 50,000 yuan from Qin Zhanghe's unit accountant. See, it's not that they are slow in handling things, but it depends on the specific matter. This windfall was unexpected and equivalent to half a year's salary for me. Although I didn't lack money, who would complain about having more money? Moreover, this money was a legal income, compensation for the violation of my reputation, supported by the law, so I took it with a clear conscience. There was also another piece of good news. My trick of framing and shifting blame worked. In the second month of my contact with Chang Yuan, this Han Ingjun lackey was transferred to a town office in the county. Zhang Jingxue told me that Chang Yuan had pulled a lot of strings and spent a lot of money, but the top leadership of the unit intervened and refused to budge, not selling anyone's face, insisting on sending him away. Their unit only said it was for work needs, without mentioning why Chang Yuan was transferred due to what issue. Except for Qin Zhanghe and a few other high-level officials, the rest couldn't quite understand. Of course, the most clueless one was Chang Yuan himself, who never knew he had been tricked by me until his death. After receiving my call, Director Zhou Mingwei of the Discipline Inspection Commission had to send someone to Huang Ren's project team. Han Ingjun didn't dare to show up and took sick leave again. He was really losing his mind now. He had come to the project team to gain some prestige, but just as he was about to strike gold, I ruined his plans. Fong, what do you want? Are you haunting me? I've said that Chang Xin and I are just ordinary colleagues. Don't involve me in your marital problems, and don't harass me again, or I won't be polite to you. Look, he's getting anxious. I felt exhilarated. This was the second time Han Ingjun had called me recently, showing that he was truly desperate. Unfortunately, it's still just a minor annoyance. How can I really get to the bottom of him, even send him in? The evidence I had could only cause trouble for Han Ingjun, but it was unrealistic to think about getting rid of him completely. I needed to gather evidence of his illegal activities. But with Chaojin being arrested, this matter became a bit tricky. The mastermind behind the scenes being caught has both good and bad implications for me. The good side is that I no longer have to worry about being backlashed by the mastermind behind the scenes. The bad side is that no one will specifically keep an eye on Han Ingjun for me, and it will be troublesome to find clues in the future. I updated my Weibo, turning Han Ingjun's glorious deeds and activity trajectory of the past half year into a short essay and posted it there. Pretending to be sick and hospitalized to avoid the disciplinary committee's inquiries, I anonymously published 4 professional papers as an outsider, and subtly rose to the local project team. My writing skills are not bad, and I organized a short essay of over 1,000 words according to the timeline. After publication, I spent 2,000 yuan on traffic promotion. Anyway, I just made a small fortune, so it's not wasted. After doing all this, I started cleaning up the study. Over the past year, I have erased all traces of Chang Xin in the room, even replacing the bed in the master bedroom and the sofa in the living room. Her clothes, shoes, bags, etc. were all donated, making good use of them. The whole house now only has the study left to clean up. There are many books and folders on the bookshelf. All the data we have collected about Chang Xin over the past 10 years is here. I found an envelope with a heart-shaped pattern on it, and when I opened it, it was full of love letters. The tender handwriting and subtle words made me feel a bit dazed, as if I had returned to my high school days of, what is love, I don't know. Snip! I didn't let my thoughts wander, didn't reminisce, didn't linger, and directly tore up all the love letters that proved our past fiery love and threw them in the trash. Who hasn't been young before? It's already in the past. After tearing up the love letters, I continued to organize the documents. I picked up a file folder at random, filled with Chang Xin's things, and was about to cut it up and throw it away with scissors when the two words on the file cover caught my eye: confidential. This was Chang Xin's file folder, containing all her information, but the two words confidential on the cover were written by me. I was curious and opened it. After reading it, I realized that I didn't open a file folder, but a whole new world. It involved an almost forgotten case of collective corruption. Looking at the neatly handwritten documents in the file folder by Chang Xin, I couldn't help but recall some past events from 2 years ago. It was back in 2019. One evening, I was in the study writing a proposal when Chang Xin, looking uneasy, found me. Honey, what should I do, encountering such a situation just after taking office? What's wrong? I put down my work and asked. It turned out that their unit's logistics department had applied for a sum of money under the guise of purchasing winter supplies, but instead of buying supplies, they withdrew the money and distributed it as holiday benefits to the leadership team. Each leader received 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, totaling nearly 80,000 yuan. This amount of money was not much compared to the size of their unit. But whether it was a lot or not was one thing, and whether it was compliant was another. Not only was this money non-compliant, it was also illegal. That's why Chang Xin didn't dare to sign. The leaders have talked to me twice already, but I still haven't dared to agree. She looked conflicted. These leaders, who usually manage things so tightly, always talk about compliance, but now they want me to be bold, and if something goes wrong, won't I be the one to blame? Although this money wouldn't go into her hands, she handled it, so if something went wrong, she would definitely be implicated. I smiled and said, haven't you heard a saying, the game of power is like a web, those who spin silk are firmly stuck on it, those who don't spin silk will fall off. Are you suggesting that I sign? Chang Xin still couldn't make up her mind. Have you ever thought that you were just an ordinary employee? Although your abilities are good, your qualifications are far from enough. Why did the leader promote you? What he wants is a subordinate who is obedient and capable, not someone to educate him on legal knowledge. But this kind of thing is obviously illegal and against the rules. Now there are work inspection teams and disciplinary committees checking so closely. They still dare to commit crimes openly. If it's discovered, they will end up in jail. You can leave evidence, such as when and where someone asked you to do something, what was said, chat records, phone recordings, etc. In addition to this matter, also keep track of how your leaders usually handle their daily affairs. You need to remember everything. We won't actively harm others, but we also won't be scapegoats. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chang Xin also understood that in a big melting pot, if you can't blend in, you'll only be pushed out. There's no other choice. The year is now 2020. So annoying, still talking about last year's matter. What happened last year? It's about the unauthorized withdrawal to provide benefits to the leaders. Did they make you sign again? Yes, they talked to me in the morning, and in the afternoon they kept urging me to sign quickly. In your position, you definitely have to sign. What if something really happens? Don't you always keep evidence? I listen to you. As long as it goes through me, there's evidence. See, it's all in this file folder. I casually took a look. Wow, the records are really detailed, even remembering clearly which year, month, and day the leader asked her to buy a pack of flowers for a certain amount to entertain someone. I took out a black art pen from the pen holder and wrote confidential on the cover of the file folder. The past is vivid, as if it were yesterday. Unfortunately, the wife is no longer the wife, and the home is no longer the same. Chang Xin, oh Chang Xin, your diligence and attention to detail at work really helped me this time. I put away the confidential file folder for safekeeping. The behavior of their unit leaders falls under using their position for personal gain, illegally appropriating public funds. In plain terms, it's embezzlement. The top leaders of their unit are all involved. It's a crime of embezzlement committed by 2 or more persons, fully meeting the criteria for joint embezzlement crimes. Oh boy, they used their positions for personal gain, misappropriated public funds for personal use, engaged in illegal activities, and now they can add misappropriation of public funds to the list. Well, this is going to take down the entire leadership of the unit. As for Chang Xin, I looked it up online. According to Article 28 of the criminal law, for those coerced into committing a crime, their punishment should be reduced or exempted based on their circumstances. I suddenly froze. Damn, this woman had already changed her mind. Why was I still bothering with her? It's best to send her for labor reform, so she can come out and be a better person. I closed the legal consultation webpage and logged into my Baidu cloud storage. In the file folder of Baidu cloud storage, Chang Xin had encrypted and backed up the confidential files, keeping a copy in reality and another online. What I taught her, double insurance. The evidence materials saved in the cloud storage are very detailed, with Excel spreadsheets established, categorized very clearly, and also screenshots of various chat records, recordings, etc. I randomly opened a screenshot. Secretary Lu Xiaocheng, buy me 2 packs of TNI later at the usual place. I'm hosting a few old classmates. Chang Xin, yes, leader. Secretary Lu Xiaocheng, help me order 2 bottles of Feitian, put them directly in my car. Chang Xin, yes, leader. Secretary Lu Xiaocheng, did you buy the 2 bags of imported flour from Russia that I asked you to get from the bonded zone? Chang Xin, leader, it has been delivered to your home. Secretary Lu, okay. There are many such cases. Regular official units definitely do not need these things, and ordinary employees cannot afford to drink Feitian Maotai or smoke golden leaf TNI. Leaders are leaders, treating the unit as their own warehouse, taking whatever they want, buying whatever they want, anyway it can be reimbursed by the unit. Without thinking, it is known that buying these things definitely involves public funds, and they cannot possibly pay out of pocket afterwards, so each item is a clear indication. Chang Xin, oh Chang Xin, should I praise you or praise you? I reminded you at the beginning just to prevent you from being blamed, but I didn't expect you to keep such detailed records. I carefully examined these pieces of evidence. Suddenly, I realized a problem. These are all from their unit's high level, but there are very few records about the dog's mess haunting June. Even if it involves him, it is irrelevant in just the words of the leaders above. His position in the unit is not high, he cannot participate in decision-making, nor is he qualified to receive high-level benefits. This is embarrassing. They have captured all the high-level personnel in their unit, but they missed Han Jun. This is not the result I wanted. My target is Han Jun, I will not drag down others. Moreover, if I really expose these things, whether I can live until next year is another matter. This thing is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can be a help for my revenge, but if not used well, it is a time bomb. I stood in front of the window, looking at the flickering lights outside, with a conspiratorial gleam in my eyes. I kind of dislike my current self, but I have to be my current self. Wanting revenge, wanting to take on a giant like an ant, how can it be done without playing tricks and conspiracies? You know, behind Han Jun stands the leadership of the provincial department. Chao Zhengong was arrested, and unexpectedly, a netizen quickly provided clues about Han Jun. I couldn't help but feel excited. Yes, this is the person. Do you know him? The girl replied, yes, I met him through the Cherish website. We were close, dated for a while, but I felt this person was unreliable, so we lost contact. After Han Jun was dismissed, before being transferred to the Huangren project team, he had a half-month gap. He used this gap to register accounts on various major dating websites, starting a decadent life of single dating. The girl who messaged me on Weibo was the one who met him at that time. He said his name was Han Jun, claimed to have returned from studying in Australia, a deputy department-level cadre, and his parents are also public servants, with a pretty good family background. We chatted for a while. He was sweet-talking, good at making women happy, generous when eating out and shopping, very attentive in front of me. If I hadn't been more cautious, I would have almost been deceived by him. I have a relative working in a subsidiary company of their unit, so I asked the relative to inquire, and the result was that there was no such person among the deputy department-level cadres. I sent Han Jun's photo to that relative, and someone in their unit immediately recognized him, saying he was not called Han Jun at all, but Han Jun, and he was already married. I confronted him face to face. He vaguely explained that he was already divorced, and said that he was truly in love with me and wanted to marry me. Then he crazily invited me to a hotel. I felt this person was totally unreliable. He asked me out more than 10 times and I ignored him, gradually cutting off contact. To be honest, I really want Chang Xin to see the chat records. Is this the cheating dog of a man? What the hell is this? Worse than pigs and dogs. His wife at home had just been reconciled, but the broken family was still in tears and bloodshed. He, on the other hand, was pretending to be single outside, flirting and deceiving women everywhere. It's simply outrageous and shameless. This girl is lucky, thanks to her vigilance and connections that helped uncover the true identity of Han Jun, allowing her to escape a disaster. But those girls who were deceived and mistreated by Han Jun and then abandoned were not so lucky, having to accept the cruel reality of being deceived. However, if it weren't for Han Jun's continuous womanizing and deception, I might not have been able to catch more evidence against him, because more girls will come forward to accuse this scum, and some may even pay the ultimate price to prove their innocence. To all the girls who are full of longing for love, love is beautiful and deserves to be treated gently, but some people have ulterior motives, using lies and deception to tarnish love. So, during the process of falling in love, don't reveal everything about yourself in the heat of the moment. Always keep your eyes open, and stay away from scumbags. A girl who messaged me privately added me on WeChat and sent me the chat records from her relationship with Han Jun, including his explicit and provocative messages. Brother, you must stay strong and bring this scumbag to justice, eliminate this social scourge, only then can we prevent more girls from being deceived. The girl was courageous, not only sending me all the chat records but also encouraging me to persevere. I thanked her. Thank you, sister, for your trust and support. Rest assured, no matter how much pressure there is, I will not give up. I will make this scum pay the price. The girl's name is Zhang Xinyan, 26 years old this year. I asked her to keep an eye on Han Jun for me, as they were his targets, making it easier to gather evidence. Zhang Xinyan readily agreed, saying, fighting against scumbags is everyone's responsibility. Han Jun is truly a strange character, juggling between career ambitions and his uncontrollable desires. The epidemic continues to fluctuate, with occasional nucleic acid tests, and our unit has resumed work. My life has returned to a routine of work and childcare. I have no hope for Chang Xin anymore. Of course, when I say hope, I don't mean reconciliation between us or unresolved feelings. I mean the child. In the year that she has been away from home, Kayleigh has talked about her mother countless times, but Chang Xin has not made a single phone call or video call with the child. She doesn't deserve to be Kayleigh's mother. They say men stray physically, while women stray emotionally, and it seems to be somewhat true. This woman is beyond redemption. Zhang Jingxue messaged me, saying that Han Jun might be transferred, and he is currently working on it, but it's not confirmed yet. This news is crucial for me. If Han Jun is indeed transferred to another unit, my current unit will no longer have the obligation to investigate the wrongdoing of Chang Xin and him, and the new unit will not care either. This is not good for me. I sighed, realizing that I have to make a move that I neither want nor like. But sometimes, circumstances are stronger than individuals. I called Han Jun, you scumbag, congratulations, Qin Zhanghe said you are about to be transferred from the unit. Han Jun was stunned. He never dreamed that I would call him. How did you know? No, how did Qin Zhanghe tell you? Who the hell are you calling a scumbag? Beep beep beep, I hung up the phone. Han Jun was furious. He was in a good mood because things at work were finally making progress, but my phone call ruined all of that. He immediately called back, ready to scold me, but my line was busy because I was on the phone with Qin Zhanghe. Uncle Qin, are you available to talk now? Qin Zhanghe really wanted to say, I'm not available, please don't call me again, let me retire peacefully, but he didn't dare. Who knows what trouble I might cause? Yes, go ahead, he said. I just called Han Jun to greet his whole family, and this bastard boasted to me that he's about to be transferred. What can I do about it? Uncle Qin, how can a suspect under investigation be transferred before the matter is fully investigated? Your department really surprises me. I need an explanation. Qin Zhanghe was shocked. He thought, is this kid a CIA agent planted in our department? How does he know this information? This is highly confidential. Wait, no, Qin Zhanghe realized. He just said, Han Jun told him? This guy who can't do anything right. Xiaofang, that's not true. How is that possible? Being transferred at this critical moment, the connections must be very strong. Later, I found out that Han Jun had not only been transferred at this time, but he had also been transferred to the highest level headquarters, although his personnel relationship was still with the original unit. Qin Zhanghe must have known, but he didn't tell me. Of course, he didn't lie to me. After all, Han Jun's personnel relationship was indeed still with their unit, theoretically still an employee of their unit. It's just that I was too young at the time and didn't understand Qin Zhanghe's implied message. Han Jun has strong connections, even in a difficult situation, he can still be transferred. Uncle Qin, I have something in my hand that I think you will be interested in. I suppressed my anger. I wanted to give you face, but since you don't want to, I'll help you save face. Do you really think you can cover everything up? If you provoke me, I'll turn the stove upside down, and no one will have it easy. Qin Zhanghe didn't know I was about to play a big move, and he even seemed a bit calm. Don't beat around the bush, just say what you have to say. Although I'm old, I can still handle it. I smiled without reservation. Old Chin, are you sure you can handle it? Uncle Chin, I'll just say it straight. Since there has been no result from my feedback, I'm ready to escalate the situation. If necessary, I'm prepared to report several things to the higher authorities, and I have complete and detailed evidence in my hands. Qin Zhenghe calmly took a sip of wolfberry tea. Xiaofang, didn't you already report to the disciplinary committee? What more do you want to do? At this moment, his inner monologue was probably like this: kid, the path of reporting has been blocked, so don't mess around anymore, it's all in vain. This matter ends here, just live your life honestly. Uncle Chin, I'd been relatively restrained before because I didn't want to involve other innocent people in my personal affairs, but your department has been dragging its feet for over a year. Now that Han Jun is about to be transferred, I'm at my wit's end, so I have no choice but to flip the table and bring everyone down with me. Xiaofang, it's not that serious, really, it's not that serious. Just because this matter wasn't handled well, does that mean life is over? Your parents are getting old and need you to take care of them, your son is still young and waiting for you to raise him. Besides, what does your issue have to do with others? Qin Zhenghe thought I was threatening them with my own life. Uncle Qin, over this past year, I have compiled the 7 major crimes of your unit. I have solid evidence for each crime. Let me mention a few, and you can help me check to see if there are discrepancies between the evidence I have and the facts. For example, embezzlement of public funds, applying for funds and cash withdrawals under false pretenses, or collective corruption, distributing public funds as holiday benefits to the leadership team, or improper use of logistical funds, using cards to purchase items and gifts unrelated to the unit's needs, and so on. Stop. Qin Zhenghe hurriedly interrupted me, not allowing me to continue. His head was now spinning, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. He never expected to be confronted so quickly. Just now, he boasted that, although he is old, he can still handle it, but now, he couldn't handle any of the charges I listed. Not only could he not handle it, but his unit couldn't handle it either. Not only could his unit not handle it, but even the higher level leadership of his unit couldn't handle it. This is the rhythm of a collective collapse. If I were to leak these things, Qin Zhenghe could imagine how bleak his later years would be. He would never be able to retire in this lifetime, probably sewing on a sewing machine until death. Uncle Qin, this is no joke. When I said this, Qin Zhenghe's hands were trembling. This little guy in front of him was not just difficult to deal with, he was practically a devil. At this moment, Qin Zhenghe suddenly remembered a classic line from the TV series Bright Sword: Xia Baoqing, why did you provoke Li Yunlong when you were fine? Han Jun, this fool, has ruined the unit. Uncle Qin, rest assured, I know my limits. As long as nothing happens to me, as long as my family is safe and sound, I promise that these things will never be leaked. Of course, regarding Chang Xin and Han Jun, your unit must give me an explanation. I was warning Qin Zhenghe. Because the evidence I hold is enough to change the future and destiny of many people, there may be those who take desperate measures, so I wanted to make it clear up front. You all better behave and not resort to any underhanded methods. If anything happens to me or my family, I will make you all scapegoats. Qin Zhenghe, being a sly old fox, quickly regained his composure. Nephew, in your hands. I knew he was trying to test whether I really had the most critical secrets of their unit, so I casually read out 2 screenshots of chat conversations. Secretary Lu, Xiaochang, buy 2 bottles of tea and I for me at the usual place, I'm treating some old classmates. Chang Xin, okay, leader. Secretary Lu, Xiaochang, help me order 2 bottles of Feitian, put them directly in my car. Chang Xin, okay, leader. Secretary Lu, Xiaochang, did you buy the 2 bags of imported flour from Russia that you bought from the bonded zone? Chang Xin, leader, I have already sent them to your home. Secretary Lu, good. Qin Zhenghe supported his forehead with his hand. His vision darkened, and he almost fell over. How could such confidential information fall into the hands of that difficult-to-deal-with person? He wished time could move at the speed of light so he could retire on the spot. Nephew, don't act impulsively. The unit hasn't said they won't deal with those 2, it's just that they have been sick and hospitalized, unable to undergo questioning. The Discipline Inspection Commission is also waiting. I couldn't be bothered to argue with Qin Zhenghe. Han Jun is publishing multiple professional academic papers while also shining in Huang Ren's project team. Are you going to stand there and lie to me with your eyes wide open? If it weren't for the fact that I still have to live in this city, if it weren't for me having to consider my son's future, I would have spat in your face long ago. Qin Zhenghe, oh Qin Zhenghe, where has your sense of justice and mission gone from when you were young and willing to stand up for the people? Are you becoming more useless as you get older? The current you, always nodding and bowing, colluding with the villains, just like the description in online novels, the former dragon slayer has finally turned into a villain. Uncle Chin, I don't want to involve others, I just want justice. I suppressed my anger and said, nephew, I completely understand your feelings. How about this, we will discuss it in our department meeting again, and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Is that okay with you? Alright, thank you, Uncle Chin. Nephew, you must stay calm, don't act impulsively, wait for my message. When hanging up the phone, Qin Zhenghe was still worried, repeatedly reminding me. I sneered in my heart. Now you're panicking? Where were you earlier? Damn it, they are all a bunch of heartless scoundrels. After enduring for so long, I finally let out a sigh of relief. Now I'm not in a hurry, it's you who should be worried. As long as you dare to let Han Jun go, then you better clean your necks and wait for the guillotine to give you a righteous judgment. Why did I have Qin Zhenghe firmly in my grasp? This has to do with how serious the embezzlement and collective corruption by their unit's leadership are. Let me give you a simple example. After our unit resumed work, one day it was time for lunch, but the canteen was still closed, leaving our stomachs growling. What's wrong with the canteen? Is it not open today? Don't you know? The provincial investigation team is here to investigate the logistics projects one by one. A colleague who knew the inside story whispered, "Do we really need a high-level provincial investigation team in our little corner?" Hey, it said that the city government was refused money for road repairs, so they turned around and sent an investigation team to show their authority. Why not just check the company's general accounts? Why make such a big fuss at our grassroots level? You've been working here for a while, don't you know how strict the investigations have been in the past 2 years? Besides, they might take this opportunity to set you up. At that time, I already had evidence of the unit's leadership's collective corruption in my hands, so I went to see our unit secretary, He Inwan, who was in charge of discipline and was more familiar with this area. Brother One, are you busy? He Inwan's office door was not closed, so I knocked on it at the door. If you're looking for me, it can't be anything good, come in. He Inwan was making tea, and when he saw me, he wanted to pour me a cup. I quickly took it from him, filled his cup 7/8 full, and then poured myself a cup. Brother One, I have a question for you. If a unit uses false declarations to obtain funds for several years in a row, and then uses this money to give festival benefits to multiple cadres, is this considered a violation? He Inwan listened, glanced at me warily. He looked towards the door, saw no one outside, and then lowered his voice. You've only been here for a short time, you don't know how Laoren got transferred here, right? His predecessor went in because of what you just said, and he's still sewing in there. I was delighted in my heart. So, this kind of operation is definitely a violation? It's not just a violation, it's also illegal. Did you see the provincial investigation team at the canteen at noon? These people eat their fill and have nothing to do all day, specifically investigating this. I was so excited that I almost jumped up. Chang Xin, oh Chang Xin, you really helped me a lot. No. He Inwan felt something was wrong. You're not planning to cause trouble again, are you? He was also afraid of being troubled by me. I made the whole system restless and uneasy by myself, although I was legally defending my rights, but with such a big commotion, how would our sister units view our unit? Many brothers from other units asked him to intercede with Lao Run, hoping that I would stop causing trouble. Brother One also talked to me twice, but seeing my firm attitude, he didn't bring it up again. But I always held on to this matter like a time bomb, who knows when it will explode, making them nervous whenever they see me. Coming out of He Yin's office, I felt completely relieved. In fact, I had checked online before, but what was said online may not necessarily match the reality. Legislation is one thing, enforcement is another. Because I did my homework in advance, I was able to firmly confront Qin Zhong when the time came. Otherwise, how could I possibly compete with Qin Zhong and that old fox? Thinking back to my previous attempts to uphold my rights, whether it was approaching Qin Zhong, their unit's leaders, or the Discipline Inspection Commission's Zhou Mingwei, each time I took the initiative to present the facts and reason with them. What was the result? They always had a countermeasure ready, always evading the issue, leaving me without any temper. Learning from past lessons, this time I didn't reveal everything, just hinted a bit to Qin Zhong, keeping them guessing about my true intentions. They must be eager to know how much solid evidence I have and what evidence I possess, but having learned from previous experiences, I won't reveal everything at once, because only in this way can I intimidate them. The unknown is the most terrifying. After ending the call with me, Qin Zhong did not immediately report back to the unit leaders, but instead called Cheng Xin. He needed to confirm whether I truly had evidence in hand or if I was bluffing. Cheng Xin remained silent on the other end of the phone for a long time. It wasn't until Qin Zhong started to get impatient that she slowly said, "Director, there is a network disk and a notebook at home, containing a lot of things, all in the hands of my Fong Chen." Qin Zhong didn't know what to say. After the call, Shin Zhong went directly to the unit leaders and gathered all the top officials for a closed-door meeting. During the meeting, it was said that the assistant confiscated everyone's phones. They were afraid of being manipulated by me, feeling that my infiltration was thorough, and that there were no secrets in their unit that I didn't know about, hence their caution. My ex-mother-in-law called me without any surprises. Fang Chen, you are too ruthless, you are really too ruthless. Are you only satisfied if you drive Xin to her death? No matter what, she is Leilei's mother. If you drive her to death, how will you face your son in the future? I chuckled. Mom, what are you talking about? I haven't contacted my wife for over a year, how did I drive her? After I said this, my ex-mother-in-law could feel a chill even through the phone signal. At that moment, she felt that my change was too drastic, as if I had suddenly been possessed by someone else. Clearly, the words were cold-blooded and merciless, but they were spoken in such a gentle manner. Not only did my ex-mother-in-law find me terrifying, but even Chang Xin and Chang Yi, who were listening in on the phone, felt a chilling sense of dread. The two sisters glanced at each other, lowered their heads, and remained silent. Chang Xin thought, Fang Chen, you are too heartless. We were husband and wife after all, can't you leave me any room to survive? Chang Yi sighed softly, feeling that this incident had dealt a heavy blow to her brother-in-law. His heart might already be dead. A good man like him, and my sister didn't know how to cherish him. But when I hinted that I liked him in the past, he firmly rejected me, deliberately keeping his distance. Perhaps this is fate. Meeting from afar, not meeting when face to face. Chang Xion's family doesn't know that since the last experience of the new crown infection, when my mother and my son were almost not rescued, I have changed completely. The old me is already dead. The current me can bend and stretch, is deep and scheming, speaks human words to people and ghostly words to ghosts. I detest myself now, but what can I do? It's all because of you. Former mother-in-law said. Director Chin called and asked if what you said is true. I knew it was because of this, otherwise why would you call me? Mom, if it's true, you should ask my wife, she knows best. Are you trying to force her to death? Is it possible that she has been forcing herself all along, making a simple matter complicated until today? There was silence on the other end for a moment. State your conditions. I heard this and a hint of ruthlessness appeared on my lips. Some people like to talk about interests and conditions after reminiscing about the past and chatting about emotions, trying to bring the two sides closer and increase bargaining power in this way. This is no different from farting after taking off your pants. When the interests are in place, there's no need to talk about emotions. When the interests are not in place, talking about emotions is useless. Why is Chang Xion's family now actively discussing conditions with me? Isn't it because I have them in my grasp? Over the past year, I have made countless calls, hysterically demanding her to come back and divorce me. I even gave her the house, but she completely ignored me. She still dreams of coming back to live a good life, and even dreams of returning to her former job and advancing her career with the help of Han Ingjun. Now that I have them in my grasp, the dream is shattered, and now they want to discuss divorce terms with me? Sorry, it's too late. A 2 million yuan house is gone. You must leave with nothing. But if you think that's the end of it, then you're too naive. The husband who used to say even if you don't love, you shouldn't hate is long gone. Now in front of you is the darkened Fang Chen. My conditions are simple, but let me emphasize that I'm not negotiating with you. If you accept, great for you and me. If you don't, it's okay. There are plenty of people in a worse situation than me. They should be more anxious. Chang Xin listened, her already sickly face instantly lost all color. Over the past year, from the initial feudal rage to the steady and methodical approach, to the current ruthless pursuit, it can be said that Chang Xin witnessed the entire process of a man turning dark. She no longer has the confidence she once had, she is truly afraid of me. Chang Yi noticed her abnormality, held her hand, and whispered, Sister, it's okay. She nodded palely. First, let Chang Xin come back as soon as possible to divorce, leave with nothing, and give up custody and visitation rights for the child. I don't want Kola to know he has a mother with loose morals, to make him unable to hold his head up at school, to be pointed at on the street, I said with red eyes. Originally, I was thinking that even if Chang Xin divorced, she would still be the child's mother, and I would agree to her visiting and taking the child out to play. I had no right to deprive her of this right. More importantly, I didn't want the child to completely lose his mother's love. However, something unexpected happened when I took Kola to play at the mall last time, and I changed my mind. At that time, a toy vendor actively gave Kola a Belial Ultraman, patting his little head and sighing. Someone nearby whispered, Is that the child? The toy store owner's wife nodded gently. When I left the mall and returned home, the flower shop owner at the entrance gave me a pot of forget-me-nots, encouraging me to stay strong even for the sake of my child, and that things would gradually get better. That's why I haven't been taking my child out recently and instead let my parents take the child out to play. I've become a celebrity here. I'm really afraid that this kind of influence will continue, disturbing Kayleigh's life and studies. That's why I set such unreasonable conditions, not only asking Cheng Xian to give up custody but also visitation rights. Anything else? My former mother-in-law didn't rush to reply. They wanted to see the other conditions I proposed first before making a decision. Second, go to the Discipline Inspection Commission, report and expose the illegal and disciplinary things Han Ing-jun did. Just be truthful. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Isn't it simple? We'll consider and get back to you. Okay, take your time. I'll give you 365 days to think about it. After saying that, without waiting for their response, I hung up the phone. Now I'm not in a hurry. Cheng Xian should be the one in a hurry. Oh, no, it's Cheng Xian's unit leaders who are in a hurry. They will put pressure on Cheng Xian. I don't need to urge her at all. Just thinking about Cheng Xian's unit leaders, I have a feeling of being in deep trouble. What's the use of me having evidence of your illegal activities? I don't really want to report you. What I want is evidence of Han Ing-jun's illegal activities, but unfortunately, his rank is too low to be involved in these matters. What a mess! Don't be fooled by my calm appearance now. I'm actually quite anxious. The people I have in my hands are not my targets, and these people have great power. If I handle it poorly, I might end up in trouble myself. I'm really in a dilemma now. Nephew, can we talk? During work hours, Qin Zhanghe called me. The term nephew sounded very warm and affectionate, instantly bringing us closer. I disdainfully pursed my lips. It used to be Xiaofang, but since the big killer was brought out, it has been upgraded to nephew. It's just a polite term for adults, don't take it seriously. I walked towards the office while saying, go ahead, what do you want to talk about? Are you free these days? I want to treat you to a meal, just the two of us as uncle and nephew. Qin Zhanghe said warmly. There is a saying in the workplace, when a leader invites you to dinner, it's giving you face, you shouldn't underestimate it. Even if you're busy, you should make time. Moreover, Qin Zhanghe, at this level of leadership, is in charge of hundreds of people, usually very busy, so him inviting me to dinner alone shows that he already values me a lot. I smiled, Uncle Qin, I'm probably not free these days, the unit is too busy. Using a phrase from the internet, yesterday you ignored me, today you can't reach me, tomorrow you'll regret it. Of course, I didn't mean to play games with Qin Zhanghe. Our unit has been busy lately preparing for the inspection from higher-ups. But no matter how busy, there is always time for a meal. I just wanted to make them wait a bit, let these officials also experience what it's like to not think about tea, food, or sleep. I've been waiting for you for over a year, is it too much to make you wait a few days? Unexpectedly, this wait lasted for over a week. I was really busy, working overtime every day. One night, Brother Wen walked to my desk holding a thermos. Qin Zhanghe asked if you're busy lately. I said you've been working overtime at the unit every day, don't know what he wants. Qin Zhanghe thought I was deliberately putting on airs and playing hard to get, but he didn't expect that I was really busy and couldn't spare any time. After work that day, when I returned home, I noticed that my parents' expressions were not quite right. Coke's mom called your dad today, my mom said in a displeased tone. Cheng Xian called? That's quite rare, a bit unexpected for me. It's been over a year, and this woman has been completely out of touch. Due to the epidemic everywhere, information is blocked, and I don't even know if she is alive or dead. However, the reason for her call at this time is most likely because she has been cornered by the big killer I hold in my hands. You were so determined when you left, not caring about the child for over a year. Weren't you very principled? Why bow your head now? It seems that in your heart, neither family nor children are important, only your future is. What, she misses the child? I asked with a smile, pretending not to care. My mom looked at me, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She knew that I wasn't like this before. I used to be straightforward and honest, not bending, liking what I liked and disliking what I didn't, without any pretense. Now, I bury love and hate deep inside, not letting anyone pry, and no one can see my emotions on my face. Take the incident of Cheng Xian calling my dad. In the past, I would have definitely been furious and said, how dare she call my dad? But now, I just casually asked, does she miss the child? My mom knew that I hadn't let go, but I wouldn't show it anymore. This shows that I have matured. But this kind of maturity has come at almost the cost of losing everything. My mom's biggest regret now is not giving me a younger sibling. If I had a brother or sister, the pressure on my shoulders wouldn't be as great as it is now. Coke's mom said she wants to see Coke, but your dad didn't let her, saying the child has just gotten used to it, and she shouldn't disturb anymore. My mom sighed. Cheng Xian dares not call me, doesn't want to call my mom, can only call my dad. This is understandable, after all, my dad and her have always had a good relationship. My dad has treated her like his own daughter. In daily life, when Chang Xin and I had conflicts, my dad never asked for the reasons, he just scolded me. In work matters, my dad has also helped her a lot, from writing articles to designing drawings. My dad has always been hands-on. Chang Xin and I have had conflicts, my mom and her have had conflicts, but my dad and her have never had any conflicts. My dad did the right thing. Coke has already adapted to life without her. If she appears now, it will only make the child suffer. After dinner, my mom was washing dishes in the kitchen. I was playing Plants vs. Zombies with Coke on the mat on the floor, and my dad was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper I brought back from work. What did his mom say today? I casually asked. My dad grunted, his expression not looking good. She wants to see the child. I didn't let her, and then she felt wronged, saying you don't care about her, pointing out where you didn't do well. That's why you've come to this point today. I smiled and didn't say much. Actually, I've never quite understood why she's being so stubborn. She's clearly at fault in this matter, so why does she still look for these grand excuses to absolve herself? But all of that doesn't matter now. Chang Xin has become a passing guest in my life. In the evening, I gave Coke a bath, then carried him to bed to put him to sleep. When the little guy fell asleep, I habitually checked Weibo to see if I had received any useful clues today. At that moment, I found a text message from an unknown number half an hour ago. Perhaps it's time to say goodbye to this world. I'm too tired, really. Let's end our grievances here. I entrust the child to you in the future. This seems like a final letter. I casually took a screenshot of the text message and sent it to Cheng-yi's husband, Zhang Xiuji. Xiuji, take a look at this. Zhang Xiuji replied, okay brother-in-law, I will inform Cheng-yi immediately. After divorcing, I sent Han Jun in. If you want to die, I won't stop you. But what are you trying to achieve by seeking death now? Did I force you to death? What did I force you to do? This woman is really crazy. After some thought, I sent the screenshot to Qin Zhong and also sent a message, Uncle Qin, there is an employee in your unit who is not thinking straight and wants to commit suicide. Please contact them. Qin Zhong was still awake and replied almost instantly, okay. It's obvious that it must be the leaders in their unit pressuring her, asking her to persuade me to destroy the evidence. But she knows her place, she knows she can't persuade me. She can't face the leaders at work, can't face me at home, feeling overwhelmed, so she decides to commit suicide. This reminds me of her calling my dad during the day saying she wants to see the child. It's been over a year without a single call, and now suddenly she wants to see the child. Does that mean she wants to see the child before she dies? I started to feel a bit nervous. But neither Zhang Xiuji nor Qin Zhong sent any more messages, so I couldn't sleep well all night. Later, I heard from my ex-mother-in-law that Chang Xin did indeed want to commit suicide. She walked from the hospital to a road, planning to get hit by a truck so she could leave some insurance money for Kaylee. I was speechless. I don't understand what this woman is thinking. For over a year she didn't care about the child, didn't spend a penny on him, and now, on the brink of death, she wants to leave him some insurance money? Did the truck driver dig up your family's grave? Are you trying to deceive them? Of course, this could also be a staged tragic drama by their family. After all, she faked her death before. The two sisters may not be so complicated, but my ex-mother-in-law is a very opinionated person. Looking at Kaylee sleeping, I once again asked myself, did I really do something wrong? Although the little guy has adapted to life without a mother, he really needs maternal love. You can tell from how much he likes the young aunt. Last time when I picked him up from the interest class, a classmate's mother, who looked a bit like Chang Xin in height and hairstyle, played with him for a while. As a result, he held her hand and didn't let go, and even held my hand with his right hand, shouting mom and dad holding hands, like a family of three, making us two adults laugh and cry. But I didn't do much to her, I just wanted a divorce, the child to be with me, not even letting her pay child support, and then sending Han Jun, that scum, in. It's that simple. What did I force her to do? I really can't understand. The next day at work, Qin Zhong called me again to invite me to dinner. I thought about it and agreed. Things need to be resolved, dragging it on is not a solution. If it drags on for too long, I'm worried those restless leaders might have other ideas, and if someone is desperate, it could be troublesome. Okay Uncle Qin, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Yuxian Kitchen, don't be late. Qin Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. The leaders at work have been talking about this every day, his ears are almost calloused, now the time is finally set. The next step is to negotiate the terms. In the morning, because I had to take Kaylee to the community hospital for a vaccine, I took half a day off. While parking on the side of the road, I ran into Wang Ming. Wang Ming was the police officer who drove us to the hospital when Kaylee was infected with the novel coronavirus. After our whole family recovered and left the hospital, I specially made a banner that read "Caring for the people, serving the masses," brought some cola, and delivered the banner to their sub-bureau. expressing my gratitude to them solemnly. There is no way to repay the life-saving grace, so I can only express my gratitude in this way. At the entrance of the community hospital, Wang Ming was preparing to take a pretty girl into the police car. I asked, "Captain Wang, what's going on?" He put the girl in the car, played with the cola for a moment, and then said, "For some reason, this girl smashed someone's car window." The owner said it had been smashed twice before, and the third time was caught on the owner's surveillance camera, so the owner reported it to the police. Suddenly, I remembered the incident of Han Ningjuan's car window being smashed and wondered if this girl was responsible. At that time, I was in a hurry to go to the community hospital, and Wang Ming also had official business, so we didn't talk much. As I walked towards the community hospital with the cola, the pretty girl in the police car kept staring at me. Wang Ming noticed this and asked, "Do you know each other?" The girl nodded and said, "He is a good person." This was the first time the girl spoke. "Is Fong Chen a good person? Is she praising him or criticizing him?" Wang Ming was full of question marks. However, he didn't dwell on this question and asked, "Why did you smash the car window?" The girl remained silent again. It wasn't until Wang Ming started the police car that she said, "That scumbag deserved it." Wang Ming probably understood. These young people, without asking, mostly have emotional entanglements. Let's bring her back to the station first. Cola is most afraid of injections, crying and making a scene. The whole family comforted him for a long time, and finally my mother promised to take him to the mall to buy a European-style sword, which made him stop crying reluctantly. The mall is very close to my house, only 300 to 400 meters away. I dropped them off at the mall entrance and drove back home, while my parents took him inside to play. As soon as they entered the mall, Cola ran off, shouting "Mommy, Mommy" as he ran. This startled my parents, thinking it was Chang Xin coming back to take the child. Instead, they saw Cola hugging the leg of a young girl, looking at her and calling her mommy. The girl stood there in shock. Several girls around her of similar age looked at her in amazement, saying, "Jelua, is this your son? No, when did you have a child? Oh my, this is juicy. No wonder you rejected all the boys who pursued you, you already have a man. Tell us, who's the father of the child?" "Ah, Jelua, your son is so cute, he will definitely grow up to be a handsome guy. Come, let Auntie hold him." The girls chattered excitedly, enjoying the gossip and not giving Jelua a chance to speak, leaving her blushing. "What are you thinking?" She was a bit amused and exasperated. She was only 18 years old this year. If Cola was her child, it would mean she got pregnant at 14. She was still a minor at that time. "He is Cola, the little guy I told you about that I met in the hospital some time ago." "Oh, so you're Cola, why are you so cute and handsome?" "Ah, I'm crying, he's really too cute, I want to have one too." "Well, you have to ask your dad. Is this dad a legitimate dad?" Ha ha. When my parents caught up, a few college-aged girls were playing with Cola. "Grandpa, Grandma." Cola held Angelua's hand and introduced her like a little adult, "Mommy." My mother's head was starting to hurt. "Don't call her that, she's not your mom." The little guy was stubborn, "She is my mom." Angelua greeted awkwardly, "Hello, uncle and aunt." My mother saw that Cola was holding Angelua's hand tightly and calling her mom, suddenly remembered who she was. "You are the nurse from the hospital, right?" She heard me say that when Cola was hospitalized, he mistook a nurse for his mother and got along well with that nurse. Angelua hurriedly said, "Auntie, I am not a nurse. I was quarantined in the hospital at that time, and the hospital urgently needed manpower, so I volunteered." My mother stared at Angelua up and down, nodding to herself as she looked at her, feeling confused. "Auntie, what's wrong?" My mother smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing." "Girl, how old are you this year? What do you do? By the way, where are you from? Are there any other people in your family?" Angelua was stunned for a moment, didn't understand the old lady's meaning for a while, but still truthfully replied, "I am 18 years old this year, just started my freshman year, my family is from Gue province, and I have a younger brother at home. Just started college. What major are you studying?" "Auntie, I am studying elementary education." "You're going to be a teacher." My mother's eyes lit up involuntarily. Before she could ask anything else, my father pulled her. "Look at you, why ask the child so many questions? Her friends are waiting over there anxiously, why don't you ask if she has something to do?" Angelua turned around and saw her roommate Meow Meow holding her phone, making a calling gesture. Apparently someone was calling. When she was holding Kula just now, she was caught off guard and handed her phone directly to Meow Meow. "Auntie, I'll go answer the phone." My mother quickly took Kulu. The little guy was still unwilling, shouting for his mother. Angelua was embarrassed to death, and said, "Auntie, I'll go answer the phone, I'll come back to play with you later." She quickly walked to Meow Meow and took the phone. "Jelua, can you come to the police station now?" "Ah, senior sister, what happened?" Well, there's a bit of a situation on my end. It's not a big deal. I need you to come over and sign something for me. Okay, senior sister, I'll come over right away. After hanging up the phone, Angelua said to my mother, Auntie, there's something urgent at my school, I need to rush back. Seeing her in a hurry, my mother said, I'll call Kali's dad to drive you. No need, a few of us will take the bus back, it's quite convenient. After that, she patted Kali's head, Kalu, Auntie has something urgent to do and needs to go back. We'll play together another day, okay? Kulu looked reluctant, okay then. Well, Kalu is so good, goodbye Kalu, goodbye uncle and aunt. Watching Angelua and the others walk away, my father glanced at my mother, children have their own blessings, you should worry less. He could see that my mother was looking for a daughter-in-law. Before my father could finish speaking, my mother was already unhappy. Xiaoming has been single for over a year. Being both a father and a mother, aren't you worried? Of course, my father was worried, but he was quite open-minded. He's not disabled, he's in his 30s. Do we still need to arrange this kind of thing for him? Do you see any signs that Xiaoming wants to find someone? The way he is now, if we don't help him, I don't think he will ever find someone again in his life. When that time comes, won't the children suffer the most? My father agreed on this point. He also realized that Cheng Xian's affair had a great impact on me. From the fact that I was taking care of and raising the children alone, it could be seen that I was heading towards a life of being alone forever, and I might never get married again in this lifetime. They were both very worried. After all, I was only 32 years old, although not young anymore, but not at the age to lie down and wait for death. This girl won't do. My father expressed his opinion. Angelua is only 18 years old, but her son is already 32 years old, more than a round apart. Setting aside whether the other party is willing or not, just the generation gap is insurmountable, not to mention that the son is on his second marriage and even has a child. What's wrong with that? I think she's pretty good, she's even an elementary school teacher, and in the future, she can help with homework for Kayleigh. My mom was thinking far ahead. My dad shook his head, she's too young, and too pretty. Your previous daughter-in-law was targeted because she was too pretty, which led to trouble. Do you dare to find a pretty daughter-in-law again? This was just a thought in my dad's mind, he didn't say it out loud. My mom was stunned. What's wrong with being young and pretty? Aren't you men all like young and pretty women? This was a trap question. My dad was wise and tactfully left with Kayleigh in his arms. Oh, I forgot to ask for that girl's contact information. My mom slapped her forehead, feeling really confused. How could she forget about this? My dad said, Xiaoming should have it. But I really didn't. Although I had spent 7 or 8 days with Angelua in the hospital, our relationship was just nodding acquaintances. I hadn't moved on from my failed marriage, I didn't even think about dating, my mind was solely focused on Kayleigh during my time in the hospital. Angelua would come to the ward to play with Kayleigh when she had time. She always saw me looking troubled and unapproachable, hardly speaking to me. If it weren't for today when she happened to meet Kayleigh while shopping with her roommate, we might never have crossed paths again. After returning from the community hospital, I quickly tidied up and went to work. There was a pile of work waiting for me to handle, I couldn't afford to steal half a day of leisure. In the evening, I arrived at Yuxian Kitchen 20 minutes early. When dining with a superior, I had to arrive early, I couldn't keep the superior waiting. But to my surprise, Xin Zhanghe was already waiting for me in the private room. A leader of his level was usually busy, and inviting him to dinner required at least a 3-day advance notice. But now he was specifically waiting for me here. It seemed that the leaders in their unit were really in a hurry. I walked in quickly and apologized to him. Sorry, Uncle Qin, I'm late. He glanced at his watch and smiled. You're not late, I came early. Then he handed me the menu. Take a look at what you want to eat. I didn't refuse or be polite. Uncle Qin, I'll just go ahead. I ordered 3 dishes and a soup, 2 vegetarian and 1 meat dish, all home-cooked dishes, and I had done my homework in advance, ordering dishes that Qin Zhanghe liked. He looked at me meaningfully. You, young man. I've said it before, if you focus more on work, you would definitely be someone by now. In Qin Zhanghe's eyes, my ability to observe and cater to others' preferences was lacking in young people in the workplace today. Not only did I possess these qualities, but I also had a natural talent for it. If I were as ambitious as Cheng Xian, I would definitely be a key figure in the unit now. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. After such an incident, my career path had been blocked. No leader dared to reuse or promote me. I smiled. Uncle Qin, I'm doing fine now. Everyone has their own aspirations, we can't force it. He nodded and went straight to the point. Have you been in contact with Cheng Xian recently? From what I know, she's not doing well. At that moment, nostalgic music was playing in the restaurant. It was Jean Minky's Time Thief. I said lightly, Uncle Qin, the lyrics of this song are so well written. Time is a journey with no return, good or bad, it's all scenery. We choose our own path, no one is holding a knife to her neck, who can she blame? After saying that, I couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion in my heart. Yes, the road is chosen by oneself, who can blame? When Chang Xin and I were together, whether in Mingzhu City or in Luochang, she never worried about money. And now, the first thing she does every day when she opens her eyes is worry about money. Her salary has been cut off, and she has to pay for social security and medical insurance out of her own pocket every month. Her illness requires continuous treatment, with many imported medicines that are not covered by medical insurance, costing several thousand each month for the self-funded portion alone. In addition, she needs money for her daily expenses like food, clothing, housing, and transportation. In just over a year, she has accumulated a lot of debt. I wonder if she regrets her choices now. I shake my head, why bother thinking so much? Does this woman deserve sympathy? Stubborn and unrepentant, this is the retribution she deserves. If she had just apologized and admitted her mistakes, if she had just cared a little more about the child, my hatred for her wouldn't be so deep. Using the child's dependence on his mother, torturing the child to force me to submit, collaborating with her lover to disappear, leaving me with no way to seek justice, colluding with the company, attempting to be reinstated, dragging me along all this time. Thinking about all the things she has done, do I have any reason to forgive her and give her a way out? She is no longer my wife, but my enemy. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Are you really not planning to give her a way out? Qin Zhenghe looked at me. I know, our negotiation has already begun, and what I say next will likely determine Chang Xian's fate. Their unit seems to have decided to abandon the car to protect the handsome, and now they are probing me. I remain calm, Uncle Qin, there are national laws and family rules. Although I am her husband, I have no right to interfere. After all, this is your unit's matter. My meaning is clear, handle official matters officially, do what needs to be done. Qin Zhenghe, still somewhat reluctant, asked, don't you consider the child? It pierced my heart, but I still shook my head gently. I ask myself, I have lived my life honorably, without wronging anyone, the only one I have wronged is my son. I really wanted to give him a complete family. I tried my best, but I really couldn't do it. I'm sorry, little guy. Don't hate daddy for being harsh on your mommy, it's her own fault. I hope you can understand daddy in the future. Qin Zhenghe is not a stubborn person, especially at his age, about to retire. What else is there to hold on to? But he truly cannot understand my handling of this matter. Clearly, there are 1,001 reasonable ways to solve the problem. Why did I have to choose a lose-lose situation? In his view, extramarital affairs are too common in today's society. 99% of them are idle. When there's nothing to do, they watch short videos, take all kinds of toxic advice as gospel, can't control their inner turmoil, and let desires run wild. This is the atmosphere in society. What can you do about it? Looking at it from the perspective of a mature man, such incidents are indeed frustrating. But since it has already happened, the first thing you should consider is how to protect your own interests to the maximum and minimize losses, which is the most wise and sensible way to handle it. But me, I don't care about personal gain at all. I only pursue right and wrong, not only ruining my own future, but also wanting to ruin the futures of Chang Xian and Han Jun. Qin Zhenghe really can't understand why I would engage in such a self-destructive behavior that harms others. What am I after? Is the promise of promotion and salary increase from the unit not tempting enough for you? Or is the 1 million compensation from Han Jun not appealing enough? Qin Zhenghe once conducted an investigation on me through the relationship of the unit in private. The leaders of the unit generally have a high opinion of me, praising my outstanding abilities, calmness in facing challenges, and the ability to make the best choices quickly in the face of complex and severe problems. People like me, whether viewed horizontally or vertically, are more rational than emotional. Why, when it comes to the matter of Chang Xian's affair, do I hold on like a stubborn child, always unwilling to let go? Only children distinguish right from wrong, adults only care about interests. Uncle Qin, let me give you a crude analogy. If someone secretly put a pile of shit in my bowl when I wasn't looking, even if the bowl is washed clean, I wouldn't want it, even if I had to eat with my hands. Qin Zhenghe was speechless, thinking thankfully the food hadn't arrived yet. If I heard you say that while eating, could I still eat? What kind of nonsense analogy is this? Are these two things the same? Uncle Qin, let me ask you a question. If the key to your house could open someone else's lock, would you change your house lock? Qin Zhenghe smiled ambiguously. If someone else's key could open my house lock, then I would definitely change my house lock. I looked at him and nodded, yes, because if you don't change the lock, who knows if someone will enter your house when you're not home? Qin Zhenghe was a bit confused. What does this have to do with what we're discussing? Uncle Qin, this man is like a key, and a woman is like a lock. Stop. Shin Zhanghe couldn't hold back. This little rascal was too cunning, and he had unknowingly been tricked by him. The food arrived, and we didn't drink, just ate and chatted. Shin Zhanghe saw my firm attitude and knew that saying more would just be a waste of breath. So without further ado, he revealed the decision of their unit regarding Chang Xian. Chang Xian's application to become a full member of the party has been rejected. This punishment is already quite severe, equivalent to cutting off her future. This whole thing feels like magic to me. Chang Xian was promoted too quickly. She didn't even have time to join the party. It's a coincidence that just as she was about to become a full party member, the affair between Han Ning-jun and her was exposed. The leader in charge of handling this matter in their unit was also quite experienced, quietly delaying the issue for a few days, and it ended up dragging on until now. Who would have thought that what was initially just a casual operation would now come in handy, becoming an important bargaining chip in their negotiations with me? According to the party regulations, if a probationary party member receives an administrative disciplinary action during the probationary period, when the party organization discusses the issue of becoming a full member at the end of the probationary period, it should treat the nature and circumstances of the errors committed by the individual differently. If the error is minor, and after criticism and education the individual has corrected the mistake and not received an administrative disciplinary action, they can become a full member on time. If it is a general error, with a light administrative disciplinary action, and the individual has a deep understanding and basically meets the conditions of a party member, the probationary period can be extended at the discretion of the organization. If the error is serious and the individual has lost the qualifications of a party member, their probationary party member status should be revoked. Currently, their unit has classified Chang Xian's case as serious error, and she has lost the qualifications of a party member. This means that she will never have a chance to be approved in the future, no matter how many times she applies. Chang Xian was ambitious and her affair was closely related to her ambitions. But now, everything is over. Besides being sick and in debt, she has nothing left. This is a delayed punishment. If a year ago, when I sent a report letter to their unit workgroup, they had given Chang Xian such a punishment, I would have definitely laughed happily, then pointed at her and scolded her. The heavens have their own justice. Who can escape the retribution? This is karma. But now, my heart is calm. Chang Xian should of course be punished, but what about the despicable Han Ning-jun? He is also an important target for my revenge. Where is Han Ning-jun? I asked. Shin Zhong sighed and looked at me, saying, "Nephew, this matter is very difficult." He joined the company, moved to the project team, and even applied to transfer to the headquarters. All these processes are beyond the control of the unit. In other words, someone from above forced him in, and the unit has no right to refuse. This kind of thing is highly irregular and seriously damages the political ecology within the unit, but some people still do it, and no one can stop them. In principle, he is an employee of the unit, and his personnel file is with the unit. If he makes such a mistake, the unit definitely has the power to punish him, but whether they can actually do it, the unit's decision is final. You are within the system, so you should understand some of these things. There's no need for me, Uncle Chin, to complain to you here. Seeing my displeased expression, Shin Zhong helplessly added, "It's not that the unit doesn't want to punish him, but they have no way to do it." This statement was a bit harsh, as if they had exposed the unit's bottom line. It means that I have leverage over them, otherwise he would never have said such words to me. As a senior leader of the unit, responsible for hundreds of people, he still cares about his reputation. Just like in Journey to the West, the monsters without background were killed by Sun Wukong, while those with background went to the Heavenly Court or Mount Ling. They found another way to continue their mischief. I chuckled. At this moment, I felt powerless, but this is reality. When faced with such a situation, you have to accept it, whether you like it or not. When under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Shin Zhong's old face also looked uneasy, as he quickly sipped some tea from his cup. Class distinctions exist objectively, but you can't talk about it openly. It's not conducive to unity. This meal was quite uncomfortable. It was completely different from what I had expected. I thought that by catching evidence of illegal activities by Chang Xian's superiors, I could use it to pressure them to punish Han Ning-jun. But I was too young. Even though Chang Xian and Han Ning-jun were involved together, one was punished severely while the other was promoted to the headquarters because of their different backgrounds. This blatant double standard is outrageous. I was filled with anger, almost wanting to flip the table and curse out loud, but I held back. I knew this was reality. Being enraged and powerless would only make me look like a clown. What I need to do now is to stay calm, very calm, or extremely calm. Since I chose the path of revenge, I can imagine the difficulties ahead. Otherwise, Han Ning-jun wouldn't be so confident. A scumbag who is ambitious but can't control his desires. To catch him, I have to start with his promiscuous relationships. I pondered in my mind about the next steps and where to start. If I can bear the consequences, I dare to challenge even the emperor, let alone just Han Jun. I really don't believe in this evil. Shin Zhong has lived for most of his life and has experienced many ups and downs. But at this moment, he nervously watched me. I appeared very calm, as if nothing had happened. But he knew that beneath my calm exterior, there was a heart filled with rage, madness, and destruction. He truly feared that if I lost control and acted recklessly, with the idea of if I go down, everyone goes down, I would expose the evidence in my hands. In that case, this matter really can't be resolved peacefully, it can only be a fight to the death. Fortunately, I am angry but have not lost my reason. There is a head for every grievance and a debtor for every debt. My enemy is Han Jun, not Qin Zhong and his gang of parasites. If I want to seek justice for the people, I can openly report their corruption, which is my right as a citizen under the law. But now, I am trying to threaten them with evidence of their illegal activities to punish Han Jun, which is not the behavior of a gentleman. More importantly, threatening them is useless. They cannot touch Han Jun. Uncle Qin, I understand the difficulties faced by the leaders, and I will not seek help for my revenge, I will handle it myself. Qin Zhong felt relieved after hearing this. The meaning of my words is clear. I will not use your illegal activities to threaten you to seek revenge for me, so you can rest assured. But Uncle Qin, while I am investigating the evidence of Han Jun's illegal activities, I do not want anyone to interfere with me. I can let you go, I do not expect you to help me, but you must not cause trouble for me. Otherwise, the sword of Damocles hanging over your head may fall at any time. Qin Zhong sighed and advised me, nephew, listen to uncle's advice, stop stirring things up, just live your life peacefully, this matter is unlikely to have a resolution. He did not have much hope for my fight for rights. Only at his position could he truly understand the power behind Han Jun. Even if I were to break the sky open, this matter would not have a resolution, because there are too many people waiting to cover it up. Uncle Qin, I appreciate your good intentions. I have never believed that suffering a loss is a blessing. I will not consider myself unlucky in this matter. I will continue to pursue Han Jun until he is brought to justice. Qin Zhong did not say anything more. We have been dealing with each other for more than a year, and he knows very well what kind of person I am. Once I have made a decision, not even Qin Zhong can change it, let alone my superior, Lao Ren. After leaving Yuxian Kitchen, I drove straight home, while Qin Zhong headed back to the office. At the entrance of the meeting room, the assistant of the unit's top leader greeted him with a smile, and Qin Zhong handed over his phone voluntarily. Just like last time, no electronic devices were allowed inside the closed-door meeting this time. Qin Zhong walked in and found all the senior officials of the unit present, not one missing. What did he say? He promised not to leak this matter. His promise? What good is his promise? All the evidence must be destroyed. The problem is, can you guarantee that the evidence to be destroyed is the final version? Then what should we do? We can't keep this man silent forever, can we? As soon as this was said, the noisy meeting room immediately fell silent, with a chill in the air. They all understood that only a dead person's promise could be trusted, and only a dead person would keep a secret forever. But the problem is, they are currently committing embezzlement. The amount is not particularly large. Once exposed, they may only need to serve a few years in prison. But if they were to kill me because of this, it would not just be a matter of serving a few years in prison, it is very likely that they would end up behind bars for life, or even face the firing squad. It's like someone catching a cold, originally could be cured with a pack of cold medicine, but the doctor insists on performing brain surgery, not to say that this treatment is bad, but it is completely unnecessary. So, for them, this matter is truly disgusting. Taking a risk is not worth it. Don't take risks. The little braid has always been held by others, just like what Jia Qian said to his junior brother in the movie, The Assassin, I will keep this secret for a lifetime. The leaders had a meeting until midnight, but ultimately did not reach any feasible solution, so they could only reluctantly choose to believe in promises. They felt that this was the most ridiculous thing they had ever done in their lives. In the past, they were the ones making empty promises to others. But now, they had to reluctantly accept the promises I made to them. When I got home, I proactively sent a voice message to my ex-mother-in-law, tell Chang Xian to come back and divorce, I don't want to drag this on anymore. What are the conditions? Came the immediate response. I was momentarily taken aback. What conditions? First is the child, second is the house and savings. If you want the child, then the house and savings go to Xin. If you want the house and savings, then the child goes to Xin. You can't just take advantage of everything. I chuckled. Old lady, have you forgotten that I spared your daughter from going to jail? How dare you negotiate conditions with me? Who gave you the courage? I am informing you now, not negotiating with you. The condition is, leave with nothing. Tell Chang Xin, I'm giving her a week to get a divorce, otherwise she'll spend the rest of her life in jail. The next night, I was having dinner at home. My mom casually asked me if I had Angelo's contact information. I was a bit puzzled. Why would she suddenly ask about that nurse from the hospital? Coke offered, saying they met mom at the mall yesterday. I see. But I didn't have Angelo's contact information. What would a grown man like me need a young girl's contact information for? My mom kept sighing, leaving me confused. Before going to bed, Changyi sent me a friend request on WeChat, with the message brother-in-law, can we chat? After Chang Xian's incident, I only kept my ex-mother-in-law's WeChat among their family. If it weren't for the fact that things weren't completely settled yet, I would have deleted my ex-mother-in-law's WeChat friend as well. I really don't want to have any more dealings with their family. It's been over a year of struggle, and I'm really tired. Not convenient, I declined her. What's there to chat about with my sister-in-law? We didn't chat before, and we won't chat now. About my sister. She explained, a week is definitely not enough time for a divorce. I was suddenly furious. I just want to get a divorce. Why is it so difficult? You've dragged me along for over a year. How much longer do you want to drag this out? With this kind of marriage that exists in name only, is there even a need for it to continue? I really don't understand what you're thinking. I agreed to Chung Yi's friend request. Just as I was about to ask her why, she sent me a photo directly, and my body froze. In the photo, a woman who looked emaciated, wearing a mask and an old sun protective suit from a few years ago, sat huddled in a corner with a vacant look in her eyes. In front of her on the ground, there were some snacks with a handwritten price list, clearance sale for 10 yuan. Looking at the woman in the photo, my long silent heart seemed to be suddenly pulled out, and then stabbed hard with a knife. After Chang Xian left this home, I had imagined countless scenarios of meeting her again. I even thought about the scene of her being taken away, but I never expected to see her again in this way. I couldn't believe that the emaciated woman huddled in the corner was Chang Xian. Is this the same elegant goddess that everyone praised for her beauty? In just over a year, has she become so haggard and aged like this? I can't describe my feelings at that time. Was I happy? Maybe. This is the retribution she deserves for betraying her family and marriage. Serves her right. But I really can't feel happy. I don't know why. To be honest, I would rather die from contracting the new coronavirus than see her in this state now. Brother-in-law, I know my sister has wronged you, but she is really being punished now. Considering she is the mother of your child, can you give her a way out? Qingyi sent me a voice message, her voice filled with tears. I don't know how it turned out like this, but brother-in-law, my sister is really pitiful now. She misses the child, but feels ashamed to face the child, so she can only hold a pillow at night, treating it as the child, talking to herself all night long. Her illness is getting worse, she needs to take imported medicine constantly, but she has no money at all. I helped with tens of thousands, but it's still far from enough. She is very afraid of meeting people now. Every time she goes out, she wraps herself tightly, afraid of being recognized by others. When neighbors gather to chat, she feels like they are discussing her. Brother-in-law, you might say she deserves it, why regret now? But the big mistake has already been made. Can't you, for the sake of your past love, for the sake of the child, give her a way out? Brother-in-law, do you know? I always thought my sister was the happiest woman in the world, and you were the best man in the world. But suddenly one day, my sister cheated, did such a thing. You also changed, became calculating and heartless. I really don't know why. Why did it turn out like this? I listened quietly, not interrupting her. It wasn't until she sobbed softly that I realized Qingyi was still the same Qingyi in my memory, protected well by Zhang Xiuji, unchanged at all. Qingxin is a Leo, with a somewhat stubborn personality. She has her own ideas and always likes to be in a dominant position in life. Qingyi is the opposite. Qingyi is a Cancer, the type that needs to be taken care of, with a strong sense of dependence on trusted people. I am one of the people she can trust. So when she poured her heart out like that, I didn't feel anything strange. But I was just slightly touched by her words, that's all. Qingyi is still the immature little girl who hasn't grown up enough, while I am no longer the same as before. If I were like her, not growing at all for so many years, I might not even know how I died. The past is gone, it has no meaning to me anymore. Tell me, why isn't 7 days enough for me? How long does your sister need from me? I didn't add you as a friend to reminisce with you, but to solve practical problems, so Qingyi, don't dwell on the past with me, let's talk about the present. Qingyi pursed her lips. Brother-in-law, how did you become like this? Are you really not giving my sister any way out? I sneered. My happy family was torn apart and destroyed by someone who gave me a way out? My son lost his mother at the age of 3, I have to be both a father and a mother, who gave me a way out. Taking care of the sick elderly and children at the same time, so busy that I wish I could split myself into two, who gave me a way out. When my son and my mother were both given critical condition notices, who gave me a way out. Now you are pleading for your sister, asking me to give her a way out? Let me tell you clearly, a way out is always something you have to fight for yourself, not something given by others. I didn't ask for your sister's life, I just want her to come back and divorce. How is that not giving her a way out? If it weren't for the sake of the child, I would have sent her to prison to eat prison food long ago. Chang-yi, you don't need to say more, there is no possibility of reconciliation between your sister and me. In consideration of the heartfelt words you said to me, I will give your sister a month to recover and come back to finalize the divorce. If she dares to delay further, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, I hung up the call. Chang-yi wanted to say something else, but found that I had already deleted her friend. She stared blankly at the chat interface, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't understand why the refined and gentle man she had silently liked had become so heartless now. It was later that I found out that the reason Chang Xian had been dragging on not wanting to divorce me was twofold. On the one hand, she did consider the child being young and wanted to give him a complete home, allowing him to have a carefree childhood. On the other hand, she had been brainwashed by Han Ningjuan's idea of not divorcing, living separate lives, where she was still my wife in name but had her own life privately. This so-called having her own life essentially meant maintaining the status quo and continuing to be Han Ningjuan's lover in his career. She wouldn't restrict my freedom anymore, I could find other women, as long as it didn't affect each other's careers. When I learned of her thoughts, I was shocked and speechless. How could someone usually so clever be so confused in this matter of right and wrong? So, from the moment a woman starts to cheat, she begins to self-hypnotize and lower her intelligence. Their way of thinking can no longer be measured by normal standards. A 1-month deadline was the maximum tolerance I gave Chang Xian. I didn't do this because of Chang-yi's pleading, but because through Chang-yi's Baidu Cloud account, I learned that Chang Xian was currently undergoing the second stage of mental therapy, going to the hospital every day, making it impossible for her to come and handle the divorce procedures. Zhang Xinyan, who hadn't contacted me for a while, asked me out for a meal, telling me she had found solid evidence of Han Ningjuan's crime. I politely declined. Just give me the evidence, no need for a meal together. I am a public figure now, if I were to be recognized, it could cause trouble for her. It's not just the two of us, there is another person, she is the victim. Zhang Xinyan was a bit amused and exasperated. If a girl like her isn't afraid, what is there for a big man like me to fear? In the past, she had rejected other men's invitations, but now that she had taken the initiative to invite me for a meal, she was rejected for the first time, encountering such a situation for the first time. When I heard that she had found the victim, I agreed to meet. The meeting place was at a Huikai restaurant outside the gate of the College of Technology. The victim girl was a student at this school named Luo Bing, a sophomore this year. In her freshman year, Luo Bing joined a club called Fate Sky and was recommended to Han Ningjun by a senior in the club under the guise of dating. The first time they met, Luo Bing was raped. Afterwards, Han Ningjun gave her 2,000 yuan as compensation, saying he would make her his girlfriend in the future. Luo Bing suffered humiliation and refused resolutely, deciding to report to the police. But the senior warned me not to tell anyone, saying that person is an official with a strong background. If I speak out, not only will I not be able to attend university, but they will also tell my teachers and classmates about what happened to me, and let my family know, making it impossible for me to hold my head up for the rest of my life. Luo Bing lowered her head, her delicate shoulders trembling, looking very pitiful. This incident had happened over a year ago, but whenever she thought about it, she still felt unable to face it, as if it had just happened yesterday. Luo Bing is a bit introverted in personality, not particularly beautiful, but well-proportioned, looking very pleasing, giving people a quiet and comfortable feeling. Zhang Xinyan did a lot of ideological work for her, especially telling her about my family being broken up by Han Ningjun. Luo Bing knew that she and I were both victims, which gave her the courage to speak out. I was going to report to the police, but I was afraid that he would talk about it, so I didn't dare to report it. I saved that pair of underwear, which has my blood and his semen stains on it. The semen stains from a year ago are probably decomposed by now, making it difficult to detect. I can't be sure, I need to go back and check. This is not your fault, you are a victim, no need to blame yourself. What we need to do now is to make Han Ningjun, that scum, pay for his actions and face legal punishment. To be honest, I feel very heavy-hearted. I want to find more clues, but I'm afraid of finding more clues. Because finding more clues means more girls will be victimized. Girls like Luo Bing, who already have a pitiful background, have to suffer the cruelty of fate. Luo Bing came from the countryside, her family is very poor, and she has a younger brother. Her mother is disabled, bedridden for years, and her father went through great hardships to finally send her to college. She thought she would see a bright future, but what awaited her was not a good life, but the shameless and dark side of human nature. When Han Ning-jun raped her, her society's senior sister was waiting outside the door, clearly hearing her cries and sobs, but she only came in after Han Ning-jun had satisfied his lust and put on his pants. What's even more despicable is that she didn't come in to help, but to threaten Luo Bing, telling her not to speak out and to obediently be Younga's woman. This is clearly an organized and premeditated crime. Luo Bing, who had just left the closed school campus, had never encountered such a treacherous person before, and was completely frightened. Although she repeatedly refused Han Ning-jun's requests to meet in the following days, preventing him from succeeding again, she still lacked the courage to take up the legal weapon. This scum must not have a good ending. Zhang Xinyan gritted her teeth in anger. It's one thing to harm a girl who behaves improperly, but to harm a rural girl like Luo Bing, who has a pitiful background, has never seen the world, and still holds a beautiful dream of life, is not just harming her body, but her life. After this incident, Bing Bing didn't tell anyone. She felt dirty, couldn't face her parents anymore, and buried all her grievances in her heart, silently enduring it alone. I got to know her a few months ago when I saw her post in a suicide group wanting to die, only to find out that it was done by a scumbag. So Zhang Xinyan started to work on Luo Bing's mindset, spending months comforting her, and finally succeeded in persuading her to bravely come forward and accuse Han Ning-jun of his numerous crimes. But this is really difficult. The semen stains from a year ago are hard to detect, and even if they are detected, if Han Ning-jun insists that Luo Bing seduced him, and her senior sister provides evidence, Luo Bing will be unable to defend herself. I comforted Luo Bing gently. I told her to forget the past and live well, and I will definitely find more evidence of Han Ning-jun's illegal activities to ensure that this scum receives the punishment he deserves. I feel sorry for Luo Bing. She didn't report the case immediately, and now it's too late. She can only accept her misfortune. Luo Bing's experience has strengthened my determination to send Han Ning-jun to prison. As long as this scumbag is not removed, who knows how many innocent girls will be victimized. Meeting Luo Bing this time was not in vain, at least it proved that I was on the right track in my investigation. Han Ning-jun's private life is too decadent. As long as I keep investigating in this direction, I will definitely be able to find his handle. Sure enough, not long after the incident with Luo Bing, another important clue entered my sight, allowing me to see the cunning and sinister side of Han Ning-jun, as well as the dark and dirty side of university life. After I issued my final ultimatum, Chang Xian only had two choices, either go to jail or get a divorce. This is an easy question, even a fool knows how to choose. The tug-of-war in this marriage that lasted for over a year finally came to an end. Both sides agreed on a time and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. My mom was worried and insisted on accompanying me. She said she was afraid that I hadn't completely let go, and if I saw Chang Xian, I might step on the gas and hit her or have a knife hidden in the car to stab her when we met. It wasn't until we got downstairs that I realized my mom had also called Hu Jiqiao over, saying she was worried she couldn't hold me back alone. I couldn't help but laugh and cry. Over a year had passed, and I was no longer the same person I used to be. Even if I hadn't completely let go, I wouldn't want Chang Xian's life like I did at the beginning. Borrowing a joke from the internet, for the rest of our lives, we'll each be well, part ways amicably, and not bother each other. I have come to terms with it. Chang Xian lost her son, her health, her future, her reputation, her family, and her money. She has received the punishment she deserves. I won't forgive her, but my revenge on her ends here. After all, she is Cola's mother. Even if I hate her, I can't go so far as to harm her to death and not leave her a way out. My main goal now is Han Ning-jun. I won't leave him any room to maneuver. I will pursue him to the ends of the earth. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Seeing Chang Xian again, I felt like I was in a different world. She was wearing a duckbill cap and a mask, wrapping herself tightly, and slowly entering my sight with Changyi's support. Her former mother-in-law said her mysterious illness hadn't improved yet, and she had just had her stomach polyps removed, adding insult to injury. My gaze didn't linger on her, I just confirmed that the person who came was Chang Xian, and whether she was alive or dead. Still alive, that's good. There's nothing more to say, and there won't be much sentimentality. After more than a year of struggle, we are both tired, and it's time to end it now. My mom's gaze lingered on her daughter-in-law for a long time, but in the end, she didn't dare to acknowledge her, but tears streamed down her face. In-law. My mom and former mother-in-law hugged each other and cried bitterly. Last year, when they were at my house for the last time, the two old ladies almost came to blows over their children. Now this shaky family is finally breaking up, and assigning blame no longer makes sense. They are both mothers, they can understand each other, which parents wouldn't protect their own children. Sister, how did it come to this? A good family, just like that? The two old ladies cried and complained incessantly. I sighed silently. Yes, how did a good family come to an end just like that? Don't say you can't understand. I still haven't figured it out. Chang Yi looked at me with a complex expression, quietly wiping away tears. Chang Xian stared blankly at the floor. She knew she had no right to cry. For an unrealistic obsession, not only did she ruin her mother's reputation, but she also caused her son to lose a mother's love at the age of 3, and even her workplace was not peaceful. All of this was caused by her. The rest of her life is destined to be spent in repentance and regret. I explained to Laohu, asking him to watch over my mom, mainly to prevent the old lady from softening her heart and agreeing to things like seeing the child. I went to get a queue number. It's ironic to say that the marriage registration office is deserted, while the divorce registration office is bustling. We all thought we were marrying for happiness, but who knew that marriage would end up in chaos? It's true that life is unpredictable. Looking at my number, there are still 7 people ahead of me. Watching the tangled couples in front of me, I sighed. At this rate, it won't be my turn for an hour. Getting married is hard, but getting divorced is even harder. Marriage is like a big pit, don't jump in until you understand it well. My mom and ex-mother-in-law are still complaining, while Hu Jiqiao stands by with his hands in his pockets, listening. Chang Yi holds Chang Xian's hand in silence in the corner. With nothing to do, I started chatting with Zhang Xiuji. Chang Xian and her ex-mother-in-law stayed at his house for half a year, causing him a lot of trouble. He runs a food processing business, but due to the pandemic, business is slow. He even drives a van to sell goods on the street, dodging urban management while selling. Last time Chang Yi sent me a photo of Chang Xian selling goods on the street. Those retail food products were taken from Zhang Xiuji's factory. Not only Chang Xian, but Chang Yi and the ex-mother-in-law also go out to sell goods. Everywhere is affected by the pandemic. With restrictions in place, goods can't be sold. If they don't sell retail, the goods will just rot in the warehouse. Their family is not wealthy, living a tight life. Chang Yi borrowed money from relatives to pay for her sister's medical treatment. Chang Yi takes care of her sick sister, comforts her increasingly irritable mother, and deals with a pile of goods in the factory, making her exhausted. During that time, Zhang Xiuji couldn't even pay his workers' wages, the factory closed down, and the bank kept pressuring him to repay the loan. Although Chang Yi handles a lot of family matters, he still feels overwhelmed. Brother-in-law, I really admire you, Zhang Xiuji said with a complex look in his eyes. I've been following your social media posts, from bathing and feeding the children to teaching them and playing games with them, taking care of 2 elderly people going to the hospital, being so busy, not even delaying work to earn money or seek revenge. Zhang Xiuji said sincerely, perhaps men are more empathetic towards each other. He felt that if it were him, just these family trivialities would drive him to the brink of collapse. What I admire most is your attitude of seeking justice and revenge when necessary. A man should be like this. I smiled bitterly. I have no choice, life forces me. I also want to finish work and come home to have a meal, lie down and play on my phone, but my family situation doesn't allow it. Zhang Xiuji glanced at Chang Xian nearby and lowered his voice. Brother-in-law, I'll tell you something you may not want to hear. If you and my sister could complement each other in personality, it would be better. Both of you are strong-willed and somewhat introverted. I guess you don't communicate much in daily life, which is why you've reached this point today. Zhang Xiuji's words made sense. Chang Xian is a Leo, very assertive, while I am a Taurus, with a stubborn streak. We both don't like to communicate much but are not easily swayed. When we were young and had conflicts, I could still make her happy with a smile. After marriage, conflicts increased. From arguments to cold wars, our marriage probably gradually headed towards destruction. I am a negative example. Learn from my mistakes, treat Chang Yi well. She is a good girl. I patted Zhang Xiuji's shoulder. Chang Yi is gentle and needs to be taken care of. I once hoped she could share some of that with Chang Xian. But it's too late now. People are fickle, and I am no exception. When I was young and in love, I greatly appreciated Chang Xian's strong opinions and drive. It was because of her independent mindset as a career woman that she became my wise helper when I started my business. However, her career-oriented personality revealed its drawbacks after marriage, showing dominance, rudeness, and unilateral decision-making, almost like a mold of a domineering CEO with a "I don't care what you think, I care what I think" attitude. From initial indulgence and tolerance to later arguments and resistance, and then to quarrels and cold wars. Now thinking back, perhaps Chang Xian has never changed, and it is me who has changed. I no longer want to tolerate her personality flaws, and even tried to change her, but she was unwilling to change, leading to inevitable friction and clashes in our marriage. Some may ask me, don't you think your marriage is happy? Why are there still arguments and cold wars? Wang Zhejiali said in The Rules of a Happy Marriage that even in the happiest marriage, there will be thoughts of divorce 200 times and thoughts of strangling each other 50 times in a lifetime. I think it makes sense. Marriage is a process of mutual adaptation, where bumps and conflicts are inevitable, and it's all normal. In a marriage, if the happiness index exceeds 50%, it can be sustained. Over 60% is a passing marriage, over 70% is a happy marriage, over 80% is a fulfilling marriage, over 90% is complete, indicating that both have found the most compatible person for a lifetime. There is no perfect life, and there is no perfect marriage. If you pursue perfection, then don't get married. If there are problems in a marriage, both parties are responsible. It takes two to tango. In our marriage, Chang Xan and I see 80% happiness and fulfillment, while she sees 20% unhappiness and flaws, which is why she took that step. One wrong step leads to more mistakes, and ultimately, irreparable damage. After waiting for an hour and 27 minutes at the Civil Affairs Bureau, my number was finally called. I stood up first and walked towards the service window. Chang Xian slowly got up, supported by Chang Yi, and followed shakily. I turned back to look at her. Despite wearing a cap and mask, I could still see her exhaustion from her sunken eyes. Thinking back to a year ago, she was a rising star in the unit, full of confidence and promising future, warmly called Sister Chang by dozens of people regardless of age. In just over a year, she fell from the peak to the valley. Sister Chang became the unit's laughingstock, the target of ridicule, poked by countless people. Her body also collapsed. At 30, she looked like a fading candle, dull and vacant, even needing assistance to walk. As Zhang Shirji said, in today's society, there are too many men and women having affairs, but reaching the miserable state like Chang Xian is probably unique. When others have affairs, they either gain love, money, or pleasure. There is always some benefit. What did Chang Xian gain? She not only gained nothing, but also lost all the most precious things in her life: family, love, friendship. For a false promise, like a moth to a flame, she is unrepentant. Such people are not worthy of pity. I handed over the divorce agreement, and the staff glanced at it and returned it directly. Your divorce agreement is not legal, rewrite it and bring it back. I was stunned at that moment, feeling like I had been had. I waited in line for over an hour, but was rejected in less than 10 seconds. The staff were as unyielding as Sima, not even mentioning what was illegal. How can I make changes? Excuse me, what is illegal here, and how can I make changes? I asked directly. The female staff impatiently snorted and spoke in a particularly aggressive tone. Are you legally blind? Do you understand the law at all? The right to visit is granted by law. What qualifications do you have to deprive the child's mother of the right to visit? My mother and her saw me coming out of the service window with a dark face and asked, so fast? I shook my head. The law does not allow giving up the right to visit, so let's make some changes and reprint it. At this time, Chang Yi helped Chang Xian walk over. The two families gathered together to negotiate how often to visit the child. Once a week, 3 days at a time, the former mother-in-law calculated. She was a shrewd person, looking far ahead. It was the wisest choice for her daughter not to have children, making it easier to remarry. Having a child would become a burden. After all, she was only 30 years old, still young, with the opportunity to find a good family. But the right to visit the child once a week must be fought for. My mother thought once a week was too frequent. What if they kidnapped the grandson? Once a month, 3 days at a time, my mother said. Everyone looked at me. They said it didn't count, and in the end, it was up to me to decide. My eyes met Chang Xian's. I saw a cautious hope in her eyes. She also hoped to visit the child once a week. But how could I let you have your way? Once a week? Dream on. Once a year, I smiled gently, but the coldness in my smile could be felt by anyone. What? Once a year? The former mother-in-law couldn't take it and exploded on the spot. Once a year, only 3 days, what can we do? I interrupted her with a smile. Mom, did you misunderstand? 3 days at a time? I mean, once a year, 1 day at a time. As soon as the words fell, several people, including my mother, felt a chill. Hu Jichao looked at me in surprise. Damn, it's really weird. La Fang is very normal. Why does it sound so creepy coming from him? Xiaoming, isn't this too much? My mother was a typical person who spoke harshly but had a soft heart. However, she also cared for the child and wanted the child to feel as much maternal love as possible. I said, Mom, don't forget, originally we were going to give up the right to visit, now we've changed it to once a year, we've made a big concession. The agreement must be clear, only 1 visit per year, and only 1 day per visit. but I won't be too strict about the time. If they get along well, and the little one is willing to be with them for 3, 5 days, or even 10 days, I won't stop them. The printing shop next to the Civil Affairs Bureau was crowded, mostly people coming to reprint divorce agreements. Quarreling and fighting were considered good, as one couple even fought at the door because they couldn't negotiate properly. Love was once so sweet, now the hatred was so complete. It had to be said, the Civil Affairs Bureau Marriage Registration Office was truly a magical place. I suggest that young couples preparing to get married come here first, think it over, and then jump into the fire pit. I redrafted a divorce agreement on a computer in the corner, printed 2 copies, and returned to the Civil Affairs Bureau service window. This time, there were no more surprises. Chang Xin and I followed the staff's instructions, continuously signing and stamping. After signing the agreement, we had to return the marriage certificate. I didn't hesitate at all and handed over the prepared marriage certificate directly. Chang Xin, on the other hand, hesitated, not sure what she was thinking, until the staff urged her twice. She finally, with Chang Yi's help, handed over the marriage certificate. I knew that what we handed back was not just 2 thin certificates, but also a failed marriage, a shattered and unbearable memory. As the 2 divorce certificates stamped with seals were handed to us by the staff, this failed marriage officially came to an end. Looking at the divorce certificate in my hand, my mind was a bit confused. In my mind, I couldn't help but recall a scene from many years ago when Chang Xin and I got our marriage certificates. Should we tear it up and throw it away? As soon as I got the marriage certificate, I was ready to tear it up and throw it away, because this thing was only useful when getting a divorce, and had no use at any other time. I never even thought about getting a divorce. No, I want to keep it as a memento. Chang Xin held the 2 bright red certificates like precious eggs in her arms, her face almost overflowing with happiness. The past vividly came to mind, as if it were yesterday. At that time, did we ever think we would end up like this today? I felt very uncomfortable. Although I had dreamed of ending this failed marriage, when the divorce certificate was in my hand, I still felt a bit sentimental. We had been together for over a decade. Humans are not made of wood, who can be without feelings? I turned around to leave. When I looked up, Chang Xin was looking at me. Our eyes met, and we remained silent. The past drifted away with the wind. From now on, we are strangers. I wish you happiness. I smiled calmly and said. At that moment, I truly let go and found peace. I didn't forgive Chang Xin, but I reconciled with myself. Since we had completely severed ties, I wouldn't punish myself with her mistakes anymore. I wish you happiness. Of course, I will be happy too. And I will definitely be happier than you. Life is short, the mountains are high, the waters are long. Today we part ways, perhaps never to meet again. Goodbye, my dearest woman. Although we didn't walk hand in hand to the end of life, I still thank you for your companionship over the years. From today on, the past love and hate, sweetness and bitterness, hope and disappointment, will all turn into a fleeting dream. You will leave my life, and I will start a new life. Chang Xin stared at me blankly, tears streaming down her face. After being strong for the whole time, she finally couldn't hold back anymore, crying and saying, I was wrong, I was wrong. She grabbed my arm, her shoulders trembling. We had been living together for over a decade, and to make the proud her voluntarily admit her mistake, it was the first time in history. Unfortunately, it was too late. It shouldn't have happened. The mistake you made, if I forgive you, how can I forgive myself? Chang Yi, come, support your sister and take care of her. I handed Chang Xin over to Chang Yi. When we got married, it was Chang Yi who handed Chang Xin to me. Now, I returned her. Brother-in-law, can't you really reconcile with her? Chang Yi asked tearfully. I didn't respond. I walked out quickly. Hu Jichao saw that my face was not right, and quickly followed. Just as we passed a corner, I couldn't hold back anymore. My throat felt sweet, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. Lao Feng, Lao Feng. Hu Jichao was frightened and rushed up to support me. At this moment, my mother also walked over, and when she saw me spitting blood, she was completely shocked. It's okay, I'm fine. I grabbed Hu Jichao's arm, shaking uncontrollably like a Parkinson's patient. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital. Hu Jichao was about to carry me to the parking lot. Xiaoming, be more careful, don't let anything happen to you again. My mother was so anxious that tears were falling. Mom, I'm fine. Lao Hu, put me down, I'm really fine. I really had nothing wrong, just felt extremely suffocated in my heart. Too suffocated, I had to let it out. After spitting out the blood, I felt relieved, but I looked a bit weak. Hu Jichao and my mother insisted on taking me to the hospital for a checkup. But I know my own body, I am really fine. Maybe it's because my emotions have been suppressed for too long, and I'm not someone who easily confides in others. The pent-up emotions couldn't be released for a long time, so they came out in an extreme way through spitting blood. Let's go home, I'm really fine. Lao Hu, don't leave at noon, let's have a drink and celebrate, I said, leading the way towards the parking lot. And has Fong Chen really let go? Hu Jichao expressed doubt, saying that those who are too emotional often hurt themselves. My mother's face was clouded with worry. Getting a divorce, half a life is gone. Xiao Chao, you often break up, don't you feel sad? Hu Jichao tilted his head and thought for a moment. Why be sad? If the old doesn't go, how can the new come? My mother agreed. In my opinion, Xiaoming should learn more from you in this regard. With more experience, one can naturally be more open-minded. In order to prove to my mother and Hu Jichao that I was really fine, I took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. But the more I did this, the more they didn't dare to let me drive. In the end, it was Hu Jichao who drove me back. My mother said she had something to do temporarily and wouldn't go back first. I knew she was definitely worried about my health, so she went to the hospital to ask the doctor what was going on. Lao Fong, there's something I haven't told you, Hu Jichao said as he drove. I responded with an looking at him, waiting for him to continue. With so many things happening, have you never suspected that my nephew is not your biological son? Others might just think about it in their hearts, but only Hu Jichao dared to say it in front of me. I never suspected. I lazily curled up in the seat, responding lightly. Hu Jichao sighed. If it were me, I would definitely have done a paternity test right away. With that, he pointed to a file folder next to my leg. There's a file folder in that blue bag, take it out and have a look. I looked at him suspiciously, reached into the blue bag, and took out a file folder. Opening it, I saw a paternity test report. To be precise, it was the same paternity test report issued by 3 different testing agencies. More precisely, it was a paternity test report for me and Kola issued by 3 different testing agencies. Don't look at me like that, Uncle Fong asked me to do it, and he repeatedly told me not to tell you. Although Chang Xian had an affair, to be honest, she was still quite traditional at heart, not a fickle woman. I won't deny everything about her because of this. We have known each other since junior high school and lived together for more than 10 years. I know what kind of person she is very well. I am very sure and certain that before Haning Jun, she only had me as a man. So I have never doubted that Kola is my biological son. But my lack of doubt doesn't mean my parents don't doubt. I am the only son in the family, and I come from the countryside, where the traditional concept of boys carrying on the family line is still very strong. Kola is my son, naturally shouldering the mission of continuing the Fong family line. Before Chang Xian's affair, my parents had never doubted whether Kola was their biological grandson. But now that things have happened, it's impossible for them not to doubt. So for them, it is very necessary to do a paternity test. They cannot casually meet the ancestors of the Fong family without clarity. I later asked my dad what they would do if it turned out that Kele was not their biological grandson. My dad's answer surprised me. He said that he and my mom would continue to raise Kele as their own grandson, but I would have to get married soon and give them another biological grandson. It makes sense when you think about it. Kele is the one they have watched grow up, and their bond is already deep. Even without a blood relationship, it's not something that can be easily let go of. At that moment, I glanced at the date on the paternity test file envelope, from last year. Hu Jichao nodded. It's only you who are so bold. When this matter first came to light, Uncle Fong and Aunt he asked me to take your and your cousin's hair for testing. From Luochang, Mingzhu City, and Beijing. I was puzzled. Why go to 3 different places with such a wide geographical span for testing? I was afraid that the technology here might not be accurate, so I had tests done in Mingzhu City and Beijing as well. This way, there would be no mistakes, Hu Jichao said. And the results from the 3 testing agencies were the same, right? I just stuffed the file envelope back into the blue bag without even looking at it. Kele is my son. I still have that confidence. Oh my god, it's not. The expression on the guy's face already looks so pessimistic. Why are you so confident? The results from 3 different testing agencies in different regions were consistent. Kele is indeed my biological son. Hu Jichao was frustrated because he had been trying to lead me to think in a negative direction. But why was I so convinced that Kele was my son? This story starts with a painful past. I wonder if any fellow dads have had a similar tragic experience like mine. Because I don't smoke or drink much, when Chang Xian and I decided to have a child, all we had to do during intercourse was to discard the little umbrella. We had sex about 3 or 4 times a week. But after 2 months, there was no sign of Chang Xian getting pregnant. She was getting anxious. So she dragged me to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. The results showed that there was nothing wrong with her body, nothing wrong with mine, and the quality of sperm and eggs was also good, ruling out the possibility of infertility. The doctor didn't even prescribe any medication, just told us to relax and not have any psychological pressure. Another month passed, and still no pregnancy. Chang Xin began to doubt the accuracy of the hospital's tests. You say there's nothing wrong, but it's been 3 months, why hasn't she gotten pregnant yet? This is definitely not normal. So she took me to 2 other top-tier hospitals in Mingzhou City for another checkup, and the results were the same as last time, still no problems found. Chang Xin was very distressed and told her ex-mother-in-law about it. The ex-mother-in-law remained calm and said not to worry, she had a solution. Xiao Hua, a neighbor from her ex-mother-in-law's hometown, had been married for 6 years without children, went to Wangmiao village, a neighboring village of her ex-mother-in-law's hometown, drank 2 pots of medicinal wine, and gave birth to a pair of twins. Not long after, I received the medicinal wine sent by my ex-mother-in-law. It was said that the medicinal wine was made with 60-degree pure grain alcohol as the base, and then soaked with dozens of miscellaneous herbs such as toads, red snakes, and bullwhips for 49 days. Oh, and this medicinal wine also has a very fancy name called Red Child Wine. I asked why it was called Red Child Wine, and my ex-mother-in-law said it was a family tradition. I stared at the 2 bottles of medicinal wine for a long time. The color was black and yellow. I didn't know if it had expired. By the way, can this thing be drunk? Can drinking it really lead to pregnancy? Why does it have to be the man who drinks it? Can't infertility be blamed on both partners? But under Chang Xian's tyranny, I dare not say much. I can only pinch my nose and pour it into my mouth, spicy with a fishy smell, that strange taste. I still feel nauseous when I think about it now. My former mother-in-law sent over 2 large bottles, totaling 6 pounds. Drink 3 bottle caps in the morning and 5 bottle caps at night. It was said that she would definitely conceive after 6 months. However, 6 months passed, the medicinal wine was finished, and Chang Xian's belly remained unchanged. Now she was completely unsettled, thinking that having intercourse 4 times a week was too little, so she gritted her teeth and increased the frequency to more than 10 times. Her desire was low, and her combat power was weak. 4 times a week was already the limit of life, 10 times was completely overextending life. But there was no way, all for the sake of the child. After each time, she would place a pillow under her buttocks, wait for 10 minutes, and then go clean up. Chang Xian also used various folk remedies to regulate my body, such as pasting plasters on my belly button, or buying more than 10 lamb kidneys from a slaughterhouse in Minhang to stir-fry for me to eat. Her mother and my mother, these 2 lively characters, gave Chang Xian various ancient and bizarre folk remedies to experiment on me. That's not all. Chang Xian also bought various test papers online, testing ovulation in the morning, afternoon, and evening every day to see the best time for intercourse. One time, I was in a meeting room giving a meeting to employees, and she called me to my office in front of more than 20 employees, saying that the best time had come. This time was the easiest to conceive. During that time, I was almost on the verge of collapse, and at one point lost interest in the matters between men and women. During the year of preparing for pregnancy, I was like a stallion, letting her drive me, working hard with my head down. Of course, Chang Xian was even more uncomfortable. The frequency was too high, her body couldn't handle it at all. She was sickly all day, like a frostbitten eggplant, unable to lift her spirits. I remember one night, Chang Xian saw a news report about a female college student giving birth in the bathroom and then abandoning the baby. She said somewhat disheartenedly, "Why is it so easy for others to get pregnant and have children, but it's so difficult for us to conceive?" Another month passed. After our continuous efforts, she finally became pregnant. That's why I am so confident that Cola is truly my own flesh and blood. Some things can only be understood through personal experience, others cannot understand. When I returned home, I cooked a few dishes. My father, Hu Jichao, and I drank 2 cups together, celebrating my birthday. Yes, celebrating new life. I raised my glass, about to bring it to my lips, but my mother quickly snatched it away and replaced the wine with plain water. She brought back bags of medicine from the hospital. The doctor told her that vomiting blood caused by emotional stagnation is rare, it's very damaging to vitality, so she needed to recuperate, and also pay attention to her diet, drink more hot water, avoid spicy foods, and definitely no alcohol. I seriously doubt that drink more hot water, avoid spicy foods, no alcohol is the catchphrase of contemporary doctors, applicable to any illness. With the marriage issue resolved, my life returned to a routine. Cola started kindergarten, the school was right at the entrance of the community, my parents were responsible for picking him up, and I only had to coax him to sleep at night. My parents originally wanted to put him to sleep, but the little guy refused and kept crying. After all, I raised him single-handedly, so we were closer. My mother told me that Chang Xian had resigned from her job and was planning to settle in Luzhou. Her affairs had caused a stir in her original workplace, and even in Luo City, she had no face to stay any longer. What's even more outrageous is that Han Jun, who promised to marry her, had been spreading rumors at her former workplace, saying that Cheng Xian had actively seduced him, and he was also a victim. Those who knew the inside story knew that Han Jun had been pestering Cheng Xian, but those who didn't know believed it to be true, and then the rumor spread, and it became true that Cheng Xian seduced Han Jun. Like most cheaters, Cheng Xian's moth-to-flame behavior inevitably fell into the cliché. The man was eager to distance himself from responsibility, while the woman retreated in the face of contempt and scorn. To those restless young couples, I advise that cheating is certainly an option. After all, murder and arson are also possible, not to mention that cheating, which is not illegal but only a moral issue. But are you sure you can bear the consequences of cheating being exposed later? We are all adults, so we must use our brains when making decisions. Do not act impulsively like my ex-wife, taking irreversible steps in the heat of the moment, only to regret it for a lifetime. After the divorce, Cheng Xian and I settled our grievances, but Han Jun, that scoundrel, is still at large. I log into Weibo every day to see if there are any clues about him. Now that Cheng Xian's situation is resolved and Coke is in school, I have more time and energy to play with him and plan my revenge. In the Tang dynasty, there was a famous cruel official named Lai Junqian, who said in the Book of Luoji, Volume 3 of the Enemy Control, confuse the enemy without them realizing it, and wait for the right moment. Harm the enemy with debauchery and evil, without shame. This means to confuse the enemy without their knowledge, while waiting for the right moment, and to harm the enemy with debauchery and evil, which is the most contemptible. Directly attacking Han Jun in his career is too difficult. So I focus on his lifestyle. As a person who indulges in his primal desires, no matter how well hidden, there will always be weaknesses exposed. The clue about Luo Bing has been lost. I searched online and found that sperm residue theoretically could be detected a year ago. However, if the protein in the semen is left for too long, it can harden and change, leading to inaccurate test results. I consulted Wang Ming, and he said that unless the case was reported at the time, it would be difficult to gather evidence and convict after so much time has passed. The power behind Han Jun is too strong, and he is fearless. Even if I had solid evidence, it might still be impossible to convict him. Just look at Cheng Xian. She suffered greatly because of me, while Han Jun, her accomplice, not only escaped punishment but also advanced in his career. Although I am angry at this differential treatment, I am helpless. This is reality. But I will not give up on revenge just because of a setback. While I was racking my brains on how to deal with him, another girl who had been harmed by Han Jun reached out to me through Weibo. Hello, do you know Han Jie? A female netizen with the nickname Tingtingye sent me a private message. I replied, I'm sorry, I don't know him. The girl continued, he said he has a brother named Han Jun. Han Jun? This scoundrel has another brother? That's impossible. I immediately called Zhang Xinyan to confirm. This girl is a Flop Street online novel author in private. Last time, she wanted to write a female character who died for love, so she infiltrated a local suicide group by mistake and met Luo Bing. She writes detective novels similar to The Sleuth of Ming Dynasty, and she knows all kinds of gossip and insider information. She investigated Han Jun's family situation, including his close and distant relatives, and she told me about it last time. But I don't remember him having another brother named Han Jie. Han Jie is one of that scum's aliases. He has two other aliases, one is Han Junying, and the other is Han Junjie. They are all the same person. I really have to admire that. Cunning as a rabbit with 3 burrows. Making friends with different girls under different names, going to hotels and using the girl's ID to book a room. But most of the time he would bring the girl to stay overnight at his parents' residential compound. When he gets tired of playing, he just disappears from the world. Anyway, this name is an alias, and the girls can't find him even if they want to. Tall, really tall. Truly a scum of the earth and the ocean king. I know Han Jun. Do you have a photo of Han Jie? I suspect they are the same person. I have it. Let's add each other on WeChat. After adding on WeChat, the girl immediately sent the photo of Han Jie. Although the photo was filtered and beautified, I still recognized this person who looked like a dog as Han Jun at a glance. Girl, he is not called Han Jie at all. He is Han Jun, the person I want to report with this account. Ah. The girl sent a crying emoji. Brother, please help me, okay? I asked her, what happened? What do you need my help with? The girl said, he played with my feelings, and now he is threatening me with the photos and videos of us together. Photos and videos of us together? Is it that kind? Yes. When we were together, he liked to take photos and videos, saying it was a witness of our love. Suddenly, something clicked in my mind. Cheng Xian never dared to come out and accuse Han Jun until the divorce. Could it be that she, like this girl, had something on Han Jun? Forget it, why should I think about her? She's already divorced, whether she has something on him or not, it's none of my business. The girl who contacted me is named Wang Yanting, a student at Luocheng Normal University, in her second year this year. She found Han Jun suspicious from a different angle because she found cauliflower-like growths below, which are commonly known as warts, but she has always been careful about her personal hygiene, and she has only been with him since she gave her first time to Han Jun. So, there is only one explanation for this situation: Han Jun infected her. Wang Yanting said that her acquaintance with Han Jun was purely accidental. A few months ago, one night after finishing tutoring and on her way back to school, she encountered a drunken hooligan blocking her way. Just when she needed help, Han Jun happened to drive by, sternly drove away the hooligan, and then drove her back to school. This hero says the beauty routine should be a real routine. The hooligan was very likely sent by Han Jun, who had long been eyeing Wang Yanting. Han Jun told Wang Yanting that he had just returned from studying at the University of Melbourne in Australia and was currently working at a subsidiary of a state-owned enterprise in Luocheng. Because he had always focused on studying and his career, he was 26 years old this year and had never been in a relationship, jokingly calling himself an old virgin. When he saw that Wang Yanting didn't believe he was 26, he smiled bitterly and said that he had spent his school days immersed in dark laboratories doing scientific experiments, and had been busy since starting work, so he looked a bit older. In fact, men age slowly, although there is a difference between 34 and 26, it is not particularly large. In order to gain Wang Yanting's trust, Han Jun even showed her his student ID from the University of Melbourne and a photo of him at the school gate. With the title of an international prestigious school, parents who are high-ranking officials in the system, a glamorous identity in a local state-owned enterprise, a BMW SUV as a means of transportation, and sweet words of flattery. Not to mention an 18 or 19-year-old girl, even a woman in her 30s or 40s would not be able to resist. Before long, Wang Yanting handed herself over to Han Jun and became his girlfriend. He never stays overnight at the hotel, always leaves before midnight. He said his parents are strict with him, they are both public servants, need to consider the impact. I have never doubted him. Some time ago, I felt very uncomfortable. I searched online and it said it might be a wart. I was scared, but he insisted it was due to my own improper behavior, ignored my calls, played hide and seek, and gave me the silent treatment. I was speechless. Don't you use protection? Wang Yanting replied, he doesn't like it, he always makes me take pills. Well, taking emergency contraception pills like candy, it can only be said that there is a reason for the pitiful person to be hateful. Later, I posted in my friend's circle, school confession wall, and our school's forum to find him. 6 girls found me, added me on WeChat, scolded me as a third party, said I seduced their husbands. I panicked, told them my story, and found out that everyone was deceived by that swindler Han Jun. One freshman even had an abortion for him. I made a big fuss, he sent me my photos and videos, threatened to not only send them to my teachers and classmates, but also to my family. Brother, please help me, what should I do? Wang Yanting was really panicked, speaking incoherently. It's no wonder, an 18 or 19-year-old girl, experiencing the cruelty of society for the first time, it's normal to panic. Don't panic for now, don't make a fuss, stay calm. Do you have time tomorrow? Let's meet and talk in detail. Brother, I have time, send me a message when you're on your way. The next morning, I took a day off and went to the normal university. I called Wang Yanting out. She first took a picture of my license plate, as if she sent it to a friend, and then got into the car. It's good to be cautious. How did you find me? I was curious. Wang Yanting said she couldn't contact Haningjie, so she found his Weibo to see if there were people she knew among his followers. But Haningjie only followed major media accounts on Weibo, and I was the only exception, so she clicked on my profile. She found out that I had been reporting Han Jun, and then remembered that Haningjie said he had a brother named Han Jun, so she sent me a private message with a trial attitude. Do you still have those chat records where he threatened you? These chat records are solid evidence. A married party cadre, pretending to be single, playing with women's emotions, taking private photos and videos for threats. Just these pieces of evidence are enough to bring down Han Jun. Wang Yanting shook her head. He kept scolding me a few days ago, speaking harshly. I got angry and deleted him as a friend, and all the chat records were lost. I was completely speechless. These are evidence, sister, solid evidence that can bring down Han Jun. How could you just delete them like that? Well, if you deleted them, at least save the chat records before deleting them. But, I have the photos he took and the videos he recorded. Wang Yanting said, then opened the folder on her phone, played the video, and handed me her phone. Hearing the moans and gasps coming from the phone, I didn't dare to take it, because it wasn't something I should see. "Do you really trust me like this?" I asked her. Blushing, Wang Yanting nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice. "Brother, I trust you. I read your Weibo from start to finish. I can tell you are a good person. I feel sad for you in this situation. You lost your wife, your child lost their mother, your family fell apart. You are much more miserable than me." Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I'm really in a big mess. Wang Yanting trusts me so much that she even dares to show me private videos because we both share the same pain of being hurt by Han Jun, and I was hurt even more miserably by him. At this moment, I feel like I'm being shot while lying down. But Wang Yanting insists that I have no fault, and indeed, I am more miserable than her. I lost my wife, and my child lost their mother. It has been over a year of fighting for justice, not only without success but also allowing Han Jun to rise higher. What the hell is this? I took the phone with a black face, while Wang Yanting blushed and lowered her head. The videos were shot very well. Of course, I'm not saying that it's good to shoot inappropriate scenes from a male perspective, but that Han Jun also included himself in them. The same goes for some inappropriate photos of minors. This is solid evidence, you scum. Let's see how you can turn the tables. Brother, I can hand over these videos and photos, but I have two requests. First, my privacy must be protected, and I cannot be exposed. Second, I must make the scumbag pay, preferably by putting him in jail. Putting him in jail is not very realistic. This is a moral issue, not a legal one. At most he will be removed from his current position. Isn't that too easy on him? Yes, it's too easy on him, but there's nothing I can do, that's the law. Also, when I say at most, it's an ideal state. Whether he can be removed depends on the actual situation. Let's go. I'll take you to the police station to report. If he dares to spread the videos and photos, it's not just a moral issue, it's a criminal offense. The first step is to take Wang Yanting to the police station to report. This is to protect her. The second step is to deal with Han Jun. I will take Wang Yanting to report to the disciplinary committee. With the current evidence, going to the police station is not feasible. We have to go to the disciplinary committee. I thought I had a sure win this time, but I was wrong. I underestimated the influence behind Han Jun, and once again, I failed. But Wang Yanting, how should I put it? It's a blessing in disguise. If she thinks it's a blessing, I sincerely wish her well. For me, going to the police station to report has no meaning. This kind of party discipline issue is not something the police will handle. We have to go to the disciplinary committee. But I can't just think about avenging myself. I also have to consider Wang Yanting's feelings. Reporting to the police is like putting a protective lock on her, so that Han Jun dare not use the intimate photos to threaten her recklessly. This is also a warning to Han Jun. You are already under police surveillance. If Wang Yanting's private photos and videos are leaked, it will definitely be your doing. Although this may not guarantee that the photos and videos will not be leaked, at least it will make Han Jun more cautious and relieve some of Wang Yanting's psychological burden. I didn't ask Wang Ming for help. He can't help with this kind of thing. Not asking him, we can still be ordinary friends. If I ask him, we might not even be friends anymore. I drove Wang Yanting to a sub-bureau near the Normal University, briefly explained the purpose. The police first asked us to fill out a form, and then wanted to check the evidence. Comrade police. I saw that the two male police officers were checking, so I spoke up. This involves a girl's privacy, my cousin is shy. Can we have a female police officer check it? Wang Yanting looked at me gratefully. She had never been to a police station before. She was already nervous, and having two male police officers look at her private videos and photos made her even more uncomfortable. A female officer would be better, at least everyone is female, it won't be too awkward. One of the male officers seemed a bit displeased, but still said, "You two wait for a moment." I nodded and comforted Wang Yanting, saying, "It's okay, don't be nervous. This is the Public Security Bureau, the police comrades will definitely protect your privacy and safety." The two police officers in charge of the case glanced at me and said nothing, then walked away. After about 10 minutes, a female police officer walked in from outside, took Wang Yanting aside, and began the process of checking the videos. "Are these all sent by Han Jun?" Wang Yanting lowered her head and spoke softly, "Yes." After the female police officer verified the videos, registered the case, and then called Han Jun using the phone number provided by Wang Yanting. It was not a summons, but a routine inquiry. "There's nothing wrong, police comrade. Don't listen to her nonsense. We, as a couple, were just fooling around." Han Jun casually lied and got away with it. When we were in love, we would film some private videos to watch and reminisce. Is that illegal? Now that we are having a disagreement, the woman wants to break up, and in my anger, I said some harsh words. Is that illegal? This kind of thing was never going to have any real consequences. Of course, I didn't expect any results. I came here to make a show of strength, and now my goal has been achieved. The next step is to report to the Discipline Inspection Commission, which is my real goal. Before going, I called Director Joe Mingwei of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Over the past year, I have been bothering him with complaints, and I guess he, like Qin Zhong, gets a headache when he sees me. Oh, Qin Zhong has retired. A few days ago, he specifically called me to explain that in the future, if I have any issues to report, I should go to the new director Tang. I really wanted to tell him, Uncle Qin, if I expose the things you did, even if you're retired, you'll be dragged back to operate the sewing machine. But in the end, I held back and insincerely congratulated him. At this point, why make more enemies for myself? Let him be. When Director Joe heard that I was coming to report again and brought new evidence, he was at a loss. He now finds me annoying, fearful, and helpless. Just like the last time I reported, one staff member carried a camera to film, and another staff member took notes, making it all very formal. Wang Yanting, who came to the Discipline Inspection Commission for the first time, was nervous throughout, even more so than when she went to the Public Security Bureau. Xiaofang, the matter you reported has been accepted by the Discipline Inspection Commission. As long as it is verified to be true, Han Ning-jun will definitely be dealt with strictly according to the requirements of party discipline. Seeing Director Zhou Mingwei's righteous appearance, Wang Yanting was almost moved to tears, finally having a high-ranking official stand up for her. But I am no longer the naive kid I used to be. Director Zhou, let me ask, what else needs to be verified in this matter? Are the videos fake, or are the photos fake? Director Zhou said, we have to go and verify with the parties involved. I was so angry that I almost slammed the table. The videos and photos are right here. What else needs to be verified? Han Ning-jun, as a party member and cadre, disregarded party discipline. Clearly married, he pretended to be single, deceived a naive female college student, engaged in improper relationships, and even threatened to release her private videos and photos afterwards. The evidence is solid. What else needs to be verified? What else needs to be confirmed? Director Zhou was so shaken by my outburst that his hand holding the pen was trembling. Xiaofang, calm down first. Even if this matter goes to court, you can't just sentence the defendant without allowing them to speak, right? Rest assured, as long as the Discipline Inspection Commission confirms it, they will definitely deal with his behavior within the party. I had no temper at all, because what Director Zhou said made sense. Even if you are the plaintiff, even if you are right, you can't just silence the defendant and condemn them without a word, right? But I knew that if this matter was not resolved today, there might be an accident tomorrow. I have been dealing with these people for over a year, and I know their way of doing things too well. Coming out of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Wang Yanting saw that I didn't look too good and comforted me, saying, brother, I think Director Zhou is a good official and should punish Han Ning-jun. You don't need to worry too much. Director Zhou is a good official? Ha ha. When I first came to the Discipline Inspection Commission last year and saw him for the first time, I also thought so. But over a year has passed, Han Ning-jun has been promoted, the things I reported have expired, and there are still no results. To judge what kind of person someone is, you can't just listen to what they say, you have to see what they do. I didn't dwell too much on this matter, I did what I had to do, and if there are still no results, then I will continue to gather evidence. I don't believe Han Ning-jun can keep getting away with it. Brother, can I ask you for a favor? Wang Yanting said somewhat embarrassedly, can you accompany me to the hospital? 2. To the gynecologist, I dare not go alone. She didn't dare to go by herself, didn't want her friends to know, and certainly didn't want her family to know, so she could only ask me to accompany her. I heard that this disease can never be cured in a lifetime, and it will be a problem when giving birth in the future. Do you think my life is ruined? Looking at her pitiful appearance, I was really a bit angry and sympathetic. Don't overthink it, go get checked first and listen to what the doctor says. I drove her to the gynecologist. Wang Yanting didn't even have money for the doctor's appointment because she had spent half a semester's living expenses on renting a room. I was completely speechless. Not only was she freeloading off people, but she also ended up paying thousands of dollars for the room and even contracted a sexually transmitted disease. What a mess. In the gynecologist's office, the female doctor looked at the test results and said, it's not genital warts, it's pseudogenital warts. Wang Yanting looked at me with a puzzled expression. I thought to myself, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a doctor, I don't know what pseudogenital warts are either. Doctor, is there a difference? I asked. The female doctor adjusted her thick glasses and said, pseudogenital warts are caused by inflammation, not contagious, just apply some medicine and it will be fine. Genital warts. That's a lot more troublesome. When Wang Yanting heard that it wasn't a contagious disease and could be cured, she grabbed my arm and cried tears of joy. The female doctor handed me the prescription. Go to the pharmacy to pay and pick up the medicine. No sexual activity for a month. Be sure to maintain cleanliness and hygiene during sexual activity in the future. Take precautions. The female doctor was looking at me when she said that. She mistook me for Wang Yanting's boyfriend. I couldn't be bothered to explain, just said thank you and left the examination room with Wang Yanting. The registration fee, test fee, and medication cost added up to over 400, and Wang Yanting had no money, so I had to help her pay. Thank you so much, brother, you are really a good person. Wang Yanting was extremely moved. They say good people will be rewarded, but this rotten good person hasn't received any rewards at all. 3 days later, on Friday night, Wang Yanting called me and asked to meet at the coffee shop outside her school at 10 o'clock the next morning, saying she had something important to tell me. When I arrived, she was already there and had reserved a private room. When she saw me, her expression was very unnatural. She kept apologizing to me and even bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Brother Fong, I'm sorry. I was taken aback, wondering what had happened. I couldn't afford for you to bow to me like this. Wang Yanting said with her head down. Our counselor, department head, and vice dean all talked to me, asking me to withdraw the report to the police station and the report to the Discipline Inspection Commission. I was stunned for a moment. Although somewhat surprised, I wasn't particularly shocked. When I came out of the Discipline Inspection Committee, I knew this matter was probably not that simple, but I didn't expect Wang Yanting's school to intervene. I guess it's probably the Public Security Bureau or the Discipline Inspection Committee that has a mole, leaking this matter to Han Ning-jun. And then Han Ning-jun's family found the school through connections, so the school pressured Wang Yanting. As long as I don't fail any exams in the next 2 years, I can be recommended for graduate school at our school. It's okay if I fail, as long as I pass the makeup exam. If I don't withdraw the lawsuit, I will be suspended from school for disciplinary investigation, and I can only resume my studies after this matter is cleared up. But once the investigation is clear, I may be expelled from school. I'm sorry, big brother, really sorry. I really have no choice. If I get expelled from school, my parents will kill me. Wang Yanting cried sadly. She didn't want to withdraw the lawsuit, but she didn't dare not to withdraw the lawsuit. She couldn't understand why, as a victim, she had to be suspended from school for investigation. When the department head and deputy dean held a meeting with them, they urged them to adhere to the school motto of honesty, integrity, and scholarship. But why didn't they do the same? She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. The only consolation was that she was recommended for graduate studies. She had been worried about the entrance exam, but now she didn't have to worry about it anymore. Big brother, Han Ning-jun also compensated me 10,000 yuan. I just don't want it to be in vain. I owe you medical expenses. I will pay you back later. To be honest, I'm a bit tired. A deep sense of powerlessness surged through me. I felt trapped in a web. No matter how I struggled or tried to escape, I couldn't get out of this web. It's been over a year since I discovered Cheng Xian's affair, and I've been constantly gathering evidence and reporting, but what have I gained? Colleagues' alienation and coldness. Leaders repeatedly talked to me about being mindful of my influence. Even my parents advised me to stop struggling and just live a good life. I'm not fighting alone, I'm being criticized by many. Maybe everyone thinks, for such a trivial matter, why are you making such a big deal out of it? Can't you just move on with your life? I've been confused and shaken too. I've constantly asked myself, can I really bring down Han Ning-jun? Is it worth seeking revenge like this? Some things shouldn't be about worth, but about should. If I swallow my pride, I will never forgive myself in this lifetime. Thinking of this, a determined look filled my somewhat despondent eyes again. You scum, just wait, I won't give up, I won't stop until I bring you down. Big brother, I have the phone number of a schoolmate who had an abortion for Han Ning-jun. She also hates Han Ning-jun. See if you can find some useful clues from her. Oh, there's one more person. I don't know who she is. She called me and asked me about Han Ning-jun. Because I don't know her, I didn't say much. I guess she also has a grudge against Han Ning-jun. This is her phone number. Wang Yanting provided me with 2 useful clues before going offline. I encouraged her to be open-minded, study hard, and be careful when choosing a boyfriend in the future, so as not to be deceived by scum again. When I got home, I called the schoolmate that Wang Yanting mentioned. Han Ning-jun, Han Junjie, I don't know them, please don't call me again. From the tone of the other party, I guessed she must know Han Ning-jun, but for some reason, she didn't want to admit it now. I sighed and called the unknown informant. Are you Fong Chen? I know you. The voice on the phone was a woman's voice, dry and even a bit cold. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Initially, my affairs caused a sensation in the city, and in Los Angeles, I was considered a half-celebrity. I didn't expect that over a year had passed, and there were still legends about me in the martial arts world. Before I could speak, the other party added, actually, we have met before. We have met? I thought for a moment. There didn't seem to be anyone in my circle who spoke so coldly. Do we know each other? I asked curiously. The other party remained silent for a moment. I have been following your Weibo for over a year. You have been fighting for your rights, and you still haven't succeeded in your rights. Although you are a good person, you don't have much ability. I was speechless by the other party's words. But what they said was not wrong. If I had any real ability, I would have taken down Han Jun long ago. Do you know Jalua? Ha! I was stunned. How did it involve in Jalua? She is a junior I sponsored. We are both from the same hometown, and I heard her mention you. My head was a mess. How did this all connect? I seriously doubted that the woman on the other end of the phone was crazy. Once you took Cola to the community hospital for a vaccine, I was taken away by a policeman. I finally remembered. She was the woman who was taken away by Wang Ming for smashing Han Juan's car window 3 times. The woman on the phone asked if I had time tomorrow to have lunch together. The enemy's enemy is a friend. I had no reason to refuse. Luo Bing's clue was cut off. Wang Yanting's clue was also cut off. To be honest, I was a bit anxious during this time. It's been almost 2 years, and the enemy is still at large. It's not easy for anyone. I arrived 15 minutes early at the agreed place, and they were already there. I didn't have much impression of this woman, but I saw in Jalua, sitting next to her was a woman in a black coat, short hair, looking very capable. Brother Fong, over here. And Jalua greeted me. I'm sorry for being late. I apologized quickly. The woman in black looked at me, her voice cold and dry. You're not late, we came early. She added, Shin Lucy. That's her name. You said you would treat Jalua to a meal, why haven't you done it yet? Shin Lucy looked at me, her eyes revealing a sense of indifference, not towards me, but towards everyone. When Cola was hospitalized with the new coronavirus infection, and Jalua took good care of the little guy, I said I would treat you to a meal when everyone was better, as a way to thank her. But after being discharged, I forgot to get in Jalua's phone number, couldn't contact her, and so I never followed through. And Jalua blushed, pulled the black-clothed woman's arm, and whispered, Sister. It was clear that the two of them had a good relationship. I was curious how the two of them met. There was quite an age difference between the two of them, and Jalua had already had her birthday. She was 19 this year, while Shin Lucy looked to be around 27 or 28, not yet 30. Such an age gap between sisters was rare. I don't have Jalua's contact information. I felt a bit embarrassed. I had promised to treat her to a meal, but didn't even have her contact information saved, showing no sincerity at all. Is Jalua not pretty? Shin Lucy asked a strange question. I had never really paid attention to Jalua's appearance before, just knew she was a woman, had no impression of whether she was pretty or not. It didn't matter to me whether she was pretty or not, I didn't care about that. Now that Shin Lucy asked, I started to pay attention to Jalua's looks. I looked at her seriously and said, Jalua is very beautiful. And Jalua looked despondent, head down, face red, not saying a word. Why didn't you ask her for contact information at that time? Shin Lucy pursued. I was a bit speechless. There are so many beautiful women in the world. Do I have to ask for their contact information every time I meet one? Do I have that much free time? I'm not that scumbag Han Jun. When did you invite her to dinner? Shin Lucy fired off questions like a machine gun, leaving me a bit confused. Didn't we agree to deal with Han Jun? Why is the conversation always about Jalua? It's better to seize the day than to choose a day. Before I could finish my sentence, Shin Lucy interrupted me. No, you have to invite her to your place. And Jalua smiled helplessly. Senior, it's fine for Brother Fong to invite us to dinner today. Shin Lucy shook her head firmly. No, Brother Fong is inviting me to dinner today because I can provide him with a lot of useful information. I perked up at this. Jalua, see which day next week you have time to come to my place and taste my cooking. Just so happens that Coke is also missing you, always asking Mom. Always asking Aunt and why you haven't come to play with him. And Jalua hesitated. It seems she just took my words as polite remarks. But for some reason, Shin Lucy seemed more serious. Tomorrow night Jalua is free. Shin Lucy made a final decision. Seeing Jalua blushing and not objecting, I agreed. Then let's go with that. I'll send you the address later. I got Jalua's phone number, added her on WeChat, and sent her my home address. Shin Lucy nodded, finally getting to the point, with a nostalgic look on her face. I met that scumbag 2 years ago, when my mom hadn't been driven crazy by me yet. Honestly, Shin Lucy's recollections shocked me deeply. Among all the women harmed by Han Jun, she was the most pitiful and tragic one. Even more so than Chang Xin. Shin Lucy was a graduate student at Beijing Normal University. After graduation, she had the opportunity to stay in Beijing for development, but for her boyfriend Han Ning-jun, she gave up the high-paying job in Beijing and resolutely returned to Luo City to work as a teacher at an extracurricular training institution. Based on the timeline she provided, I deduced that when they met, Han Ning-jun and Chang Xian were already dating. So, Shin Lucy was the third party, and Chang Xian was the fourth. There were probably even fifth and sixth parties, because Wang Yanting said that before her, Han Ning-jun was dating several girls from her school at the same time. I was really curious about how Han Ning-jun managed his time as a scumbag. Dating so many girls in the same city without being discovered. Does he have a clone technique? Shin Lucy rented a place outside the training institution, and Han Ning-jun would come to accompany her every few days, but because his work was too busy, he never stayed overnight. Shin Lucy was an only child, and her parents had always been very strict with her, to the point that she had never been in a relationship even after graduating with a master's degree. Han Ning-jun was her first love. Because it was her first relationship, she had no experience at all. Her boyfriend was living with her, but never stayed overnight, and she never suspected anything. My parents are both leading cadres, and I am a public servant. I am currently in a period of career advancement. It's not good for my image to stay overnight outside. Han Ning-jun's excuse not only fooled Wang Yanting, but also deceived Shin Lucy. He probably said the same thing to every girl except Chang Xian. When Han Ning-jun came to see Shin Lucy, it was only for one thing, to satisfy his physical needs. After that, he would pull up his pants and leave, rarely even accompanying her for a meal. In 2 years, Shin Lucy had been pregnant twice, but Han Ning-jun had them aborted citing his busy work schedule. She paid for the surgeries herself. If it weren't for one of her students recognizing Han Ning-jun, she might have been kept in the dark all along. Teacher, is that guy really your boyfriend? I live near the university, I've seen him several times, coming out of hotels with different female college students. Shin Lucy was shocked. After Han Ning-jun left her place once, she followed him by hailing a taxi and ended up tracking him to his residential area. Inquiring with the security guard, she found out that Han Ning-jun was already married. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and Shin Lucy was completely devastated. My mom is not well. He has visited my home 3 times, each time pretending to be a prospective son-in-law visiting his future mother-in-law. Although my mom didn't really like him, she didn't show it in front of him. After I found out he was lying to me, I went to his house and he directly sent our intimate videos to my mom, threatening to send them to our relatives and friends. My mom, in a fit of anger, left. Compared to Chang Xian, Luo Bing, and Wang Yanting, Shin Lucy's situation was much more tragic. It was her first time in love, aiming for marriage. Having met the man's parents, she had invested everything for love. Not only did her future prospects get ruined, but her own mother was also driven to death by anger. Wang Yanting only lost a few thousand yuan in living expenses, while Shin Lucy suffered greater losses. She worked overtime, saved money, and with some help from her family, she managed to put together the down payment for a house, buying a house in Han Ning-jun's name as a birthday gift for him. Chang Xian gave a pen worth a few thousand yuan. Shin Lucy directly gave a house. Wow, I'm really something. When a woman is obsessed, compared to a man's foolishness, she is not far behind. Shin Lucy underwent 2 surgeries, with less than a year between them. Her body never fully recovered, her blood and energy severely depleted. The doctor said it would be difficult for her to conceive again. She also faced mental issues, becoming increasingly abnormal. Just like the questions we asked when we first met, she was straightforward, not considering others' feelings. She wasn't like this before. Shin Lucy gritted her teeth, recalling with deep hatred, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. And Jialua held one of her arms, her eyes red, silently wiping away her tears. Chang Xian betrayed Han Ning-jun because of his political resources, driven by an admiration of the strong mentality, wanting to climb up using his influence. Luo Bing was intimidated by Han Ning-jun's family background, to the point of being raped and unable to speak out. As for Wang Yanting, she had a bit of a vanity. The other party's parents were high-ranking officials. She was a returnee herself, a mid-level manager in a state-owned enterprise, driving a BMW 5 Series, from all angles, a high-quality man, suitable as a boyfriend. In summary, the tragedies of the 3 above were somewhat related to Han Ning-jun's family background. Shin Lucy's situation was completely different. She never cared about Han Ning-jun's family background. She was a traditional girl who believed in love as her life. Whoever was her first man would be her husband for life. She would be with him forever. That's why she gave up a promising future for love, saved money to buy a house for Han Ning-jun, willingly bore his child. She gave her body, mind, and soul to Han Ning-jun. But in the end, she lost the most thoroughly. She could be said to have nothing left. Wang Yanting said, "I'm much worse off than her. Now I've met someone even worse than me, but I can't feel any relief in my heart. This scum." I clenched my fists. Han Jun really deserves to die. Shen Lucy looked at me and sadly smiled. Fangchen, do you think I'm very foolish? I locked eyes with her and said, you are a good girl, suitable for marrying and starting a family, but unfortunately you've encountered scum. 2 years ago, Shen Lucy was still studying for her master's degree at Beijing Normal University. Han Jun was sent by his unit to their school to attend an academic lecture. During that lecture, he met Shen Lucy. Han Jun lied to Shen Lucy, saying that his parents used to live in the same place as her, but later moved to Luochang due to work changes, so he settled in Luochang. Han Jun could accurately list over a dozen local specialties from Shen Lucy's hometown, and could chat with her about the local customs, so she no longer doubted him. When fellow villagers meet, tears well up in their eyes. Under Han Jun's persistent efforts, she agreed to his friend request on WeChat. In the days that followed, Han Jun would inquire about her well-being every day, chat with her on the phone at night, occasionally send surprise gifts by express delivery, and fill her ears with sweet words and plans for a better future. A good woman fears a persistent man, especially since Shen Lucy had never been in a relationship before and was already of marriageable age, longing for love in her heart. Han Jun's appearance filled the void in her heart, and she inevitably fell in love. Who would have thought that this river was not a river of love, but a river of no return? I have ruined my life, and now the only thing I can't let go of is Jialua. I hope to find a good family for him, not like me, ending up neither human nor ghost in the end. Senior sister. And Jialua started crying. When Shen Lucy was in her teens, she had a serious illness. After she recovered, her uncle asked her parents to sponsor a student with money, saying it could accumulate merit for her and bless her with safety. Her uncle was a fortune teller and had some reputation in her hometown. At that time, Jialua and over 40 elementary school students appeared on the list for poverty alleviation education. Shen Lucy's parents contacted local staff and selected Jialua for targeted assistance. Because of this, 2 girls with no blood relation formed a bond. Jialua is very capable and studies well, but unfortunately her fate is not good. Shen Lucy stroked Jialua's long hair, and a rare touch of tenderness appeared in her cold eyes, showing her sisterly care for her. During the college entrance examination, her parents had a car accident and both passed away. Jialua didn't take the last 2 exams, so she only went to a vocational college. She kept it from me because I was in this city, so she came here to study. I glanced at Jialua. This girl seemed quiet and optimistic, but I didn't expect her to have such a sad past. She was quite strong. Fangchen, I've actually been observing you for over a year. Shen Lucy was about to say something, but Jialua blushed and interrupted her. Senior sister, I'll give it a try. Shen Lucy held her hand and said with infinite sadness, Jialua, society is too dangerous, people's hearts are unpredictable. Senior sister is already like this, I won't let you suffer any harm again no matter what. You must entrust yourself to me before I leave. Jialua burst into tears. Senior sister, you must be well, don't do anything foolish, okay? I looked at Shen Lucy with suspicion. From her words, why did I feel a sense of entrusting a child to me? Entrust Jialua to me? No way, I just went through a failed marriage and haven't fully recovered yet. I have no intention of starting a new romantic relationship. Jialua is still very young and pretty, why can't she find a boyfriend? Why look for an old man like me? A second marriage, with a child. I won't be a villain, I won't harm her. Shen Lucy did provide me with a lot of useful information. One of the most important pieces of information is that she told me the detailed situation of Han Jun's wife Chaoying, and even gave me her WeChat. The scumbag doesn't even know that I've been chatting with his wife for a long time. The things he's done, he thinks he's hiding them well, but I've already told his wife. When Shen Lucy had her second miscarriage and was sitting for her postpartum confinement, Chaoying visited her without telling Han Jun. They met at that time. According to Shen Lucy's recollection, Chaoying is not considered beautiful, but she has a very introverted and gentle personality. She secretly visited Shen Lucy, bowed and apologized directly upon meeting, kept saying I'm sorry, and kept wiping away tears. Shen Lucy scolded her a few times, made her cry directly, and she wanted to kneel down and beg for forgiveness from Shen Lucy. This shocked me greatly. The husband's romantic debts outside have been apologized for in person by the original wife. Is there still such absurdity in the world? She is very timid, dare not divorce, has no status in the scumbag's family, just like an old mother, responsible for the family's food, clothing, housing, and all the housework are done by her alone. I guess the scumbag married her to be a servant. I have been brainwashing her, letting her secretly collect evidence of Han Jun's infidelity in marriage, and then go to court to sue for divorce and property division. She is wavering a bit now, but still dare not make a decision. You can add her on WeChat to chat with her, do more of her ideological work. If you can't find more evidence outside, you can try starting from his wife. Fortresses are often broken from within. I glanced at Shin Lucy. If Chowing is really as she said, it's fine. What I fear is if the couple conspires together and presents a united front, then it will be troublesome. But no matter what, today is quite a gain. For over a year, I have been fighting alone, and now I finally have a teammate with a common enemy. I don't know if I should be pleased for myself or feel sorry for Shin Lucy. Coming out of the restaurant, I asked, "Do you know the man sitting by the window in the innermost seat?" And Jialuhua and Shin Lucy looked in the direction I pointed, shaking their heads. "Don't know, what's wrong?" I was puzzled. He has been staring at us. I've noticed it several times. I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, Shin Lucy looks good, and Jialuhua is young and beautiful. Attracting male attention is normal. But as soon as we left, the man who had been watching the three of us made a phone call. "Brother Jun, guess who I ran into today?" "Who?" "The crazy one. Your crazy lover," and Fong Chen. They were eating together. Hanging up the phone, Han Ningjuan's face darkened. Last time when I took Wang Yanting to the police station to report, and then went to the disciplinary committee to report, it gave him a cold sweat. He climbed to his current position with great effort from his family, whether it was social resources or financial resources, they were all piled in without regard to cost. He has just been transferred to the headquarters. His foothold is not stable yet, still in the probation period. At this critical juncture, nothing can go wrong. Among all of Han Ningjuan's enemies, there are two that give him the most headache. The first one is me. It's been almost 2 years since the exposure of the incidents involving Cheng Xin and him. I have been holding onto him tightly, making him constantly worried and anxious. More importantly, every time I make a move, it causes a big stir, bringing great public pressure to him and his unit. He always has to be careful and vigilant, afraid that this unpredictable time bomb of mine will explode again at any moment. The other one is Shin Lucy. This is a crazy woman who dares to smash his car windows and block his door with a kitchen knife. Thinking of this woman, Han Ningjun also feels a bit of a headache. I just wanted to play with a highly educated woman. Now I'm tired of playing. Can't we just part ways peacefully? Why do you have to cling on like this? He was feeling very annoyed. Now the two opponents who caused him the most headache have joined forces, which is not a good thing for him. Han Ningjun opened his computer, accessed his private cloud storage, and found a folder categorized as married women, containing the names of over a dozen women, including Cheng Xian. Married women who have been married and have children are better. When you get tired of playing, just kick them away. They won't dare to argue or make a scene, they are more obedient. The most annoying ones are those single-minded virgins. Who said that if you sleep with them, you must take responsibility for them? We're just playing around, why take it so seriously? Han Ningjun clicked on Cheng Xian's folder, where there was a video clip. Your husband, you deal with him. Han Ningjun smiled, then made a phone call. Hey, baby, long time no see. Cheng Xian swore that this was the most malicious voice she had ever heard in her life. How could this scum, who had betrayed her and left her with nothing, have the nerve to call her? The incident where Han Ningjun turned against her at their former workplace had already been revealed to her by former colleagues. However, she didn't care about it anymore. After all, she had already divorced, resigned, and left Luochang, starting a new life in Luzhou. To explain briefly, some readers say Luzhou is a homonym for Sichuan's Luzhou, but actually it refers to Hefei, Anhui here. Although she didn't say anything about this regrettable past, she deeply regretted it in her heart. She had thought more than once that if time could be turned back, she would rather die than take that wrong step. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. What do you want? Cheng Xian's condition had just started to improve when she heard Han Ningjuan's voice, and her hand began to tremble uncontrollably again. Oh, nothing, I just miss you. I can't see or touch you, so I can only watch our loving moments in the video and reminisce. But the more I watch, the more I miss you, so I couldn't help but call you. Cheng Xian's face turned pale. Don't worry, I won't send the video to your aunt, let alone to anyone else. Han Ningjuan's words felt like a sharp knife stabbing directly into Cheng Xian's heart, almost stopping her breath. Her face turned pale, and her frail body trembled uncontrollably. When they were together, Han Ningjun had wanted to film videos more than once, but she had always refused. However, she didn't expect that he had still secretly recorded her. How could she not sense the threatening tone in Han Ningjuan's words? I won't send the video to your aunt, let alone to anyone else. This sentence actually meant, I will send the video to your family and relatives, even to more strangers, so they can all see how you release your desires. What? What do you want? Your husband is like a stubborn plaster, always clinging to me. I want you to persuade him, tell him to stop bothering me and live a good life. We are already divorced. Can you really cut ties cleanly? With a child involved, and besides, your husband is a very sentimental and loyal person. As long as you beg him nicely, or find a way to force him, he will definitely back off. Chang Xin felt completely drained. She gave a bitter smile, tears streaming down her face. How ironic. The person I had an affair with told me that my husband is a very sentimental and loyal person. I'm really blind, I deserve to die. Perhaps it's time to bid farewell to this world. Only when I'm dead can the living be at peace. On Monday morning at work, our unit's secretary called me into the office and asked about my situation. Since we are already divorced, let's live a good life. Consider the elderly and children more. We can't keep living in the past, we need to look forward. Don't you agree? This is already the third time the secretary has talked to me. Being remembered by the secretary in this way is not a good thing. I know my future has been completely sealed off. No one dares to use a subordinate like me who doesn't listen to the leadership. Lauren also approached me. Fong Chen, I won't say much here, I can handle this pressure, but I can't control others. The pressure from above has reached the unit, and the leaders are starting to feel uneasy. This is reality, the higher-ups can crush people. But now that we have come to this point, I have no regrets, and I will not turn back. Han Ning-jun must face the appropriate legal sanctions. Otherwise, I will continue to investigate and hold on to him. I want to see if the Discipline Inspection Commission can handle it when the quantity changes lead to a qualitative change. If they keep brushing me off like this, don't blame me when Han Ning-jun drags them down in the end. My mother heard that Injalua was coming to our house for dinner. She was overjoyed, went to the market in the morning to buy groceries, and cleaned the house in the afternoon. Is mom coming back? Kayleigh also started to get busy, earnestly organizing toys while asking in a childish voice. My mother said, "It's Anton." Kayleigh tilted his head and thought for a moment, who was Anton? He had no concept of an aunt, his attachment to his mother was deep. She's the very beautiful Anton. What is beautiful? Beautiful means good-looking. What is good-looking? The little guy's curiosity was strong, and he stumped his grandmother directly. Good-looking is when our Kayleigh sees her and wants to hug her. Grandpa Kayleigh said with a smile. I have to say, having a little one at home really adds a lot of joy and laughter. In the afternoon, I took an hour off and drove to pick up Angelua from school. I originally thought of having them take a taxi over, but then I thought it's better if I go pick her up. It shows more sincerity. I first picked up Shin Lucy, mainly because it was on the way. Fong Chen, how much are you willing to pay for revenge? Shin Lucy was somewhat lazy, curled up in the back seat. I shook my head. I don't know. It's not that I don't know how much to pay, but I don't know how to tell her. Shin Lucy was not surprised by this. You have elders and children to consider, too many ties, it's impossible to disregard everything for revenge. I gave a bitter smile. If I were a few years younger, I would dare to take down Qin Zhong and the others for revenge. Not anymore, too many considerations, actions tend to be rational, losing the impetuosity of youth. I am prepared to die at any time, as long as I can drag that scum down. Shin Lucy's words sent chills down my spine, because I know she means it. Yesterday at dinner, she took out a dagger from her body, saying she always carries it with her. Why is Han Ning-jun afraid of her, a woman? Isn't it because she's neurotic, daring to rush at you with a knife when she goes crazy, unpredictable? Who wouldn't be afraid of such a woman? However, she was also forced. If it weren't for Han Ning-jun playing with her emotions, starting trouble and abandoning her, causing her to lose everything, she wouldn't have become like this. I advised her yesterday, knowing that further persuasion would be futile, so I didn't dwell on this topic. You didn't bring a knife today, did you? Shin Lucy laughed. Why would I bring a knife to your house for dinner? It's not the feast at Hongmen. Her smile was very stiff, giving me the feeling that her body couldn't produce a genuine smiling expression anymore. She was forcing herself to smile. When I arrived at Injalua school, she was already waiting at the main gate. I rolled down the car window to greet her. She opened the car door and was about to sit in the back with Shin Lucy. Jalua, you sit in the front seat, Shin Lucy glanced at her and said. And Jalua didn't think much, nodded, and sat in the front passenger seat. Brother Fong, guess what gift I brought for Kayleigh? She was just a girl of 18 or 19, with a naive and romantic side, but I wasn't interested. I can't guess. I glanced at the bag she was carrying and shook my head. It was probably either Ultraman or a toy excavator, but I really couldn't be bothered to guess. You'll find out later, Angelua said mysteriously. When we arrived at my residential area, Shin Lucy couldn't help but exclaim, you actually live here, a high-end residential area, very expensive. She had also seen this residential area before, because it was a new residential area and in a good school district, the prices were soaring high. She also wanted to provide a good living and educational environment for her unborn child. Unfortunately, she couldn't afford it. But now it was too late to say anything. She would never have her own child in this lifetime. When we arrived at my house and rang the doorbell, Kaylee opened the door. Daddy's back, Daddy's back. The little guy was very happy. The door opened, and the first person he saw was not me, but Anjalawa. Mommy. Kaylee jumped directly into her arms, not shy at all. Anjalawa stole a glance at Shinlucy, blushing, and said, Kaylee, guess what gift Annan brought for you? Triceratops. Wow, Kaylee is so smart, it's a triceratops, ta-da-da-da. Anjalawa took out a triceratops hand-knitted with dustproof yarn from the bag, making Kaylee very happy. I was shocked. How did the little guy know that the gift Anjalawa brought him was a triceratops? That's not logical. Last time at the mall, I told Kaylee that I would give him a triceratops. I didn't expect him to remember it all this time. Anjalawa explained. Shinlucy and I were a few steps behind, she whispered. It's obvious that your son really likes Jalawa. I nodded. Ever since the last time he got a fever and mistook Anjalawa for his mother, he had been calling Anjalawa mom. It had been 2 years since he had seen his own mother. Maybe he had forgotten what Cheng Xin looked like. My parents also came out and welcomed Anjalawa and Shinlucy into the house. I quickly freshened up, changed into casual clothes, and went to the kitchen to cook. Jalawa, go help out. I'll chat with uncle and aunt for a while. Shinlucy gave Anjalawa a meaningful look. My mom quickly stopped her. How could we let guests help out in the kitchen when they came to visit? Give them a little private space. Shinlucy's words stunned both my parents. When Anjalawa heard Shinlucy say private space, she couldn't help but blush and feel hot all over. She was 19 this year, at the age when love was just beginning to blossom, but due to the tragic changes in her family, her mindset had undergone a great change, and she dared not hope for love anymore. After coming to Luo City and seeing Shinlucy being hurt by love, even her life was ruined, she was really scared, and had completely lost her illusions about love. Maybe what the senior sister said was right, find a reliable man to marry, and live a solid life, better than anything else. Brother Fong. Thinking like this, Anjalawa glanced at me. At that moment I was wearing an apron, bustling in the kitchen. With exquisite knife skills and skilled cooking, a man who could handle both the living room and the kitchen. Brother Fong, let me help you. Anjalawa smiled. Just go with the flow, no need to force it. But Brother Fong seemed to have no feelings for himself. I don't seem to have any special feelings for him. She was just a little curious about what magic Brother Fong had that made the senior sister, who hated all men in the world, firmly believe that he was the only man worth entrusting her life to. Jalawa, why don't you take a break? I can handle it myself. Usually, my mom cooks. I don't know what happened today. She asked me to take over the kitchen and cook. I said as I put the sliced potatoes in the bowl, and Jalawa picked up the bowl to fetch water, in order to rinse out the starch from the potatoes. That's because today the senior sister dragged me here for a blind date with you. Even Auntie noticed it and asked you to behave well. You're the only one still confused. Jalawa muttered in her heart. Seeing Jalawa insisting on helping, I didn't say much more. In the living room, my parents and Shinlucy were chatting leisurely, but they were always paying attention to the movements in the kitchen. Jalawa and I washed vegetables, cooked, and made dishes seriously. Although it was the first time we cooperated, we had a good understanding. However, there was almost no communication throughout the process. She would occasionally ask a question, and I would casually answer. Slowly, she didn't know what else to ask, and I finally didn't have to answer anymore. In the kitchen, there was only the sound of the gas stove flame and the sound of the spatula frying. I cooked home-cooked dishes, 7 dishes and 1 soup, with generous portions enough for 5 adults and a child. I have always enjoyed cooking, and my skills are not bad. Whenever there are important guests at home, my mom lets me be the chef. Everyone enjoyed this meal. Jalawa and Shinlucy were very satisfied with my cooking skills, praising them endlessly. My parents were all smiles. They saw that Kaylee was always sticking to Jalawa, calling her mom affectionately, which was very intimate. It was clear that Jalawa also really liked this adorable little one, from the initial embarrassment to getting used to being called mom in the end. This was a good sign. Kaylee, Auntie is going home to sleep now. Come play with you next time, okay? Mom, why don't you sleep with Dad? When I sent Jalawa and Shinlucy back, the little one spoke without reservation, asking a question that even made me a little embarrassed, and Jalawa's face turned red in an instant. I first took Shinlucy to her residence, and then sent Jalawa back to school. Maybe it was because of the generation gap. Shinlucy and I had some common language, but when it was just Jalawa and me, we were mostly silent. Even when we did talk, it was her asking and me answering. If she didn't ask, I wouldn't initiate a conversation. It's not that I'm not good at socializing, but I consciously kept my distance from her. Brother Fong, do you dislike me? At the school gate, she didn't get out of the car, sitting in the front passenger seat, looking at me with her bright eyes as if she was sulking. She wasn't an outgoing type, but she was straightforward in her words and actions, without the coyness of a young girl. How could that be? I denied directly. No man would refuse a stunning beauty like her, but I did, because my mind was elsewhere. Then why are you always so cold to me? Jaluwa felt a little aggrieved. Almost every day at school, boys confessed to her, but she rejected them all firmly, which indirectly indicated that she was still popular among the opposite sex. Jaluwa didn't care much about her looks. She didn't even use makeup. She knew that no matter how beautiful a person was, not everyone would like them. But what she didn't understand was why this man in front of her was so indifferent to her when she hadn't done anything out of line. Even if they were no longer interacting as ordinary friends, shouldn't strangers at least not be so cold to each other? Jaluwa, don't overthink it. You are a good person and very sensible. I am actually very grateful to you. I have a rough idea of Lucy's thoughts, and I don't quite agree because I don't want you to get involved in the conflicts between adults. Lucy has had a rough time, and her situation is indeed unfortunate. I can understand her, but she shouldn't let her misfortune make you lose your longing and pursuit for a beautiful love. I have been through a lot in these 2 years, faced many setbacks, and although I may feel disheartened at times, I still believe in true love in this world. I just don't believe in myself. This is the first time I've said so much to Jaluwa, and I don't know if she can understand. Anyway, my meaning is clear. I'm done. This is how it will be for the rest of my life. I won't date again. You are great and deserve someone better. In adult language, I'm sorry, we are not compatible. And Jaluwa watched me drive away. There was a hint of cunning in her eyes. Is this what a wounded man looks like? I was originally going with the flow, but now I suddenly feel like giving it a try. After we met at the hospital, and Jaluwa carefully read through the nearly 1,000 comments I made on my Weibo posts over the past 2 years, she always believed that words reveal one's true feelings, even though sometimes they may not be sincere. Being consistent in words and actions over a span of 2 years can truly reflect a person's character. I originally posted on Weibo to gather evidence of Han Ingjuan's criminal activities, but the comments section was filled with hostility, and some even tried to incite gender opposition to provoke conflict. At times like this, I would step in personally to advise everyone not to get caught up in trivial matters. My situation is just an exception. Fulfilling love and happy marriages are still common. Unexpectedly, my replies became Jaluwa's window into understanding me, which is why she didn't reject Shin Lucy's arrangement. She was very curious about me and wanted to figure out what kind of person I am. Oh, Han Ingjun has also been following my Weibo closely, which is why he told Cheng Xian that your husband is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Back home, I put my son to bed as usual. The little guy is in school now, and every night I teach him to recite ancient poems like Li Bai's Quiet Night Thoughts and Meng Haoran's Spring Dawn. He has memorized them all by heart. Just as I got my son to sleep, a strange call came in. The caller ID showed it was from Luzhou. Is the baby asleep? The voice on the phone is something I may need a lifetime to forget. Along with her voice, there was a howling wind in the background, as if it was very windy there. Cheng Xian calling me truly caught me off guard. It's been 2 years, and she hasn't called once. Now that we're divorced, why is she calling? Is there something you need? I was afraid of waking up the little one, so I quietly left the bedroom, closed the door gently, and went into the study. If you want to see the child, that's not possible. We just got divorced a few months ago, it's not time yet. According to the divorce agreement, you can only visit the child once a year now. As for the future, it depends on the child's reaction and your family's behavior. Cheng Xian sighed, it's been 2 years, and I've always been afraid to contact you. Now that I finally reached out, I feel relieved. Do you know, husband, this is the most relaxed moment I've had in the past 2 years? I furrowed my brow. I'm not your husband, we're already divorced. It's late, do you have something to say? If not, I'll hang up. Cheng Xian didn't directly answer me and continued, husband, you know, Chengyi and I were raised by my mother. When I was young, every time school started, my mom would take me to get a bunch of certificates so that I could receive the national financial aid for students. Some leaders were good, they knew about my family's difficulties and signed directly. But some leaders were difficult, asking for this certificate and that certificate, some of which couldn't even be obtained. At times like this, my mom would make me kneel down to those leaders and beg them to sign for me. Later, I learned to be smart. Whenever my mom took me there, I would voluntarily kneel down to the leaders and beg them to sign for me. My mom praised me for being clever, but she didn't know how much I was suffering inside. I was stunned. I had never heard Cheng Xian mention this past. I only knew that she was very poor when she was young, wearing old clothes that others didn't want. In junior high school, I noticed that she couldn't eat enough, so every time we had a meal, I would buy a lot and pretend not to finish it, pitifully asking her to help me reduce the guilt of wasting food. Chang Xian continued, at that time, I thought, when I grow up, I want to be a leader too, so that others would beg me to sign, how powerful it would be. Soon I grew up and met a handsome, considerate, capable husband who treated me well. But husband, you don't want to be an official, and I really like you. For you, I can give up everything. Wherever you ask me to go, I will go. So I followed you to Mingzhu City to work hard. Do you know, husband, during the time you were starting your business, although it was the hardest and most tiring time for us, it was also the happiest time for me, even happier than when we were in college dating. There were 40 to 50 employees in the company, and I was the boss's wife. When others asked me to sign or do things, although I didn't make things difficult for them, I felt really comfortable in my heart. It felt like fulfilling my childhood dream. I thought I would never be able to touch national power in my life, but fate played a joke on me, and we both made it ashore and returned to Luochang. My desire for power began to swell. I wanted to climb higher, to control more power. You could have helped me. My husband is so capable, he can succeed in anything he does, even in the officialdom. But you never showed interest in the official career, you just took this path as a last resort because there was no better choice. We went in opposite directions. What you gave me, I didn't want. What I wanted, you couldn't give me. So we started to have differences, arguments, cold wars, until I took a path of no return. Husband, do you know, I never told anyone that I regretted it, but I really regret it in my heart. I regret not cherishing you, not cherishing Coke, not cherishing this home. In the past 2 years, I haven't called anyone proactively, because I'm ashamed. Chang Xian cried out. I felt that her mental state was a bit off. Chang Xian, where are you? Chang Xian still didn't answer me, still talking to herself. Husband, it's not that I don't want to help you expose that scum, but I had unrealistic fantasies at first. I thought I had found a political backer, but it turned out that I was blinded by greed, not even knowing when I went blind. The evidence I have is not enough to convict him. At most it can bring him some trouble, it's not important. I realized that something was wrong, and said in a deep voice, Chang Xian, where are you now? Don't do anything stupid. Husband, listen to me, go check the project in Xinming County in 2018, there was a major accident in that project, but it was covered up, the scum is directly responsible, with 4 lives on his hands. I interrupted her and said, Chang Xian, Kula misses you a lot, he is right next to me now. I'll let him talk to you. Don't you want to see your son? Chang Xian couldn't help but cry out, he doesn't have a mother like me. I don't deserve to be his mother. Honey, please don't tell him, he's still young, he definitely won't remember me. I haven't been in contact with him all this time, I wanted him to forget about me. Please don't let him know he has a shameless mother. I shouted, he's so young, can you bear to let him grow up without a mother? Chang Xian sobbed, I'm sorry to him, to you, to my parents, to my mother, to Cheng Yi. It's all my fault, I'm sorry to everyone, I'm a sinner. I'm living too tired, death is the best relief. Honey, if there is a next life, please let me be your wife again, okay? I will obediently change my ways, be a gentle and caring woman, do whatever you ask me to do, honestly take care of you and the children, let's live a good life together. I yelled anxiously, Chang Xian, don't do anything stupid. Honey, in the next life, I will listen to you, let me be a little willful for the last time in this life. Please take care of our child, I love you, honey. After Chang Xian finished speaking, she hung up the phone with tears streaming down her face. She stood on the top of a tall building, gazing sadly at the city's lights. The world is vast, but she doesn't have a place to call her own. Heaven forgives sins, but self-inflicted sins cannot be survived. She took out a family photo she always carried with her, tears in her eyes, she gently kissed it. Goodbye, honey. Goodbye, son. Goodbye, this world. She held the photo tightly to her chest, closed her eyes, and leaped off. Chang Xian hung up my phone. I called again, but it said the number was switched off. I quickly called Zhang Xiuji. Xiuji, Chang Xian is in trouble. Zhang Xiuji was shocked. That's impossible, sister is in the hospital. Chang Yi was with her in the evening. Chang Yi, it's your brother-in-law's call. He handed the phone to Chang Yi. It was chaotic on the other end, with sounds of drinking and playing games. Zhang Xiuji seemed to be busy socializing. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Your sister is in trouble. She just called me and left a lot of instructions. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I'll call the hospital and ask. Shortly after, Chang Yi called back, his voice clearly choked with tears. Brother-in-law, the doctor went to check on the patients, but my sister isn't there. A will was found on the bedside table. Hurry, call the police, check the tall buildings near the hospital. When your sister called me, I heard a strong wind in the background. After hanging up, I felt restless. Technically, Chang Xian and I were already divorced. Her life or death shouldn't concern me. But she was still my ex-wife, and the biological mother of my son. I didn't want anything bad to happen to her. Back in the bedroom, I lay on the bed unable to sleep. The little one was sleeping soundly, occasionally making smacking sounds with his mouth, probably dreaming of something delicious. Children are truly healing. This kind of warmth, you won't understand until you reach the age of overflowing fatherly love. Son, from today, you might really not have a mother. I sighed silently in my heart. Close to 1 a.m. Chang Yi tearfully delivered the bad news to me. Chang Xin committed suicide by jumping off a building. At that moment, upon hearing this news, I couldn't describe my feelings. It was like throwing a small stone into a calm ancient well, causing a ripple. I covered Kolo with a blanket, washed my face in the bathroom, then stood on the balcony, staring blankly at the night sky with only a few stars. When I first found out that Chang Xin was having an affair, I wished she would die. Now that she's really dead, I can't feel happy at all. A lot has happened in these 2 years, especially after my whole family contracted the new coronavirus. My mindset has changed a lot. Of course, revenge must be taken, but revenge is not my whole life. Cherishing family and friends, living well in the present and future, is more important than revenge. Chang Xin is dead. I'm not happy, nor am I sad. I just feel a little emotional. The person who once vowed to grow old with me has ultimately disappeared in the wind and rain. Life is truly unpredictable. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or the unexpected. My dad got up in the night and saw me standing alone on the balcony, lost in thought, so he walked over. Can't sleep? I nodded. Can't sleep. What's wrong? Chang Xin is dead. She jumped off a building. My dad is a person who has been through a lot. He is open-minded and can see things clearly. That's why I dared to tell him. If it were my mom, I wouldn't dare say anything to her at this time. My dad was a little surprised. So sudden. When did it happen? She called me 2 hours ago. It should have been about arranging her affairs. She didn't want Kola to recognize her. Just now Chang Yi called me and said the police have notified the family. My dad patted my shoulder. Go back to sleep early. Don't overthink it. As he turned to leave, I hurriedly asked, Dad, what should I do about this? Chang Xin is dead. Kola is her only flesh and blood. Should I let Kola see her off? I can't decide. Not sending her off is also acceptable. After all, Kola is with me, and Chang Xin didn't want the child to recognize her. The little one is still too young, just starting to forget about her as a mother. I'm afraid it will trigger his memories again. For Kola, forgetting may not be a bad thing. Of course, there can be 1,000 reasons not to send her off, but there is only one reason to send her off. Kola is Chang Xin's own flesh and blood. Respect the deceased. Now that she's gone, as a son, it's only right to see her off. Just handle it yourself, don't dwell on it, follow your heart, as long as you have a clear conscience. My dad went back to sleep. He really is open-minded. If this had happened to my mom, she would have been sentimental and cried all night. I sighed and went back to sleep. It wasn't even dawn yet, but my phone had already received a dozen calls, from Zhang Xiuji and Chang Yi. I was up late last night, plus my phone was on silent mode, so I didn't hear it. I called Zhang Xiuji back. Before I could say anything, there was a hysterical voice on the other end of the phone of Fang Chen. It must be you who killed my daughter. I was speechless. Chang Xin's suicide is being blamed on me? I'm not taking this blame. I sent Zhang Xiuji the recording of our entire conversation from last night. It's a habit I've developed over the past 2 years. Whenever I interact with Chang Xin or Han Ingjun, I either record audio or video. After doing all this, I called Zhang Jingxue and left a voice message. Jingxue, are you free to talk? Yes, go ahead, I'm off work today. Do you know about the project your unit had in Xinming County in 2018? Xinming County? Zhang Jingxue paused for a moment. I have some impression. That's where Han Ingjun made his fortune. He was promoted because of that project. Do you know that there was a major accident on that project? 4 people died, and it was covered up. Ha! Zhang Jingxue really didn't know. She hadn't even heard about it. Leave it to me. Zhang Jingxue's face instantly lit up. 2 years, I waited for you for a full 2 years, and you did not disappoint me after all. You dug up a big melon. I wonder if this time can move my position up a bit. Zhang Jingxue's mood that day was relaxed and happy. In these 2 years, Zhang Jingxue has helped me a lot and is trustworthy. She is an old person in the unit, with a certain network of relationships. Asking her to help investigate secretly is the wisest choice. In this kind of thing, the local unit will definitely cover it tightly. As an outsider, I don't even have law enforcement power, so it's impossible to investigate their internal dirty things. After finishing the call with Zhang Jingxue, I sent a message to a WeChat friend nicknamed Haning. Chang Xin jumped off the building and committed suicide. Haning is Chaoing, Han Ingjuan's wife. The information was sent, and Chaoing almost instantly replied, "Ah, really? The incident last night, you will probably receive accurate information soon. I'm sorry." She sent me a crying emoji. I have never met Xiaoying, so I can't judge whether she is sincerely apologizing or just pretending, so I didn't say much. Whether she is with Han Jun all the way or not, I will continue to plant nails in her heart. The fact proves that my psychological offensive worked, and the fatal blow to Han Jun in the end was his useless, cowardly, and even his wife, whom he didn't even want to touch. On the second day of Chang Xian's incident, Chang Yi deliberately called me, first apologizing to her mother on behalf of her. They had listened to the phone recording and knew that Chang Xian was determined to die, and I had been persuading her all along. This made me inexplicably angry. If I hadn't recorded the phone call at that time, would the incident of Chang Xian jumping off the building and committing suicide be blamed on me? It's not true, brother-in-law. My mom collapsed yesterday, completely lost control of her emotions, first scolded me, saying that I didn't take care of my sister, and that I killed my sister, and then called you. Chang Yi was very aggrieved. Chang Xian's death was harder for her than anyone else. As the eldest sister, she had given Chang Xian the best from childhood to adulthood, allowing her to grow up carefree. If it weren't for her sister's careful care and attention, she didn't know if she could survive and grow up. Don't call me brother-in-law, your sister and I divorced a long time ago, just tell me what's going on. I could guess why she was looking for me, but I was still hesitating about this matter. Brother-in-law, my sister is gone, does the baby need to come and send his mother off for the last time? I knew it was about this. This is also human nature. If the biological mother dies, the son must go to the funeral, there is no way around it. But the problem is, Kaylee is not even 4 years old yet, and he hasn't seen his mother for over 2 years. He may have already forgotten Chang Xian. Now that Chang Xian has passed away, letting him go to send her off for the last time, I don't know if this will have a negative impact on his growth. After dinner, I found a family photo of the three of us from the cloud storage on my phone and asked the little guy, Kaylee, can you tell Daddy who was in this photo? The little guy tilted his head, stared at the phone screen for a while, and suddenly burst into tears with a loud, I miss mommy, I want mommy. After all, blood is thicker than water. It's been over 2 years, but the little guy still remembers. My mom was so angry with me. Are you full and have nothing to do? Why are you showing the child that? My dad quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation, then took Kaylee outside to play, pretending to take him to find his mom. Mom, Chang Xian is dead, Chang Yi wants Kaylee to go and see her off. I said. My mom, trembling, dropped the half-washed dishes on the ground and shattered them. Dead? How did she die? When did this happen? I grabbed a broom and started cleaning up the broken pieces on the floor, saying, it happened the night before last. She jumped off the building and committed suicide. My mom felt uncomfortable after hearing that. She took off her apron and handed it to me. You wash the dishes, I'll go lie down for a while. My mom, she's sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, and I tend to follow her in the soft-hearted aspect. Just as I was about to wash the dishes, my dad came back with a helpless look on his face, holding the little one. He's been crying and looking for his mom. The little one looked at me with teary eyes. Daddy, I want mommy. This child's temperament is just like Qingxin's, stubborn. Alright, let's find mommy. Grandpa will call mommy for you. Before I could figure out what was going on, my dad dialed Angela's number with my phone and handed it to Kaylee. The little one tearfully complained, Mom, where are you? I miss you. I looked at my dad in confusion. Can things be handled this way? You take the child to play with Jelawa, I'll wash the dishes. My dad happily went into the kitchen. Mom, Aunt and also Mrs. Kaylee. And Jelawa said on the phone, Mom, please come home? The little one cried sadly, making others cry too. I'll come see Kaylee tomorrow, stop crying, or you'll turn into a little kitten. I don't want that, I want mommy now, please come home, I beg you. And Jalawa on the phone sounded a bit flustered, because Kaylee was crying so pitifully, she hurriedly asked, Daddy, give the phone to Daddy, let Auntie talk to Daddy for a bit. The little one, with a childish voice, said, okay, and then handed me the phone. Phone, why is Kaylee crying so sadly? I helplessly said, Jalawa, do you have time tonight? I'll take Kaylee to the school to find you. And Jalawa glanced at her roommates who were laughing uncontrollably. I have time. After hanging up the phone, her roommates immediately surrounded her and started a public trial. Jalawa, no wonder you don't like the boys at school, turns out you already have someone. Tell us, it doesn't matter what your last name is, where you live, what matters is, do you have a 7-figure savings account, do you drive a Porsche or a Panamera, do you live in a townhouse or a standalone villa? Ha, even calling daddy, why do men like to be called daddy? Lingling, are you confessing? Come on, do you often call daddy? Yes, when I do certain things with my boyfriend, he likes me to call him daddy. Isn't Jalawa's boyfriend the same? And Jalawa facepalmed. Sisters, how do you confidently say such harsh words? I was talking to Kaylee on the phone, asking him to find his dad, and Jalawa was speechless. Oh, so it's that little guy. What little guy? He's my future husband. Oh my, Jinjin, you have no shame, going after such a young child? Let go of him, let me handle it. With a swift move from Fan Jinjin, the goddesses in the dormitory were in an uproar, and Jialuo quickly tidied up and left the dormitory. Jialuo, are you coming back tonight? Lingling gave her a knowing look, and Jialuo was completely speechless. Of course I'm coming back. What are you thinking? As a result, her roommates waited until the school gates closed, but she didn't return. Wow, tonight is Jialuo's first time. Is she finally becoming a woman? I wonder who she's giving it to. Sisters, let's each say a blessing idiom for Jialuo. I'm the dormitory head, so I'll start. Congratulations on losing virginity. I'm next. Don't get pregnant. Third sister, live in harmony. Look at Linglings, remember the hardships. Tianyi, who has never been in a relationship, stared at her phone for a long time, shocking everyone with her response. Do you call this an idiom chain? I am very puzzled, but also deeply shocked. Tianyi, you are the last one, hurry up and continue, stop dawdling. Under the constant urging of her roommates, Tianyi finally joined the idiom chain in the dormitory group. Jialuo, are you comfortable? I arrived at Jialuo school gate with a cola. The little one was peering out of the car window, looking around. Dad, where is mom? Just as he spoke, Jialuo's youthful and beautiful figure walked out of the school, instantly attracting a lot of attention. There's no way, when you're beautiful, you're the center of attention wherever you go. The little one looked around, then thought for a moment, and asked me a puzzled question. Dad, is this my mom? At that moment, I regretted showing him Chang Xian's photo. The little one's dormant memories seemed to have been awakened. I had already decided to take him to Luzhou to send Chang Xian off on her final journey, but now, I was a bit hesitant. Yes, she is your mom. I opened the car door and held his hand as we got out of the car. Mom! The little one ran towards Jialuo, then hugged her, looking aggrieved. Mom, I missed you. Many students around were stunned, looking at Jialuo with a mix of shock and disbelief. Isn't that in school, Flower? Did I hear that child call her mom? Oh my, I thought there was something wrong with my ears. Hearing the whispers around her, Jialuo felt embarrassed and wanted to find a hole to hide in, so she quickly hugged the cola and hid in the car. Brother Fawn, you're going to kill me. She was at a loss. This misunderstanding was quite big, and soon the whole school would know about her having a 3 or 4-year-old son. She was only 19 this year, and her child was 3 or 4 years old, which meant she was likely pregnant at 14, still a minor at the time. Combined with her rejection of all the boys' confessions at school, it was easy to imagine that the school's gossip forum would be exploding, with all kinds of eye-catching breaking news, shocking revelations, and gossip making it hard for her to stay out of the headlines. I was also a bit embarrassed. I hadn't even thought about this before coming here. Who knew it would turn into such a big misunderstanding? Now even if Jialuo jumped into the Yellow River, she wouldn't be able to wash it off. I had originally wanted to say, how about I go explain to the school leaders tomorrow, but after some thought, I decided against it. Explaining this big gossip would be useless, it would only make things worse, because this was not the kind of result everyone wanted to see. What everyone would rather see is that Jialuo is someone else's stepdaughter, got pregnant at 14, gave birth at 15, graduated and got married to her partner. That's the kind of explosive story that would become the spiritual sustenance of people in this entertainment-to-death era. He kept crying at home looking for his mom. No one could calm him down, so I had to trouble you to come over. I said with a wry smile. It was my fault. I shouldn't have shown the little one Chang Xian's photo. Looking at the little one in my arms, sniffling and almost crying, Jialuo gently touched his nose. Cola, tell Auntie, why are you crying? The little one held her tightly. I miss Mom. Isn't Auntie here? Shall we go to the amusement park together? Okay. The little one's nasal voice dragged on, looking very aggrieved. Jialuo quickly comforted Cola with a few words. The two of them were discussing with laughter what to play at the amusement park. I want to fight dinosaurs, ride the carousel, play with ocean balls. Watching the continuous laughter of the two, I was a little curious. Jialuo, do you really like children? Jialuo nodded. Yes, I really like children, and I like playing with kids. Brother Fawn, don't you like them? I said while driving. I didn't like them when I was your age, but now I do. Boys and girls are different, right? Yes, men and women are different. But Chang Xian never really liked children, even her own. I took Jialuo and Kaylee to the amusement park for over 2 hours. It was clear that the little one really liked Jialuo, sticking to her the whole time, riding the carousel together, playing with water guns, fighting dinosaurs, playing fishing games together. I, as the father, seemed like an outsider, carrying Jialuo's bag the whole time and watching them play. When the two of them rode the carousel together, my mind wandered. This scene seemed familiar. We used to happily ride the carousel as a family of 3, but now Chang Xin has been replaced by Anjalawa. Brother Fawn, stop daydreaming and come take a picture. Anjalawa said with a blush, because I was staring at her, making her feel embarrassed. I quickly took out my phone and took pictures of the two of them. The happy look of the two, one big and one small, resembled a young mother and son. I ordered Starbucks on my phone and, while they were playing with water guns and fighting dinosaurs, I went to get the coffee. I didn't know Anjalawa's taste, so I ordered her a caramel macchiato, and then went to the supermarket to buy a bottle of coconut milk for the little one. We played until the amusement park closed, and the little one reluctantly left. Anjalawa's school gate closes at 12 o'clock sharp, and the dormitory gate closes at 11 o'clock. I had planned to drop her off at school first, but the little one sleepily held onto her arm and refused to let go, so I had no choice but to take the little one home first, and then take Anjalawa back to school. Since there was still time, and the distance wasn't far, I drove home first. Halfway there, the little one fell asleep in Anjalawa's arms. I whispered, his mother passed away the day before yesterday. Anjalawa fell silent for a moment, sighed deeply, and looked at the sleeping child in her arms with gentle eyes. Poor baby. The little one must have been tired from playing, as he fell asleep halfway. My parents were still awake, so I called them to come down and take Kaylee home, while I took Anjalawa back to school. We arrived at the school at 10:46, but the gate was unexpectedly locked. I knocked on the window of the guard room, but there was no one inside. The rule was to lock the gate at 12 o'clock, and I wouldn't have said anything if they had locked it at 11:50, but locking it over an hour early was just outrageous. Outside the gate, not just Anjalawa and I, but several other students were cursing, feeling very frustrated. Do you have your ID? It wouldn't be convenient to stay at my place, so we had no choice but to stay at a hotel for the night. Anjalo shook her head in confusion. Who brings their ID when going out to play? Let's go to my sister's place, she suggested. 20 minutes later, I drove to the road opposite the Shinlusi community. I called her and briefly explained the situation, but she said, I'm on a business trip out of town today, not at home. Take Jalawa to your place, take care of her. The call was on speakerphone. Anjalawa was first stunned, then facepalmed. This was probably the nth time she had died inside today. I was also quite speechless, thinking to myself, sister, if you had a bit of common sense, you wouldn't say something like that. We were right downstairs from your house and saw the lights on in your room. After getting off the car, I handed in Jalawa's single-shoulder bag to her and said, Jalawa, thank you for tonight. And Jalawa smiled and tucked a strand of green silk behind her cheek, saying, no need to be polite. I actually enjoy playing with Cola. I waved goodbye to her with a smile. Go upstairs quickly, rest early, and I'll come pick you up tomorrow to take you back to school. Because of my situation, she couldn't even go back to school, so she had to make do at Shinlusi's place tonight, so I must send her back tomorrow. I can't let her come out to help me take care of the child, and then have her take a taxi back to school, right? And Jalawa was originally prepared to refuse, as she didn't like to trouble others. But after some thought, she nodded and said, Fong brother, be safe on the road, and send me a message when you get home. While waiting for the elevator, she took out her phone from her bag. When she opened WeChat, she was instantly dumbfounded. The class monitor, the head of the student union, and the counselor all sent her messages asking if the post on the school forum was true. They also sent screenshots. Shocking. A certain in-school-flower rejects all confessions. Turns out she's already married with a child. Pregnant at 14, gave birth at 15, and school flower, you've shattered my worldview. Nailed it, there's video and photos as evidence, see for yourselves. Is this the most beautiful school flower you've ever chosen? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Someone took a sneaky photo of Anjalawa holding Cola and posted it on the school forum. There was also a short video clip of Cola running towards Anjalawa in tears, the little one crying with teary eyes, Mom, I miss you. With photos and videos, it's hard for people not to misunderstand. Fong brother, you're going to kill me. Anjalawa felt overwhelmed and muttered in frustration. Opening the dormitory's WeChat group, she saw a few roommates playing a word chain game, and she really felt disheartened. These goddesses, acting serious in front of others, but going crazy and revealing their true nature once back in the dorm. What does iku mean? Anjalawa saw a strange term and considering it came from dirty kingly lingling, it definitely wasn't a good word, maybe even something unspeakable. She put her phone back in her bag and knocked on Shunlusi's door. Why aren't you going to Fong Chen's house? His house is so big, can't accommodate you? Shunlusi looked her up and down. Anjalawa smiled bitterly. Senior, spending the night at Fong brother's house would lead to gossip. Let them talk. Who doesn't talk behind others' backs? Who doesn't have someone talking behind them? Anjalawa didn't dwell on this topic. Senior, I'll make a video call first. With that, she dialed a video call to the dormitory head, Shen Yufang, and started off with a soft and coquettish tone. Big sister, the forum is full of slander against me, why don't you explain for me? We've already defended you, but who believes us? Our mouths are almost worn out from arguing with people, but they say explaining is just covering up. The more we explain, the worse it gets, so we can only keep quiet. At this moment, Li Lingling, who had already burrowed under the covers, popped her head out. Everyone says you're a child bride, you slept with your man at 10, got pregnant at 14, gave birth at 15, and got married after graduation. And Jialua almost lost it after hearing this. Could it get any more absurd? Child bride? They really came up with that. Just as Li Lingling was speaking, she suddenly realized something was off. Wait, didn't you go out to a hotel with your man? Why are you at your sister's house? And Jialua really didn't know what to say. I just went out to play with Cola for a while, and I was secretly photographed and mistaken for my son by others. You guys really make me so angry. Hanging up the phone, Shin Lucy glanced at her and said, feeling guilty? Making a video call with her roommates, letting them know that she was staying at her senior sister's place tonight, and Jialua did have a self-proving innocence meaning. After all, she was only 19 years old and couldn't achieve the indifference of walking her own path. Let others talk. Words are formidable, and she couldn't completely disregard her reputation. Tell me, getting pregnant at 14, giving birth at 15. What's the story behind it? Shen Lucy was curious. And Jialua was very distressed. Tonight, Fang Deji took Kaylay to the school to find me. When I got home, my mom fell asleep while holding Kaylay. I sent a message to Jialua to let her know I was safe, then quickly washed up and went back to the master bedroom to sleep. Just as I closed my eyes, the little one started to fuss for some reason, refusing to sleep with grandparents and insisting on sleeping with mom and dad. Helpless, I went to my parents' room and brought the little one back to the master bedroom. The next morning, I woke up early, went to Shin Lucy's house to pick up Jialua, had a simple breakfast with her, and then sent her back to school. Jialua, should I take Kaylay to Luzhou to see her mother off? It will be decided in the next 2 days, and I am inclined to go, but I haven't made a final decision yet. And Jialua thought seriously and said, if it were me, I would go. I booked a high-speed train ticket to Luzhou. When Kaylay grows up, she can go by herself. But for now, she's still young, and as her guardian, I must accompany her. Dad, where are we going? The little one was confused, not knowing that his first trip away from home was to see his mother off. We're going to your aunt's house, see grandma, and then see another mom. Aunt, grandma. The little one blinked, seeming to have little memory of grandma and aunt. After all, being so young, and not seeing them for over 2 years, he had almost forgotten his own mother, let alone grandma and aunt. Children under 3 years old have little memory. On the high-speed train, I received a call from Zhang Jingshu at Fangchen. I found out, it's a major accident that was covered up. I was planning to ask her later, but I didn't expect her to be so efficient. Do you have time these days? I need you to go to Xinning County to meet someone, he knows the whole process. Not these days, I'm going to Luzhou for something, but I'll be back soon. Luzhou? Chang Xin passed away. Ah, Zhang Jingxue widened her eyes, extremely shocked. When did this happen? The day before yesterday. Are you taking Kaylay with you? Yes. Alright, let's talk when you get back. Be safe on the road. Zhang Jingxue didn't know that her secret investigation of the accident project had been exposed. If it weren't for a master secretly helping, Xinning County might have been my grave. Kaylay took the train for the first time, feeling very curious and happy, asking questions all the way. Dad, why is the train so big? Dad, how does the train run so fast? Dad, will the train derail? Dad, what if we get lost? At the age of 3 or 4, the desire for knowledge is strong, and they are full of curiosity about the world. I was worried that he would disturb other passengers on the train, but I was overthinking. The little one sat obediently by the window, earnestly looking at the scenery outside until he got sleepy and fell asleep in my arms. When he woke up again, I was holding him ready to get off the train. Are we there? The little one rubbed his sleepy eyes. Zhang Xiuji was there to pick us up. Kaylay, do you remember your uncle? He played with the little one. Coke shook his head. It seemed that he didn't have much impression. After all, he had only seen him once. To be honest, brother-in-law, if it were me, I might not bring the child over. Zhang Xiuji said. He was also bold, daring to imagine such a scenario on himself. Don't call me brother-in-law, call me Fang Chen. I'm used to it, can't change it, let's just keep calling me that. I glanced at him. Xiuji, don't make such assumptions. Chang Yi's personality is different from Chang Xian's, she won't do anything inappropriate. Zhang Xiuji sighed. Every family has its own difficulties. I just hope that Chang Yi can be more like her sister in terms of personality. I'm different from you, I'm in business, I need Chang Yi to support me. I don't know if this is a common problem for men, always thinking that other people's wives are better. So the question is, in the eyes of other men, is your wife also very good? How many days can we stay this time? Zhang Xiuji asked while driving. We'll leave in the afternoon. I don't plan to stay here for long. Zhang Xiuji nodded. He knew I wouldn't let Coke mourn for Chang Xian for 7 days. Bringing the little one here already exceeded his expectations. The funeral parlor was cold and empty. Except for the former mother-in-law and Chang Yi, there was no one else. They didn't inform their relatives at home, and it seemed they didn't plan to go back. I held the little one's hand and walked forward step by step. Maybe it was because of the oppressive atmosphere of black and white tones. The little one kept hesitating and refused to move forward, seeming very resistant. Come, let daddy carry you. I bent down and picked him up. Seeing Coke, the former mother-in-law couldn't hold back. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down again. Xin, can you see? The baby is here to see you. The former mother-in-law cried, holding Coke, scaring the little one to cry too. Daddy, I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. The little one cried out for help to me. I was about to take him, but Cheng Yi, with red eyes, said, brother-in-law, let me do it. She took the child and wiped her tears, asking, baby, do you remember your aunt? The little one nodded with tears in his eyes and said, Aunt. Cheng Yi pointed to the former mother-in-law. Who is she? The little one sniffled, looking very aggrieved. Grandma. Maybe this is the bond of blood. More than 2 years without seeing each other, usually can't remember. But as soon as they meet, the blood ties of relatives will awaken. The former mother-in-law wiped away her tears and said cautiously, can Grandma hug you? The little one looked at me. I gave him an encouraging look, and he opened his arms. Poor child. The former mother-in-law hugged Coke and cried again, while Chang Yi kept comforting her on the side. Looking at the memorial image of Chang Xian on the altar, I was lost in thought for a moment. At this moment, I was filled with mixed emotions, not knowing what to say, and ultimately turned all the words into a sigh. Why bother? Why suffer? Is it worth it? When in love, truly loved. When in hate, truly hated. Now that Chang Xian is dead, let this love and hate drift away with the wind. I lit 3 sticks of incense for Chang Xian, and with a complex mood, I sent her blessings. Have a safe journey. The former mother-in-law walked over holding Coke, and the little one saw Chang Xian's black and white image on the altar at a glance. Mom! He called softly, then looked at me with some confusion, as if asking me why this mom was different from the other mom. More than 2 years without seeing each other or hearing Chang Xian's voice, but Coke still recognized her as his mother at a glance. However, he only recognized Chang Xian, but couldn't recall the memories of them being together. Come, bow to Mom. The little one knelt in front of his mother's spirit, with a puzzled look on his face, and asked, where did Mom go? I patted the little one's head and said, Mom went to a very far away place. The little one stared at the photo of Chang Xian and said, but, I miss Mom a little bit. The former mother-in-law and Chang Yi burst into tears when they heard this. I sighed and thought, Chang Xian, oh Chang Xian, you may have found liberation, but what about your mother? She is getting older, and now your son, at such a young age, has completely lost his mother. Have you ever considered their feelings? You always thought you were clever, but how could a truly clever person keep making mistakes on this path of mistakes? Before leaving, I took one last look at the photo of Chang Xian. Her image gradually blurred in my mind, just like the lyrics say, some people scatter as they walk, some things fade as you look at them. As much uncomprehended joy as there is as much helpless reluctance. Goodbye, Chang Xian. Goodbye, youth that cannot be let go. Coming out of the funeral parlor, the former mother-in-law didn't look too good. She wanted Kaylay to stay and watch over the spirit for 7 days. I didn't even bother to respond to her. How could that be possible? The person is already dead. Do we have to disturb the living? I don't know what the former mother-in-law was thinking. Cheng Yi and Zhang Xiuji tried to persuade the former mother-in-law, saying that Fang Chen could bring the child to send Cheng Xian off for the last time, and not to ask for too much. I didn't make any unnecessary stops in Luzhou. I didn't even have a meal. I took Kaylay to the high-speed rail station. The former mother-in-law and Cheng Yi kept crying and holding on to Kaylay, unwilling to let him leave. The former mother-in-law even suggested if she could raise the child. I was completely speechless. Perhaps they also knew that this might be the last time they would meet in this lifetime. I took away not only Kaylay, but also their memories of Cheng Xian. Brother-in-law, you must avenge my sister. When parting, Cheng Yi said with a sniffle. I nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge her. But I am not avenging your sister, I am avenging myself. You scum, wash your neck clean and wait, this time I will definitely kill you. When I returned home, my life returned to its usual routine. A plain life is the norm, and constant excitement is not how normal people live. The first thing my son did when he came home was to acknowledge Mom, so I had to invite Anjialua out again. Dad, this Mom is my mom. The little one hugged Angeloa's arm and said, "The mom in Luzhou is also a mom." But he couldn't remember anything about Chang Xin. After all, it had been too long since he had seen his own biological mother, and now he had come to see Angeloa as his own mother. Angeloa looked at me, smiling. "Brother Fong." My gaze flickered. I dared not look her in the eye. Sigh. I sighed silently in my heart. "I'm sorry, Geloa. I'm not ready to accept a new relationship yet." On the second day after returning, I had a meal with Zhang Jingxue, wanting to find out about the incident involving Han Ningjun in Xinming County. Zhang Jingxue looked around and, seeing that there were not many people around, lowered her voice and said, "I'm not too sure about the specifics, but it seems to be a safety production accident where 4 people died at once. I contacted someone named Lu Ming, who was at the scene at the time and witnessed the accident." According to the information Zhang Jingxue found, Lu Ming's second aunt was the financial director of the subordinate unit where Han Ningjun worked. He got a job in the unit through his second aunt's connections, and met Han Ningjun at a unit gathering. Lu Ming is a smooth talker, well-versed in eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring. He is a local big shot and knows how to get by. Because Han Ningjun and he shared similar interests, they quickly became friends. After that incident, Lu Ming received a hush money of 200,000 yuan from Han Ningjun and helped him settle the matter. The 200,000 came from the company's accounts, and the Han family privately took out another 1,200,000 to compensate the families of the deceased. I was puzzled. 1,200,000 to buy 4 lives, 30,000 for 1 life? Are the families willing? Lu Ming used the name of the company to threaten the families, saying that these 4 temporary workers violated regulations, causing a production accident and significant losses to the company. However, that month was the National Safety Production Month, and the company also wanted to strive for civilization, so they didn't want to escalate the situation and thus allocated 1,200,000 yuan as compensation. In plain terms, it's a case of local bullies colluding with local authorities to either take money to settle things or face lawsuits and pay compensation. They only lost the title of a civilized unit. After squandering the money, Lu Ming went to Han Ningjun again recently, hoping for more help, but Han Ningjun turned hostile and drove him away. This made Lu Ming hold a grudge and want to retaliate against Han Ningjun. This story has many loopholes, such as why Lu Ming didn't approach Han earlier, but chose to do so when I uncovered this clue. This is clearly a trap. Furthermore, with 4 deaths, this is a serious safety production accident, and Han Ningjun alone cannot handle it. There must be other shady dealings involved. But at that time, I was consumed by revenge and didn't think deeper. If I had considered more at that time, I wouldn't have almost drunk the Mengpa soup. I called Lu Ming and we agreed to meet at the Xinming County North High Pole Lamp next to the Xinhua bookstore at 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. However, on the third night after agreeing on the meeting time and place, while browsing Weibo, I received a private message from an anonymous netizen. "Don't go to Xinming County, someone wants to kill you, forewarned is forearmed." To be honest, when I saw this message, I was quite shocked. Someone wants to kill me? Who wants to kill me? Why do they want to kill me? Could it be Lu Ming? I had arranged to meet him on Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock. If he wanted to kill me, why would he inform me? Also, only Zhang Jingxue and I knew about my plan to meet him in Xinming County. Zhang Jingxue is unlikely to harm me, and Lu Ming wouldn't leak his own secrets. It's strange, how did this anonymous netizen know? I clicked on his profile, which showed a blank account with no useful information, so I sent a few messages. Who are you? Who wants to kill me? Why do they want to kill me? After sending the messages, I received no reply until the next night. Although I was suspicious, I didn't take this matter seriously. I had to go to Xinming County to see if I could dig up any useful clues from Lu Ming. I had considered bringing Hu Jichao along, but decided against it. The meeting place Lu Ming had agreed upon was the Xinhua bookstore, a public place. It wouldn't suddenly turn into a place where someone would shoot me, right? The cost of such a murder is too high, it's not worth it. Besides, this trip was just to gather information. Without concrete evidence in my hands, even if it was Han Ningjun, it wouldn't be worth killing me. Considering all the things he had done, it probably wouldn't be as serious as killing me. There's no need to undergo brain surgery for a cold, right? The next day, I settled things at home and set out in my car. It's nearly a 2-hour drive from Luochang to Xinming County, not too far but not too close. Shortly after hitting the road, I received a virtual call. Someone wants to kill you, don't go to Xinming County. The sound of the phone was synthesized, and I couldn't even tell if the other person was a man or a woman. Who are you? I asked in a deep voice. Someone wants to kill you, don't go to Xinming County. Who wants to kill me? I asked again. Someone wants to kill you, don't go to Xinming County. It seemed like the other person had recorded this sentence and played it for me. After repeating it 3 times, the call automatically ended. I briefly checked the virtual number, but found no useful information. A warning or a prank? I leaned towards the latter, suspecting that someone didn't want me to go to Xinning County. Among my enemies, the one who truly wants me dead is probably Han Ning-jun, especially since I was going to Xinning County to find evidence of his illegal activities. If someone really wants to kill me, it must be Han Ning-jun. Of course, in my list of enemies, there is also a strange group represented by the senior officials of Chengxin Yuan unit, led by Qin Zhenghe. They have leverage over me and probably wish for my death. But they dare not kill me because I have clearly told them that if anything happens to me or my family, someone will make the evidence I have public through various online media channels, not to the police or the disciplinary committee. So, if someone really wants to kill me, it must be Han Ning-jun, not the vested interest group represented by Qin Zhenghe. But for now, I don't have the evidence in my hands, so there is no need to kill me. The weather was gloomy, and there weren't many vehicles on the road. I drove at a moderate speed along the provincial road towards Xinning County. I felt a bit uneasy for some reason. I parked the car on the side of the road to clear my mind before continuing. When I reached the intersection south of Yuanzhuang and Qingtai Township, I encountered a traffic light. I patiently waited. When the light turned green, I slowly drove through the intersection. Just as I reached the middle, a medium-sized truck sped through the red light at over 80 kilometers per hour and directly crashed into me. I happened to glance to the right and saw the truck coming straight at me, instinctively pressing the accelerator to the floor. Bang! The intense impact almost blanked my mind, followed by a dizzying roll and severe pain all over my body. The powerful shockwave caused a temporary ringing in my ears. When I crawled out of the car covered in blood, the drunken driver of the truck had already been restrained by helpful bystanders. This is not an accident, but an organized and premeditated murder. I thought of the 2 warnings from the mysterious person. Although I didn't fully believe his words, I remained cautious. If someone really wanted to kill me, they wouldn't do it in a public place like the Xinhua bookstore. Causing a car accident halfway would be the wisest choice. So, I was careful all the way, even when there were no other cars on the road, maintaining a safe distance and moderate speed. If I hadn't observed the high-speed collision of the truck coming towards me in advance, I would have died in this accident. The truck hit slightly forward towards the middle of my car. I pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward, narrowly avoiding the fatal impact and only hitting the rear of the car. If someone had been sitting in the back seat, they would have been turned into a pile of flesh. My car was almost broken in half, from the back seat to the trunk. It was a mess, a sight too gruesome to bear. I was mostly unharmed, just some external injuries from the shockwave. Looking at my almost wrecked car, I felt lingering fear. This is the closest I've ever been to death in my life. I didn't panic or feel scared, just experienced a mental shutdown with my mind going blank. Crawling out of the car, I lay on the ground gasping for air, calming the turbulent emotions of narrowly escaping death. Several elderly farmers nearby approached courageously, asking, "Are you okay?" I shook my head and replied, "I'm fine." Despite the external injuries and blood on my head and face looking scary, it was not too serious and just needed some bandaging. The driver was drunk and has been caught. "You're really lucky to be alive. Look at how the car got wrecked." They gave me thumbs up, impressed by the wrecked car and my survival. I took out my phone and called Hu Jichao. "Lao Hu, I had an accident, come over." In the hospital room, Hu Jichao saw me bandaged up with only my eyes visible, trembling as he asked, "Lao Fang, are you okay?" I gently shook my head and said, "I'm fine, just external injuries, nothing life-threatening." "Lao Hu, would you believe me if I said this was not an accident?" Hu Jichao widened his eyes, asking, "What do you mean?" I explained to him about my investigation into Han Ning-jun in Xinning County and the 2 warnings I received from a stranger. "Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Hu Jichao was angry. He believed that dangerous situations should involve him because he was stronger than me. However, I was glad I didn't bring him along. If he had been with me, the impact of the crash would have sent him straight into the crematorium. I thought it was a prank, didn't expect someone really wanted to kill me. But the problem is, I have no evidence in hand, so why would someone want to kill me? This was something I couldn't understand. If I had concrete evidence in hand and you wanted to silence me by killing me, I would understand. But in the current situation where I have no evidence, what's the point of killing me? Just because you don't have evidence doesn't mean Xinning County doesn't have evidence. The other party must be afraid you'll uncover something important. Hu Jichao said. I nodded. That was the only explanation. It seems I've hit a major nerve in Han Ning-jun this time. I was curious about how big the matter in Xinning County was to make Han Ning-jun resort to hiring someone to kill, risking everything. Not long after, the police arrived for routine questioning. I didn't know the perpetrator and had no connection with him. The police preliminarily determined it was a traffic accident caused by the driver's drunk driving, with the truck driver bearing full responsibility. I had to swallow the bitter pill of this outcome, as my life had almost ended here. I knew this was a premeditated murder, but I had no evidence. Lao Fan, don't worry about this, I'll investigate. Hu Jichao licked his lips. He might not be as good as me in following the rules, but when it came to underhanded methods, I was far better than him. However, I didn't want him involved because I knew he had a lot of dirt under his feet, too many weaknesses. If he got targeted, it would be troublesome. The fact that they dared to hire someone to kill me meant I had touched their core interests. Involving Hu Jichao would only lead to more trouble. Hu Jichao was just a local bully, good at intimidating small-time thugs but useless against officials. Forget it. I shook my head and refused. Hu Jichao was a regular at the club and made some illegal money through intimidation. Although not major crimes, if things escalated, he could end up in jail for a while. He had his current business and had suffered enough to build it up. Going back to square one was not something I wanted to see. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hu Jichao responded with a brother, I'm going out for a smoke to get some fresh air. On the rooftop, Hu Jichao made a phone call. Yang Zi, I heard you made a fortune over at Xinming. What's up? Not even willing to treat to a meal. Oh, how dare I, brother Chow. If you come to Xinming, just give your brother a call. If I don't serve you well, I'll change my name to grandson in front of you, brother Chow. Hanging up the phone, Hu Jichao's face darkened. Damn it, dare to mess with my brother, I'll have to kill you. I called in Jialua and asked her to come to my house when she had time to play. I was worried that the little guy would cause trouble when I wasn't home. In my current state, my parents would definitely worry when I returned home, so I lied and said I was on a business trip and would return in a few days. I found a hotel near the company, worked normally during the day, and returned to the hotel after work, staying outside for 4 days. The first thing I did when I returned to the hotel every day was to call home. Because my head was still bandaged, I didn't dare to open the video, and every time I called, the little guy would nag countless times. Daddy, why haven't you come back yet? I miss you. Coke has never left me since I was a child. This time, he was not used to being away for 4 days. His grandmother said that the little guy would be startled at night, and even talk in his sleep calling for his father. During the time I was away, and Jialua visited once, Hu Jichao visited twice, and although the little guy was a bit unruly, my parents managed to handle it. On the 5th day, I returned home. In my family, the old and the young, the old are too old, the young are too young, and there is no one who can really be of use. If something happens, it will be troublesome. The wounds on my chest, arms, thighs, etc. had scabbed over, and since I was wearing clothes, my family couldn't see them. The wound on my forehead couldn't be concealed, so I lied and said it was a work injury. At first, my mother was heartbroken, but when she saw the wound scabbing over, she started nagging and blaming me for being careless. After Zhang Jingxua found out about my car accident, she came over specifically to advise me not to investigate the situation in Xinming County anymore. She was really scared. Those officials could do anything when they went crazy. She wasn't worried about herself, but about me. With your whole family, what if something really happens to you? To be honest, I'm not afraid at all of their targeting me. I'm afraid of involving my family. If my insistence on revenge leads to my family getting involved, then the meaning of revenge is lost. My identity is also awkward. Without enforcement power, I can only investigate secretly, which is not legitimate. In addition, this matter may touch on others' core interests, so the other party went crazy and took drastic measures. I was caught in a dilemma. Just as I was thinking about what to do, Hu Jichao got into trouble. I saw him in the detention center, and the reason left me speechless. He was caught for involvement in prostitution. Damn it, you're a human being, not an animal, can't even control your lower body? I was surprisingly angry, wishing to give him a good slap. He had sworn in front of his father's grave that he would behave well in the future and never end up in prison, but now he was caught for soliciting prostitutes. Lao Fan, this time you really misunderstood your brother. I was just accompanying a client for a social event, didn't do anything, he said with a look of grievance. In the past, when he was really doing things, there was no problem, but this time he went to have a massage and foot bath in earnest, and ended up being caught for involvement in prostitution. He was extremely speechless. Seeing that there was no one around, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother, I didn't listen to you. I sent 2 guys to investigate the situation in Xinming County." I was stunned. Damn it, not only did they find nothing, they also implicated themselves, he said resentfully. This time he was obviously not arrested for soliciting prostitution. Soliciting prostitution was just an excuse. Even if he wasn't caught for soliciting prostitution, he would have been caught for violating public security management regulations, or for causing trouble, There are too many charges, there is always one that suits him. When I was trying to pull Hu Jichao through connections, I got confirmation. An elder working in the municipal government hinted to me that I shouldn't waste my efforts. There are people above pressuring. No one dares to speak up. Hu Jichao is doomed this time. When he was arrested, he was indeed doing legitimate massage. There was no evidence directly proving that he was involved in prostitution. It's just that the massage parlor he was in was not legitimate. This kind of offense is relatively minor. A fine of 300 to 500 yuan is not a big deal. Even if caught in the act of soliciting prostitution, given the maximum penalty, it's just a detention of 15 days and a fine of less than 5,000 yuan. Logically speaking, what Hu Jichao did was not very serious. But he wasn't detained for long before the procuratorate brought charges against him. After review, the Intermediate People's Court of Luo City ruled, Hu Jichao was sentenced to 1 year and 2 months in prison and fined over 80,000 yuan for the crimes of organizing and participating in a gang-like organization, causing trouble, illegal entry into a residence, etc. The usual process of sentencing is that the public security organs have complete evidence, then they make the arrest, and then the procuratorate brings charges, and the court makes a judgment according to the law. Hu Jichao's case was the opposite. The public security organs arbitrarily arrested him first on some pretext. During this detention period, they searched for evidence of his illegal activities. Is this operation compliant? In the eyes of ordinary people, not only is it not compliant, it is also illegal. But in the eyes of some other people, what ordinary people see as rules and laws are completely different from what they see as rules and laws. In fact, Hu Jichao was already very careful. He has been in prison twice and doesn't want to go for a third time. Moreover, times have changed. In the past, he was poor and had nothing, except for mingling in society. He couldn't think of anything else he could do. Now his means of transportation is a BMW, he has his own house in Luo City. When he goes out, others warmly call him Brother Chow, Boss Chow, Mr. Hu. He doesn't need to do those illegal things anymore. He is also rarely involved in street matters. Anything that could potentially be used against him, he makes sure to keep himself clean. In this case, Hu Jichao is not the main offender, he just had a high status in the underworld, showed his face a few times, didn't get overly involved, but still got caught up in it. The main offender is a person named Zhang Kai. The court's verdict was that the gang-like organization led by the defendant Zhang Kai, in addition to using traditional violent methods such as illegal detention and intentional harm to demand debts from the victims, also used non-violent methods such as tracking, surrounding, and harassing the victims and their close relatives, forcing the victims to repay debts. This behavior violates Article 23, Paragraph 2 of the Anti-Organized Crime Law, for the purpose of seeking illegal benefits or forming illegal influence, organized harassment, entanglement, agitation, and other actions that psychologically coerce others, sufficient to restrict personal freedom, endanger personal safety, disrupt normal social order and economic order, can be considered as criminal means of organized crime. The court's explanation was that Hu Jichao was involved in this matter. He instructed others to use soft violence such as tracking and harassment against debtors under the pretext of debt collection. In this process there was extortion of the debtor's property, making the debtor repay the money, while also charging the creditor a service fee. To put it simply, if Hu Jichao had not been involved in the investigation of the case in Xinming County, what he did would not have been a big deal. There are people everywhere who engage in prostitution, and there are even more who act as pimps to collect debts. Why was Hu Jichao sentenced to 1 year and 3 months in prison and fined 80,000? This is certainly related to his dirty dealings, but more so because of my involvement. Local big shots like Hu Jichao may be considered important in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of officials, they are just big leaks, walking KPIs. I am itching with hatred, but I have no way to do anything about it. When I went to Xinqing County to see Lu Ming, someone tried to run me over with a car. Hu Jichao sent his men to investigate secretly, and as a result, he was sent directly to prison. Their actions, which are so audacious and far-reaching, are not something a small commoner like me can touch. I can even imagine that if I continue to investigate, my family may be in danger. I had a meal with Hu Jichao's girlfriend, Lu Miaoyun. This was our first meeting. At the request of old Hu, he asked me to take care of her during his time in prison. In my impression, Lu Miaoyun is the longest girlfriend Hu Jichao has had, and they have been together for over a year without breaking up, which is not in line with Hu Jichao's lifestyle. He went to the bathhouse without accepting any improper services, and even while in prison, he still had concerns. It seems that old Hu was really in love this time. What is commendable is that even though he has been sentenced, Lu Miaoyun has not left him, crying and saying she will marry him when he comes out. I can't quite understand this. Why do honest men always encounter bad women, while bad men always manage to win women's hearts? Old Hu has always mentioned you. I had wanted him to bring you to my house to meet, but you probably know the situation at my house. I glanced at her. She wasn't very pretty, but very pleasant to look at, the type for a homely life. It seems that Hu Jichao is really tired of playing and wants to find an honest person to marry. Lu Miaoyun is not a timid person, and with her daily business dealings with Hu Jichao, she is open and generous in her interactions. Fanggu, Jichao has always told me that you are his best brother, and even said to let Kaylai recognize me as a godmother. Hu Jichao mentioned this to me, but I didn't take it seriously at the time. He changes girlfriends like changing clothes. I dare not let Kaylai mistakenly recognize a godmother. The little guy is so naughty now. When you have time, come to my house, see your godson. My parents also want to meet you. Old Hu grew up under my parents' care, so he is considered a senior in his family. Lu Miaoyun agreed with a smile. Since I have my parents at home, there was no hesitation in inviting her over. Fanggu, I have a college roommate who is very beautiful, currently without a boyfriend. Should I? Lu Miaoyun winked at me as she spoke. She is someone who can pick up and put down things easily, and has already moved on from the sadness of Hu Jichao's imprisonment. It's just 1 year. Close your eyes for a nap, wake up and it's all in the past. She has now started a new life, full of enthusiasm in her career, preparing to give Hu Jichao, who will be released in a year, a big surprise, letting him know that even if he's not there, she can still manage the family business well. I waved my hand to stop her from continuing. Miaoyun, does this roommate have a grudge against you? Lu Miaoyun was stunned. No, we have a good relationship. Then why are you pushing your good friend into the fire? Lu Miaoyun understood and laughed. Fanggu, don't say that. My roommate is very particular about looks. She saw your photo, got excited and kept saying you are her type. This was my first time meeting Lu Miaoyun, but she had known me for a while. She had even been jealous of me before, thinking that I held a higher position in Hu Jichao's heart than her. But after understanding the history between Hu Jichao and me, she has now let go. So, even though it was our first meeting, because of my relationship with Hu Jichao, we didn't feel unfamiliar at all. We chatted freely, without any taboos. I've been divorced, with a child to take care of, and elderly parents to look after. I shouldn't bring trouble to others. Lu Miaoyun is a smart person. Seeing that I wasn't ready for a new relationship yet, she changed the subject. Fang, the company has 2 outstanding payments. Jichao said I shouldn't worry about it. I nodded. Old Hu already told me. He knows once it's in your hands, it's hard to get it back. Leave it to me. My laid-back attitude was limited to not wanting a promotion. In other aspects, especially in terms of connections, I was doing quite well. Otherwise, Lao Rin and the secretary wouldn't keep supporting me under pressure. I knew people in the industry, tax, fire department, etc. Not as top leaders but with some real power. As the saying goes, it's easy to meet the king of hell, but hard to deal with the little ghosts. It's clearly written, if you dare to mess with Lu Miaoyun and delay payments, be prepared to face daily fire safety inspections. Old Hu has a lot of flaws, you can tolerate and forgive him, it's truly his good fortune. Who says otherwise? Hu Jichao indeed has a lot of bad habits. We often argue, but at the end of the day, we still have to live together. We argue at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. Back home, I noticed that Coke was feeling down, and my parents didn't look too happy. What's wrong? I asked the little one. Coke, with a sad face, cried out, my mom is not a bad person. Today at kindergarten, a boy pointed at Coke and said, your mom is a bad person, she's a thief. Coke was stunned for a moment, then pushed him, saying, your mom is the bad one, she's the thief. My mom is not a thief, she's a good person. The 2 kids started fighting at the kindergarten. Coke couldn't win, but his teeth were sharp. He bit the other kid's arm, drawing blood. If the teacher hadn't intervened in time, he might have bitten off a piece of flesh. If anyone says bad things about mom again, we'll fight them, okay? I comforted the little one, teaching him to stand up for himself. You shouldn't bully others, but you shouldn't let others bully you. If someone bullies you, you fight back, even if it means biting. Coke nodded, grinding his teeth. I made him cry by biting him. My dad played with the little one in the living room, while I helped my mom in the kitchen. It must be his parents gossiping behind our backs, and the child overheard it. What kind of people talk like that in front of a child? My mom said angrily. It was clear that adults were behind this. What could a 3 or 4-year-old child understand? I sighed, never thought that the events of the past 2 years were still haunting us. Are these people so idle? My worst fear had finally come true. The sins of the past generation were now affecting the next. The mess from before, instead of being resolved with Chang Xian's death, now affected the little one. Perhaps it's time to say goodbye to this city. Only then can I truly start a new life. Looking at the sleeping child, I felt lost. Unable to seek revenge, with no future prospects, where does the road ahead lead? I had lost my direction in an instant. Before going to sleep, I habitually check my Weibo. The anonymous user who had warned me before had messaged again, lucky and fortunate, send me your email. I replied, who are you exactly? What do you want? I waited for an hour without a reply. I gritted my teeth and sent the email. What I didn't expect was that the other party sent me a super big gift package. Although I knew they were using me as a tool, I willingly became that tool. I sent the email to the other party, and soon received a message. In June 2018, Han Jun, while serving as the project manager of the XXX department at XXX unit in Xining County, a subsidiary of Cheng Xinyuan's original unit, due to personal operational errors, resulted in the on-site deaths of 4 temporary workers, Zheng Zhua, Wang Lin, Hui Shanlin, and Xiao Jinxi. After the incident, XXX department general manager Han Feng and XXX unit general manager Han Jinghua covered up for him, turning the accident into a fake construction accident, and ordered local thugs led by Lu Ming to pressure the families of the victims, ultimately suppressing the matter. This email roughly describes the process by which Han Jun caused the deaths of 4 temporary workers in Xining County. The situation is simple. Han Jun was idle and playing with a construction vehicle at a large construction site under his responsibility, resulting in the accidental deaths of 4 sleeping workers due to operational errors. At that time, it was lunch break, and besides Han Jun, there was only Lu Ming playing with him, so the matter was covered up. Han Jinghua and Han Feng are uncle and nephew, and have since been promoted. Han Jinghua is currently a deputy division-level official serving in a certain unit in the provincial capital. Han Feng is still in Xining County, but is now a deputy section-level cadre. The Han family is a local power in Xining County, rooted here for 3 generations, with a complex network of relationships. In Xining County, the words of the county party secretary may not be as effective as those of the Han family. No wonder he was so arrogant. He was ready to run me over as soon as I entered Xining County. Looking at the email sent by an anonymous netizen, I fell into contemplation. The email not only briefly described the development of the situation, but also included the contact information of the families of the 4 victims, Zheng Zhua, Wang Lin, Hui Shanlin, and Xiao Jinxi. Is this asking me to contact them? I know someone wants to use me to bring down Han Jun, and I am willing to be the knife that cuts off the scum's neck. But the problem is, at that time the families endured this matter, will they cooperate now if I investigate? More importantly, if the other party knows that I am still investigating this matter, will they harm my family? Families like the Han family in Xining County can do anything unreasonable, so I have to consider not only myself but also my family. Just as I was hesitating, Shen Lucy called me and asked me to go to her house. Isn't it too late? In the middle of the night, she asked me to go to her house, a man and a woman alone. Although nothing would happen between us, if her neighbors saw us, it would still be a bad influence. After all, she is a teacher, responsible for educating. It's time to settle the matter of scum. She gritted her teeth. I looked at the email in my inbox and instinctively asked, have you also found evidence of his illegal activities? Come to me and explain in detail. I lied that there was an urgent matter at work, woke up my mother, asked her to sleep in the master bedroom, take care of the little one, and drove to where Shen Lucy lived. Come, have a drink. As soon as I entered, I saw a table full of dishes, 2 cups, and a bottle of red wine. I was a little confused. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, calling me over to drink with you? Are you crazy? Let's have a drink for our revenge about to be avenged. Shen Lucy was dressed neatly and elegantly, but her eyes were a bit melancholic. Fang Chen, after I die, you must take care of Jialua for me, because this is what you owe me. I couldn't keep up with her train of thought. Setting aside whether you live or die. I owe you? When did I owe you? I avenged you, don't you owe me a favor? Shen Lucy looked as if it was a matter of course. When are you going to avenge me? I said impatiently. This woman is really not normal. She called me from far away in the middle of the night just to say these inexplicable words? Shen Lucy looked at me. Tomorrow. I stared at her. How are you going to avenge me? She smiled. You'll know tomorrow. After speaking, as if murmuring to herself, or maybe to me, except for Jialua, there is nothing left in this world that I cherish. With that, she raised her neck and drank the red wine. My mind was a mess. No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't understand what this woman was up to. Is she crazy? Don't look at me like that. You'll know tomorrow. Fang Chen, I've done what I should do, the rest is up to you. I didn't know what was going on, but I inexplicably remembered the scene when Cheng Xian called me before jumping off the building. Did Shen Lucy call me to take care of things after her? What do you want to do? I asked her, staring at her. This woman is not normal, she might really do something stupid. Stupid thing? Shen Lucy smiled sadly. I think everything I did before was stupid, only what I do tomorrow will be proper. No matter how I asked her, she refused to say, instead saying a lot of inexplicable things. The only thing I could understand was take care of Angelua for her. As I was leaving, I looked at her and said, Shinlucy, don't do anything stupid. I already have preliminary evidence of Han Ningjuan's crimes. She waved goodbye with a smile. Remember, take care of Jelua for me. After that, she sighed softly in her heart. If the evidence in your hands is really useful, Han Ningjun would have been taken down by now. This is something you have to rely on yourself for. I was a little worried, so I called Angelua. Brother Fawn, what's wrong? Angelua's voice was very soft, a bit drowsy. It was late at night, and she had already gone to bed. Your sister just called me to come over, said a bunch of things I didn't understand. It felt like she was making arrangements. Have you noticed anything unusual about her recently? No, I'm still at my sister's house today. She made a lot of delicious food for me. That's strange. I'll take a day off tomorrow to accompany my sister. Okay, I'm going back now. I was already asleep. Your sister called me to come over. I thought something had happened, but she just said a bunch of inexplicable things. What did my sister say? Take care of you. I blurted out. After the words came out, I realized it was inappropriate, but it was too late to take them back. Angelua softly exclaimed, not knowing how to respond. You go to sleep quickly. I'm going back now. Brother Fong, be safe on the road. Just as I parked the car in the garage, Angelua sent a message, are you home? I replied, I'm about to go upstairs. You should go to sleep. It's very late. I can't sleep. Is something on your mind? Yes. Tell me about it. I feel like I have feelings for someone. It felt like something pricked my heart. That's normal. It means you're growing up. Brother Fawn, have you arrived home? Yes. Go to sleep quickly. You have to work tomorrow. Good night. Good night. The next day, I went to work as usual. Angelua messaged me saying she was at her sister's house, and everything was normal. Her sister was preparing lessons and planning to teach students in the afternoon. Angelua confirmed multiple times that Shinlucy was really okay before returning to school. She had a full day of classes today. She took the morning off. Shinlucy has always had suicidal thoughts. I thought this time was just like before, just talking. Besides, I was really busy with work, so I forgot about her when I got busy. Near the end of the workday, Angelua called me, her voice trembling. Brother Fawn, come quickly, senior sister has been killed. I was shocked and asked in a hurry, Jelua, calm down, tell me slowly, what happened? Angelua cried, I don't know either. The police called me to go over, saying senior sister had an accident. I could feel her panic and helplessness over the phone. After all, she was only 19 years old, and it was impossible not to panic in such a situation. Jelua, where are you now? I'm at school, about to go out and catch a taxi. Wait for me at the gate. I'll be right there. I informed Laorun, left work early, drove to Angelua's school, and took her directly to the Luoshui sub-bureau. Shinlucy is really dead. She fell from the 7th floor and died. Her head hit the ground first, causing instant death. The culprit has also been apprehended by the police. But what neither Angelua nor I expected was that the culprit turned out to be Han Ningjun. It wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. I didn't kill anyone. Han Ningjuan's eyes were vacant, constantly shouting his innocence. I just gently pushed her. How could I have pushed her down the stairs? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Oh, my wife can prove it wasn't me. My wife can prove it. Xiaoying couldn't prove it. She seemed to be scared silly, unable to speak properly. Since being taken back to the police station, she kept repeating 5 words with a pale face. How could this happen? How could this happen? The police showed Angelua and me the video footage from the scene. It was an outdoor cafe where Shinlucy and Xiaoying had come, chatting for nearly 2 hours. Later, Han Ningjun appeared, looking very angry, trying to forcibly take Xiaoying away. But Xiaoying seemed even angrier and refused Han Ningjun. At this point, Shinlucy walked up, seemingly scolding Han Ningjun. The two accused each other, then started pushing each other. The 7th floor was open air, with safety railings on the east, west, and north sides, and none on the south side because it was an observation deck with potted plants and various blooming flowers for viewing. During the scuffle, Han Ningjun suddenly showed a fierce look, slapped Shinlucy directly, then pushed her. Originally, there was a distance from the flower pot where the scuffle occurred, but for some reason, Shinlucy staggered and fell, then plunged off the building. Angelua was too scared to look and cried in my arms. At that moment, I finally understood why Shinlucy said last night that she avenged me. Han Ningjuan's push couldn't have pushed her off the building. She did it on purpose. She sacrificed herself to frame Han Ningjun for murder with her own death. Please accept our condolences. This may have been an accident. The police officer handling the case said. I was suddenly furious. What do you mean may have been an accident? Are you blind? The video clearly shows that Han Ing-jun pushed Shin Lucy off the building. This was intentional murder. The male officer handling the case smiled and didn't say anything more. I felt very frustrated and uncomfortable. I had already found Han Ing-jun's weakness, and given another 6 months, I would definitely bring Han Ing-jun to justice. During this time, I seemed to be inactive, but I had a complete plan, even thinking about my retreat, and had already entrusted a real estate agent to find a house for me in another city. The reason I didn't act was that I was preparing an escape route for myself. Although I had already seen the dawn of victory, Shin Lucy chose to die with Han Ing-jun at this moment. If I had told her about the evidence I had in my hands last night. Thinking of this, I shook my head. It was useless to tell Shin Lucy. It had been over 2 years. How many clues had I found? I had almost worn out the threshold of the discipline inspection committee. What was the use? Han Ing-jun not only did not receive any punishment, but he was also promoted. Shin Lucy no longer believed in any supervisory, discipline inspection, public security and other law enforcement departments. She only believed in herself. She wanted to take revenge in her own way. During this period, she had been in close contact with Chao Ing, constantly brainwashing her, and finally arranged to meet her. But Shin Lucy deliberately revealed to Han Ing-jun the meeting between her and Chao Ing. That's why there was a scene in the video where Han Ing-jun angrily took Chao Ing away from the cafe. From start to finish, this was a trap set by Shin Lucy. At this point, I finally understood the meaning of those inexplicable words Shin Lucy said. You are Fong Chen? I know you. You are nothing special. Fong Chen, how much are you willing to pay for revenge? I can give up my life. Take care of Jialua for me, you owe me. Shin Lucy never believed that I could bring down Han Ing-jun. She had been waiting for an opportunity to meet Chao Ing alone. As long as Chao Ing agreed to meet her, her revenge plan would be completed. She didn't want Han Ing-jun to be disciplined, she wanted him dead, even if it cost her own life. There's really no need for this. I sighed. I had already taken action in secret. Once I had arranged for my parents and son, with the information provided by the anonymous netizen, I was confident that I could make sure Han Ing-jun never turned his life around, and even his backers would suffer. Why can't we wait a little longer? I felt sorry for Shin Lucy. Is it worth using your life to exchange for the life of a scum like him? Stop crying. I gently patted the shoulder of Jialua, who was crying with tears in her eyes. Your sister has cut off ties with her family, and now you have to take care of her affairs. Only children cry, adults swallow their pain. When a person dies, it's all over. The real pain is felt by the living. Over the next few days, I kept an eye on the Public Security Bureau while arranging Shin Lucy's affairs. While sorting out Shin Lucy's belongings, I found her will. She had over 100,000 in savings, all of which she left to Jialua. The will was notarized and legally binding. It seemed she had long been prepared for death. Shin Lucy did not want a burial. She wanted her ashes scattered in the sea after her death. But Jialua wanted to keep a memory. The two of us bought her a grave in Luochang. It had been several days since Shin Lucy's incident, and I still couldn't get over it. Is it really worth risking my life to retaliate against trash like Han Ing-jun? Perhaps for Shin Lucy, it was not about worth, but about necessity. She had no other choice. If she wanted revenge, she could only do it in this life-for-life form. From her will, it was clear that death was truly a release for her. Especially since she felt she didn't die in vain, dragging Han Ing-jun down with her. She didn't rely on anyone, she avenged herself. And Jialua was very sad, and I comforted her. Now, besides an uncle who had turned his back on her in Guisheng province, she had no other relatives. Happy people are all alike, but unhappy people each have their own miseries. This statement was not wrong at all. The cafe where Shin Lucy had the accident was located in a bustling section of the city center, with a large flow of people. When she fell from the building, there were countless pairs of eyes watching. Many people took photos and videos and posted them on chat groups, social media, and Douyin, creating a certain amount of public opinion heat. Han Ing-jun's family immediately used their connections in the province, Han's family's backing, Han Ing-jun's cousin-in-law Miao Shuashan from the Provincial Political Consultative Conference, to try to suppress this matter. But they were not successful. They wanted to sabotage the cafe's surveillance, make the video footage collected by the Public Security Bureau disappear. But all their attempts failed. It wasn't that the local authorities were uncooperative, but rather there were people in the province balancing the situation. It was only later that I speculated that the so-called anonymous netizen was not an enemy of Han Ing-jun. In their eyes, Han Ing-jun was not even a concern. The reason they paid attention to him was to find a breakthrough from him and bring down Miao Shuashan behind him. Two groups of immortals were fighting, and both I and Han Ing-jun were just pawns in their hands. Over half a month has passed, and the Public Security Bureau still hasn't figured out how Han Ing-jun pushed Shin Lucy off the building. They conducted numerous simulated experiments at the scene of the incident, and from such a distance, it was highly unlikely to push someone off, but Shin Lucy not only fell but also headfirst, which was truly unbelievable. Of course, in such a murder case, the enmity between Shin Lucy and Han Ning-jun was exposed. Shin Lucy was deceived by Han Ning-jun emotionally, had 2 pregnancies resulting in 2 miscarriages. Not only was she deceived in love but also in money, even causing her own mother to be furious. This was an irreconcilable vendetta. Shin Lucy went to Han Ning-jun's house with a kitchen knife, hiding a fruit knife on her person to confront him, smashing his car windows. From various signs and the location and outcome of the incident, Shin Lucy was suspected of staging a porcelain collision to frame Han Ning-jun, using suicide as a means. But there was no evidence to prove that Shin Lucy committed suicide. Shin Lucy's students could attest that before she went to see Chao Ing, she had finished teaching them, assigned homework for the next day, showing no signs of suicidal thoughts. Since it wasn't suicide, it could only be murder. Han Ning-jun was faced with only 2 options: intentional homicide or manslaughter. The sentencing for intentional homicide is death penalty, life imprisonment, or imprisonment of more than 10 years, for less severe cases, a sentence of 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. The sentencing standard for manslaughter is imprisonment of 3 to 7 years, for less severe cases, imprisonment of up to 3 years. It was a foregone conclusion that Han Ning-jun would be sentenced. The Han family spent a lot of money to hire a lawyer, trying to classify his actions as manslaughter. If they wanted to prove that it was manslaughter, the only eyewitness at the scene, Chao Ing, became a key figure. Because the cameras were too far away, only capturing the images, even with the help of a lip-reading expert, they couldn't interpret what Shin Lucy, Chao Ing, and Han Ning-jun said or why they resorted to violence. Chao Ing, who was even considered promising by Han's family, did not defend her husband at all. She handed over Han Ning-jun's notebook from their home to the police. From the notebook's cloud storage, the police found a large number of erotic videos recorded by Han Ning-jun. Oh, Chao Ing deleted Chang Xian's video. In fact, whether it was deleted or not was not significant. The videos were all high-definition recordings of Han Ning-jun pointing the camera at people's faces or bodies, while Chang Xian's video was taken secretly, with dim lighting, barely discernible as Chang Xian, that's all. But Chao Ing felt that since Chang Xian was already dead, respect should be given to the deceased. Chao Ing testified that Shin Lucy was killed by her husband. She heard Han Ning-jun say he wanted to kill Shin Lucy with her own ears, and Han Ning-jun did indeed do so. She was present at the scene and saw it with her own eyes. However, because Chao Ing provided a large amount of evidence of Han Ning-jun's infidelity, the Han family turned the tables, claiming that their marital relationship had always been strained, and Chao Ing, in retaliation for Han Ning-jun's infidelity, made false accusations. "My son has always had a bad relationship with this woman. The neighbors can testify to that, so how can we believe what she says?" Han Ning-jun's mother, Wang Lirong, said firmly. "With witnesses and video evidence, even so, there is no way to convict Han Ning-jun. The game of power is fully displayed at this moment. Our ancestors taught us, from ancient times, the people should not fight with the officials, which is very reasonable. Our family situation may not be great, but it's definitely not bad, right? Both my parents are civil servants in a small town. I also hold a public position. We have a car, a house, and a 7-figure savings account. With my family background, I have been battling with Han Ning-jun for over 2 years, holding plenty of solid evidence of his illegal activities, visiting the public security and judicial departments countless times, even making it to the hot search, but still unable to do anything to Han Ning-jun. If it were an ordinary citizen with a less favorable family background like mine, it would probably be 6 feet under by now. I hold a public position, and the top leader in my unit has always supported me, which makes the Han family hesitant to harm me, but they still ruthlessly targeted me once I touched on the matters of Xinning County. People should not fight with officials. This saying is not just empty words. Only I know the immense pressure I have faced over these past 2 years. If things continue as they are now, Han Ning-jun will only be sentenced for involuntary manslaughter and receive a prison term of less than 3 years. Han Ning-jun's career is completely ruined, which was the result I once desired. But now, Chang Xian is dead, Shin Lucy is dead, Hu Jiqiao is in prison. If only destroying Han Ning-jun's future, that would be too easy for him. I believe Chang Xian and Shin Lucy would not rest in peace either. Brother Fong, is there really no other way? And Jialua is also unwilling to give up. How could there be no way? Seize the opportunity while he's vulnerable, take his life. I understand this principle. The murder case in Xinning County is a hidden evidence. I won't easily bring it out because it involves too many big shots. I'm afraid it will bring trouble to my family. But the evidence I collected before, such as Han Ning-jun engaging in corrupt activities with subordinates, falsifying academic credentials, stealing others' research results, and illegally promoting ranks, have all been exposed by me again. With all these crimes committed by Han Ing-jun, can he still escape with a sentence of less than 3 years in prison? How many public officials can withstand scrutiny? Even if there's nothing to find, things can still be uncovered, not to mention Han Ing-jun himself is not clean. He was able to get away with it before because his uncle Miao Shuashan covered for him. But since the incident in Xinming County was exposed, Miao Shuashan has been put in a difficult position. Those who play politics have a keen sense of smell. From the moment I drove to Xinming County, Miao Shuashan knew the fate of his political opponents. He is in the light, while others are in the dark. It's easy to dodge a visible threat, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. To prevent dragging oneself down, the wisest choice is to abandon the car to save the general, give up on Han Ing-jun, and not be caught by opponents at this critical moment. Without Miao Shuashan's intervention, Han Ing-jun's fate is officially entering the settlement phase. On one hand, I actively provide the evidence and clues I have, constantly visiting the Public Security Bureau, Discipline Inspection Commission, Procuratorate, and other departments, putting pressure on them. On the other hand, through a friend in Mingzhou City, I hired a lawyer from Jintian City, who is very experienced, to start a lawsuit against Han Ing-jun. My argument is that Han Ing-jun's killing of Shen Lucy is not involuntary manslaughter, but intentional murder. Han Ing-jun's future is already completely ruined, but to truly bring him down, it's not enough to rely on the evidence I provided of corrupt activities, falsified academic credentials, and illegal promotions. The focus should be on the murder. Judicial evidence collection is a lengthy process. It has been more than 3 months since Shen Lucy was killed, and it has not been definitively determined whether it was manslaughter or intentional murder. Han Ing-jun's parents have been active everywhere, and even without Miao Shuashan's help, the influence of the Han family in Luochang should not be underestimated. They only have this one son, and no matter the cost, they will find a way to get him out. One morning, I arrived at the office and casually flipped through the newspapers that had been delivered today. In an inconspicuous corner at the bottom right, a news article on anti-corruption and integrity caught my attention. Han Feng, a deputy department-level cadre in Xinming County, was arrested for corruption and bribery. Han Feng was the department head who covered up for Han Ing-jun when he got into trouble in Xinming County. Now that Han Feng is in trouble, what about his uncle Han Jinghua, who was a deputy bureau-level official? I felt that my opportunity had come. Sure enough, a few days later, an announcement was made by a certain unit in the provincial capital stating that Han Jinghua was under investigation by the procuratorial authorities for suspected official crimes. I took a few days off, took my parents and Kailei to Beihai in Guisheng. My new house is located here. In the future, this will be my new home. This is a city that is very suitable for living and retirement, with a pleasant climate, warm seasons, beautiful environment, fresh and pleasant air, and the reputation of having China's largest urban oxygen bar. In order to move my family here, I started planning more than a year in advance, selected several cities, and finally decided on Beihai. I consulted with a doctor, and the climate here is beneficial for my father's recovery. I am tired and weary myself, and I don't want to fight anymore. There is nothing wrong with living a slow-paced life in this seaside town. Luochang is a thing of the past. I don't want to live in rumors, and I don't want the rumors to affect Kayleigh's healthy growth. So I had to move. I returned alone. It was the first time I left the little guy, and I felt a lot of reluctance, but for their safety, I had to let them stay in the new home temporarily. As it turned out, I was too cautious. The Han family in Xinming County was uprooted in the local special campaign to combat crime and eliminate evil due to suspected illegal activities with a criminal nature. They no longer have the ability to target me. When there are too many lice, they are not afraid of biting. Compared to what they did locally, covering up for Han Ing-jun and saving 4 lives is not a big deal at all. Back in Luochang, I immediately went to the police station and reported the incident where Han Ing-jun, during his tenure in Xinming County, caused the deaths of 4 workers due to improper mechanical operation. Before that, I contacted the families of the 4 victims from back then. 2 families felt that the matter was already in the past and did not want to pursue it further, while the other 2 families, seeing the downfall of the Han family, agreed to cooperate with me. Han Feng and Han Jinghua, this uncle and nephew pair, voluntarily confessed to many illegal activities in order to redeem themselves. This included the incident where Han Ing-jun ran over 4 workers with an engineering vehicle. I know that this time, Han Ing-jun will have a hard time escaping. No one can save him. Life imprisonment and lifelong deprivation of political rights is the lightest punishment, with a high possibility of being sentenced to death. I don't feel any sense of satisfaction from avenging a big grudge. I have been struggling for 3 years, only to stir up a few small ripples, which did not have much impact on Han Ingjun at all. He is now in prison, which has little to do with me, and it has little to do with Shinlusi exchanging her life for his. This is the result of a game played by big shots. We are just small shrimps in the whirlpool of political games. I submitted my resignation to the unit, expressing my sincere thanks to all the leaders for their tolerance and understanding over the past few years. To be honest, because of the changes in my family, it has indeed caused a lot of trouble for the unit, and many colleagues have some grievances against me. Leaving here is the best outcome, at least we can still be friends when we meet again in the future. But what surprised me was that Lauren actually tried to keep me. It wasn't just superficial politeness, but a sincere attempt to keep me, even inviting me to his house for a meal. Since I arrived at the unit, Lauren has always taken care of me and nurtured me, but I have repeatedly disappointed him. There are very few people in my life that I feel sorry for, but for this old leader who has shown me favor, I truly feel guilty towards him. Beihai, that's a good place to live. I have an old comrade over there. I'll introduce you to him when the time comes. Seeing that I had made up my mind to leave, Lauren no longer tried to keep me, and we chatted casually. I didn't take it seriously at first, but later when I contacted this old comrade of Lauren's, I found out that he was actually a deputy division commander in the Guangxi military region, which impressed me. My family's house is up for sale. Because it's in a good school district, plus the location, quality of the community, and property management are all good, the price hasn't gone up or down compared to when I bought it, despite the real estate market being generally sluggish. I went to see Hu Jichao. He's about to be released from prison. Lao Hu had known that I was moving to Guangxi, but when I told him that the house in Luochang was already up for sale, he couldn't help but sigh. It can be said that he witnessed the whole process of my family's changes. Originally, he was very envious of me. My parents are both retired civil servants, with a monthly pension of over 8,000, and both I and Cheng Xian have government jobs, a stable income, a house, a car, savings, and a lovely son. What a happy family. But because of Cheng Xian's affair, our family fell apart, and I even had to leave my hometown with my elderly parents and young son. It can only be said that life is unpredictable. We never know which will come first, tomorrow or the unexpected. By the way, more than a dozen senior leaders from Cheng Xian's former unit have all been arrested, including the retired Qin Zhong, who was not spared either. It was reported by Han Ingjun. In order to reduce his sentence, Han Ingjun went into crazy mode, reporting everything he heard about suspected illegal activities, regardless of evidence. Qin Zhong, the director of the Discipline Inspection Commission, and others who had more contact with me, all fell from grace. The senior leaders of Cheng Xian's former unit were also taken down in one fell swoop. I guess even Han Ingjun himself didn't expect that his parents would also be implicated and arrested by the public security organs on suspicion of official crimes. According to the instructions of the superiors, what was originally a crackdown on crime in Xinning County has evolved into an anti-corruption and integrity campaign throughout Luochang. 8 months after Shinlusi's death, Han Ingjun's criminal case was finally sentenced. The suspect Han Ingjun was sentenced to death for intentional homicide, illegal operation of machinery resulting in the deaths of 4 people, and deprived of political rights for life. There was no reprieve, but immediate execution. Sentencing to death and depriving of political rights for life does not necessarily mean immediate death. According to relevant laws, it can be postponed for 2 years. But Han Ingjun, like a mad dog, bit wildly, implicating too many people in the entire city of Luochang, all of whom were in positions of power in various units. The lawyer told me the inside story. Han Ingjun's cleverness backfired. He thought that as long as he reported more, he could make amends for his crimes, but as a result, dozens of people from the government units in the entire city of Luochang were implicated, all of whom were in positions of real power. In this situation, even if I don't want his life, someone else will. I bought a bouquet of lilies, Shinlusi's favorite flower, and placed it in front of her tombstone. Han Ingjun has been sentenced to death, you can rest in peace. Looking at the portrait on Shinlusi's tombstone, and Jalua and I felt like we had just woken up from a dream. A living person, just like that, is gone. Jalua, I'm leaving. I bid farewell to Angelua. Brother Fong, will you come back to see me? She looked at me, a little reluctant. During this time, the two of us spent a lot of time together, getting to know each other better. She already considered me a person worthy of complete trust. I nodded. Hu Jichao will be released next month, and I will definitely come back then. I want a cola, Angelua whispered. The little guy was in a new environment, with the sea and the beach, the freshness had not worn off yet. He played wildly during the day, but at night he would miss his mother and often video call her. He misses you too. Then remember to video call me at night. And Jialua pursed her lips, the sunlight shining on her face, rosy like an apple. I nodded and bid her farewell. Jialua, take care of yourself. Remember to call me if you need anything. The high-speed train whistled away from Luo City. The next stop was Luzhou. Han Ingjun is dead, he deserved it. Cola is fine, you don't need to worry. I'm not in Luo City anymore. I've gone to a faraway place, where there is the sea, the beach, and picturesque scenery, very suitable for retirement. This may be the last time I come to see you, farewell. I waved goodbye to Chang Xin. All the past events were like fleeting clouds, scattered with the wind. My life has officially entered the second half. Manager Lu, I took the total agent position in Gue province that you mentioned last time. On the way back to Beihai, I called a boss named Lu Chuanjing. Lu Chuanjing was a friend I met when I started my business in Mingzhu City. He used to do electronic cigarettes and had a big business. Later, the country imposed restrictions on this area, and he couldn't continue with electronic cigarettes. He invested in several factories in Wenzhou, Shaoxing, Dongguan, mainly producing filter cigarette tips. The online business was doing well, and now he plans to expand the offline business and recruit general agents from various provinces. I no longer have a stable job, with 2 elderly and a child at home, relying solely on the 1.4 million yuan in the bank. Sooner or later, I would run out of money. Therefore, I had to keep myself busy. I have a good relationship with Lu Chuanjing. I helped him before. Now I am the total agent of Gue province. No need to pay a deposit, no need to pay for the goods, pay after selling them, which is a guaranteed profit for me. Over a month later, Hu Jiqiao was released from prison. I brought my parents and Cola back to Luo City and picked him up from prison. Lu Miaoyun hugged him and cried loudly. According to Hu Jiqiao's previous temperament, he would definitely push her away grumblingly and say some inappropriate words. But this time, Hu Jiqiao no longer had a big ego. Instead, he gave her a heartfelt hug. Lu Miaoyun, will you marry me? Lu Miaoyun nodded incessantly, tears streaming down her face. I do. After they finished their little lovey-dovey moment, I stepped forward and punched him. True love is revealed in times of trouble. Cherish Miaoyun well. Hu Jiqiao nodded heavily. It seemed like the prodigal son had turned over a new leaf. The next day, I took Cola to Angelua's school. Mom, I miss you. The little guy held onto Angelua tightly, truly treating her as his mother. Mom misses you too. Do you listen at home? I do. The 3 of us went to the amusement park for half a day, had a meal together, and when it was time to part ways, the little guy cried and refused to let go. Mom, can you come with us? Mom will start her internship in a few months. I'll come find Cola then, okay? No, I want you and Dad to come home with me now. The time spent together is as happy as the parting is sad. This saying is absolutely true. I returned to Beihai with my family and started to get busy again. There's no choice, for the sake of life. After all, I haven't reached the age to truly relax yet. Being a provincial agent, I don't have to run from city to city, but choose to recruit city-level agents, giving them profit space. Although I earn a little less, it is relatively easier. The work slowly stabilized and entered the right track. Although it is busier than when I was in Los Angeles, I earn several times more than before. My mom occasionally misses home, but my dad is a broad-minded person. With him around, my mom's homesickness won't last long. The climate here is really nurturing, with 2 adults taking care of a child. As the pillar of the family, I work outside to earn money, which should be the epitome of most families' lives. And Jialua and I video call almost every night. Although neither of us has broken this relationship, in reality, we are no different from actual boyfriends and girlfriends. 6 months later, I picked up Angelua at Beihai Fuching Airport. Mom! Seeing Angelua, Kale spread his legs and happily ran over. Angelua squatted down and picked him up. Missed mommy? Kale nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. I missed you so much. Mom missed you too. I walked over to help her with the luggage. Are you really planning to intern here? Don't you welcome me? Angelua looked at me. I smiled. Of course, you are very welcome. Really? Absolutely. I don't believe it, unless you hug me. As soon as she finished speaking, I hugged her directly and kissed her. Ah. Angelua was a bit flustered. The child is here. Ko clung to her and insisted, Mom, I also want a kiss.